UKLC is presented by Curry's PC World.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the grand finals here at the UKLC, brought to you by Curry's PC Gaming World. And also a big shout out and a big hello to all our followers and fans over on the BBC, joining us on BBC iPlayer and BBC Sport. Hello, my name is Hiprain, and I am joined by a very dapper-looking Jamado, who's actually making me look really bad right now. Now I know why my producer asked me about if I'm wearing a suit or not today, because you are.
Yeah, finals day, man. You got to dress up a little bit for it. So I apologize, Jake. Sometimes happens, but hey, we're here. Time's flown by, man. We're actually on the final day of the UKLC Grand Finals.
And what a road. What a road it has to be. Well, it's felt like a pretty quick road, but we have, had several weeks of play leading up to this. And we have two teams. Two teams remain. Let's bring up the bracket and just see what we've got going on and what's been happening here. So, Resolve remain undefeated, 16-0 so far here in the UKLC. They beat M&M 2-0 to get into the grand finals. Kind of expected, if I'm going to be completely fair. Then London versus Enclave, a lot closer series, a 2-1. It really looked like Enclave could have had that one in the bag. And now London will be also here. So at the end of the day, it is the first and second seed from the regular season have made it through to the grand final. But I mean, what a couple of weeks we've had from these teams. I mean, what a season we've had from these teams, especially Resolve, undefeated.
Yeah, I think honestly, it was expected that Resolve would likely finish first, worst case second, but taking the entire split undefeated in the manner that they did, I believe this was the very opening game of the split between these two teams here, Resolve and M&M, and this was like the only game where Resolve even remotely looked tested. And ever since then, it has just been pretty much complete control from start to finish. You've had like a couple of, scary moments here and there, but realistically, Resolve have pretty much always looked in control. And I think it's rightfully so reflected in not just their regular split scoreline, but also the fact that they just came out yesterday and pretty much just wiped M&M. Even though game one, close, realistically, it was always going to happen that way.
Something we saw a lot at the beginning of Resolve was a slower kind of game plan. They played their games a lot slower out. Not like London levels are slow, but they were playing their games out quite slow. And then they just started to feel comfortable with each other and kind of started to play on the same page. And from then, it just has been so dominant. Like from the moment they just started closing out their games faster and kind of being more controlled on the map, they have just looked undefeatable, genuinely undefeatable. On the other side, London, they've had a pretty good split. Let's be completely real. They were 10-4 by the end of the regular season. Now they are 12-5 if you want to count in their games yesterday. But yeah, they had a very good split, only dropping 4 games in the regular season. 2 of those were to Resolve as well. Only dropping 2 games outside of the top team. And there's definitely been some questions for me in their ability to play the late game. I think that's been completely fair, especially towards the latter half of the season as well. They were playing fairly lengthy games, I think it's fair to say. But realistically, they, outside of Resolve, have looked pretty undefeatable. The question is can they beat Resolve now? Because they have made it all the way to the final. They've made it to the final boss of the UKLC in Resolve. They're qualified to Telia. You don't want to go into Telia getting 3-0'd in the finals.
No, you really don't. And I agree with you, London. More or less, I truly believe more in the mid game. I think they're hyper late game because we've seen quite a few of those from London, unfortunately, because of the pacing of their games. When you get, talking past 35 minutes, they seem like they have a pretty good head on their shoulders. But it's that 20 minutes to 35 minutes where they seem to kind of struggle to, especially even when they have leads occasionally, actually transition those into greater leads, really. So yeah, you don't really want to go into this undefeated Resolve roster and then, play out the series, get 3-0'd, and then go into Telia like that. It can be a really big downer on sort of the mental attitude potentially of the players. But these guys on the roster, we've interviewed just about everyone, I think. They seem like a cheery bunch. So even if that is the case, I'm sure they'll be fine. But we want to see them definitely come out and try and contest Resolve, because outside of M&M on that opening game of the day on day one, they've pretty much looked unshakable.
Yeah, and I think, normally at this point in the opening part of the show, we talk about the games that are coming up. We talk about, our favorite games, but there's only one. There's a best of 5, and that is this game here. Is our best of 5 between London, Esports, and Resolve. As we bring up the graphics, we've got Artorias versus Merpillion in the top lane, Soft and PFI in the jungle, Chimera and Billy are the mid laners, Yusa and Demvoxny AD carries, Fastleg and Jeppe, who will be the supports for these teams. And honestly, there is a lot of big names on this roster. If you've been in the UK scene for a while, you recognize the majority of these names, if not all of them, I think.
Yeah, I would go as far as saying you probably recognize all of them. Jeppe was here last split in summer, I want to say, under Monster Rugby Gaming Academy.
Yes, you're right.
Unless he wasn't, but I'm pretty sure that was Jeppe. So yeah, all of these players, at least one split at the very bare minimum inside of the UKLC. And I mean, a lot of these guys are long-standing players. Particularly on the Resolve side, they've been around for quite a while now. Yeah, as you say, if you're here, you know them.
Yeah, I mean, like you look at the likes of Artorias, where he's ancient. He doesn't look ancient. He doesn't look ancient, but he is ancient. He's been on the scene for a very, very long time. Yusa being the rookie of the split for about 4 years running at this point. Chimera, I want to say Chimera or Fastlegs are probably the two youngest on this roster, and that feels a little kind of untrue in the sense that they've been around for a long time now at this point. Chimera started 2 years ago, I want to say.
Yeah,
I think he had his debut in the UKLC.
Summer 19, I want to say, was Chimera's debut.
Yeah, it was either that or spring. I can't remember.
I can't remember either.
Summer 19 was that miracle run he had when he was on a Phelan, I think.
Phelan with Soft, actually, yeah.
Yes, with Soft. So, not only are these players storied in the scene, they're also players who have who've played with each other, played against each other a lot, so they kind of know each other inside and out. And this was definitely an all-star roster put together by Resolve, and so far been able to deliver. Over on the side of London, you got Merpillion, who's been around for a fair amount of time, PFI as well. Honestly, he's been like a standout jungler in this scene for a long time in my head, like really a standout jungler. Beely actually, he was the first player I casted when I first started doing proper tournaments, so that shows how long he's been around. Demvoxny joining around the same time as Chimera, I believe, in the first kind of splits of the UKLC, and then Jeppe last season, like you said. So maybe a little bit younger in some of these players on London, but again, I think we got two very, very stacked rosters. While we got a little bit of time before we start the show and get everything going, I want to talk a bit about what lanes we want to watch. So Jamada, where are you excited for in this matchup? What lanes kind of jump out to you?
I mean, I think for me, naturally, my pull is towards the bot side because of Demvoxny and Jeppe. But I also think a key thing in this matchup in general is actually going to be PFI Beely versus Soft and Chimera, just because Resolve have been kind of jungle-centric through mid, and then they typically transition that into allowing Yusa to also flourish. Later on, they typically just leave Artorias to do whatever he wants, really, because he seems to be just accruing leads on his lonesome up in the top lane. So I think for me, it's going to be about how do London play their own game, right? Allow Demvoxny to actually, not get crushed by this very strong mid jungle on Resolve, who typically they will a lot of the time have pressure and move that down towards the bottom side. They will transition it very frequently into early objectives. So I think for London, it's about how can they defend against this Resolve side. And for Resolve, I feel you probably want to try and shut down Demvoxny and Jeppe, because it seems to be that whilst London definitely aren't a one-faceted team, they like to play through him and put resources into him very consistently. So I think it's going to be more or less a battle of that. And I think it is naturally, of course, going to be sort of Resolve favored just because of how we've spoken about the teams, right? We know Resolve, they've not dropped the game. But London, realistically, like you say, they've dropped 5 games over the split. 2 of them were to Resolve. 1 was to Eminem, when Eminem actually looked like a good team.
Yeah,
and then
1 was to yesterday Enclave.
Yesterday, and I don't know where the other game was dropped. So London
Enclave again, actually.
No. I think they had a 1-to-1 head-to-head. Either way, London.
So
aren't
it would
a
have
bad
been, because they lost to Enclave yesterday in their game, and then a head-to-head. So yeah, they would drop 2 games to Enclave, 2 games to London, and 1 to Eminem. So yeah, only really dropping to strong teams. There was no real upsets versus them.
Exactly.
I genuinely think this could be a very, very good series. Part of me would love to see Resolve get a 3-0 and go into the Telia Masters undefeated, have this amazing storyline to go into the Telia Masters and kind of be the strongest foot forward. But at the same time, I also would like to see London challenge them. I want a 5-game series. I I think I'd like to see, some weaknesses show from Resolve, because at the moment they haven't really shown too many weaknesses. And I think versus the Telia teams, we don't actually know how they'll show up if they get behind, because it's just typically someone we don't see from them. I don't know. We're going to have an incredible series on our hands, and I hope you guys are braced and ready. But before that, we are going to run the adverts, and then we'll be back with our first game of the day in a second. See you in a moment.
Waking up, the sun is rising. We can go anywhere, do anything. Put your hand in my hand, let's explore. Travel places no one's been before. Leave your fears and hear you calling. Wherever you go, wherever you are, the beauty's unique. The melody's so sweet. Our differences make our union so great. Together we perfect harmony. Perfect harmony. Together we will be perfect harmony. Let's get lost in a forest of green. Lose ourselves in the blue of the sea. Paint the world any color we choose, or a rainbow with all of the hues. Make the world the way that we dream. Wherever you go, wherever you are, the beauty's unique. The melody's so sweet. Our differences make our union so great. Together we perfect harmony. Perfect harmony. Together we will be perfect harmony. Together we'll be. Together we'll be perfect harmony.
If you wanna find love, then you gotta have faith. The world is on your side. The world is on your side. If you wanna find love, then you got to have faith. The world will be your guide. The world will be your guide. No, I don't care. No one can tear you down. We'll lift you up. It's about here and now. Yeah, you're gonna find love. Yeah, you're gonna be alright. Yeah, you're gonna be alright. Yeah, you're gonna be alright. Love like Bonnie and Clyde. Love like right till we die. Down like thieves in the night. Love like Bonnie and Clyde. Love like right till we die. Down like thieves in the night. If you wanna find love, then you gotta have faith. The world is on your side. The world is on your side. If you wanna find love, then you got to have faith. The world will be your guide. The world will be your guide.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the UKLC. Getting ready to go into game one of our best of five between Resolve and London Esports. I'm so excited to see what gets taken away here, where the attention's going to go. We did talk a little bit about these bot lanes, and these guys, I think these bot lanes are stacked. Denvoxy got a pentakill yesterday on the Kai'Sa. Yusa, I think he's had a pentakill this split, but if not, it doesn't really matter because he's been playing phenomenally well. But also, I think the big thing for me on Yusa's playstyle versus Denvoxy's is when I think back on the split, I think there were plenty of games where Yusa didn't really have much impact, but that was kind of his role. Everyone else was playing well, and he just didn't. He just basically played carry for late game and was kind of an insurance policy. Where it feels like London, they play around Denvoxy no matter what. Their games always go late to make sure Denvoxy hits his items. When I think that's the key difference for me here. I think Resolve are quite happy to not let Yusa take that spotlight and just have him there in case he's needed. When London, it feels like Denvoxy is the crutch of each time they play. We're into picks and bans though, so we'll see where we're gonna get banned away. So far, the Azir, the Skarner, and the Seraphine all been removed.
Yeah, I think honestly, a whole bunch of sense right now. I think Resolve so far throughout playoffs have actually just had Azir entirely permabanned. So not necessarily too surprised with it coming in. That being said, now looking at the Gnar ban for Artorias, of course, had a pretty good game on it yesterday against DBL. So London not really feeling like giving that one over. I think a couple of key picks to obviously highlight as Vayne actually gets removed away as a respect ban, which now makes me question whether or not London are going to respond with a Kai'Sa, but there are so many picks still up. You still got to think about realistically the Udyr. I think the big pick, you've got Rel, you've got Gragas as well for London, who they've prioritized it a lot. You've got Senna, as you rightfully highlight too, which is going to be the final ban away here from London. So a lot to think about. Resolve, you could just see them realistically lock in the Udyr first, but you do have to also think about you could give over Hepe's Thresh as well, which has actually made it through the pick bans here. But there's also the Rel, which we've highlighted as well. So plenty of power picks up and available.
Absolutely. Now, what they're going to go for, because I feel like if you pick the Udyr, you lose the Kai'Sa. If you pick the Kai'Sa, you lose the Udyr. And it looks like that is going to be the trade. Soft gets his hands on to that Udyr. Now, I do expect to see the Kai'Sa get locked in here. They don't have to go for the jungle if they want. So, yeah, they could just look for their Rel. They do go for the Hecarim to make sure they want to get lock that in. But Rel, Hecarim, nice little rotation here. I feel like if you Resolve, you need to take the Kai'Sa now. Because if you add a Rel into that comp already, London have got a very, very strong bot and jungle.
Yeah, you do have yourself a situation where London will be pretty happy with what they've ended up with. Hecarim into Udyr, it's not the most favorable jungle matchup in the world, but honestly, picking anything into Udyr at the moment feels pretty terrible. So I think, yeah, Yusa taking up the Kai'Sa here makes a whole bunch of sense, and you could realistically pair it with the Thresh unless you want the Alistar. I think either support matchup is okay. I think with Thresh up and it being such a strong lane counter to Rel, I wouldn't be too surprised to see it picked up. But I think it honestly pairs as well with just the Alistar too.
Do you think they could maybe avoid and just not go for support here and lock in something like a Camille and either force the AD carry pick here or and just get a nice matchup top lane?
It
looks like
was
not going to
definitely
be the case.
It's not going to be the case. It would have definitely been an option, but I think the key issue is realistically if you do go down either of those routes, then London effectively just kind of handshake it. They say, okay, they take the AD carry on this R3 pick, which is likely going to be then Voxnay's pick. Yeah. I don't see them not taking AD with how Resolve have drafted. And then London just ban out Alistar and Thresh, and then you end up with a far less comfortable support matchup. So I think for then Voxnay could... Oh, okay, they're actually going to forego then Voxnay's pick and pick up the Orianna instead. Very interesting choice here. I think it does definitely squeeze Chimera's champion pool a little bit, because I assume now what we're going to see is 2 targeted bans towards the mid lane at Resolve. So I think it's definitely interesting. It's more about does then Voxnay's pool actually go deep enough, as in like his comfortable playable pool, particularly into Kai'Sa, when realistically you could just see Resolve ban out something like Samira plus the Xayah, and then it starts to feel really bad. But we're actually seeing an Aatrox removal, so definitely kind of scratching my head to see what London are going to look to pick up for then Voxnay.
Yeah, with the Azir band, it felt like they were looking at kind of safe mid laners. Obviously, Corki is something we've seen a bit of a rise in as of late. You've got the Victor as well, who's been pretty consistent throughout the entirety of the season. But yeah, it's just top lane focus here. So Denvoxy not getting pinched too hard yet. Renekton, Aatrox getting banned away.
Yeah, it's very curious to me. So I'm just going to wait for things to unfold in front of me, because I'm actually kind of almost perplexed really on what both teams are going for. I mean, on the side of Resolve, it's like, okay, you're not really too fussed about banning out like tops or ADs, I suppose. But if you was to target out one, I feel like you'd be happier removing more of then Voxnay's champion pool, but maybe they're looking to force Mappilian onto something so uncomfortable that they can leave the Kai'Sa and the Thresh to their own devices and actually go and punish the top side, as opposed to actually playing into Den Voxne and potentially seeing a repeat of what we saw yesterday in the Enclave series. That's my only thought process here, as I imagine we just see another top lane ban unless there's something else Resolve want to remove away from the AD carry pool, and it is going to be the Gragas. So okay, let's see, because now London are in a position where they don't necessarily want to blind their top laner, but if they give over one more top pick, you're looking really far down the list. So it's kind of unfortunate, because they should just pick the AD carry here and just kind of hope, but with so many top laners removed, they might feel pressure to actually pick up the top here.
See, what they've decided to do is going to be the Jhin for Den Voxne. Pretty much a standard pick for him, something he used to play quite a lot at the beginning of the split. Pretty nice there with that rail, but now let's see what Resolve are going to blind pick top lane. Do they want to add some engage? Because at the moment I feel this team is lacking engage out of like a flash fray or a hook. So they could just go for something like the Ornn, gives yourself a bit of scaling options as well, upgrading those mythics.
Could have on Galio, actually.
Maokai. Yeah, Galio's up.
Galio could be a thing in this particular game, though it would lead them to a slightly lower damage profile team composition with the Volibear being locked in. I think it does give them... Ooh, that would be interesting, but I don't think Chimera would run.
It always gets hammered. For anyone who hasn't followed Chimera, Chimera's kind of debuted on the bird.
Yeah.
And is one of his pocket picks. But I do think they're actually hovering through a fair few picks that are actually quite good right now. I think the Syndra would be really nice, get a bunch of lane priority. They are just going to go for the Victor, so give himself a little bit more kind of late game utility. My concern for Resolve right now is I don't really know where the engage is. I think you kind of have to just let London walk into you and then turn it from there.
So I think with London's composition, because they've got the Hecarim and the Orianna, or at least realistically just the Hecarim, London might kind of be geared into engages themselves. Shen's a pretty interesting pick.
That's nice.
For London. I think it can actually deal with Volibear's laning phase moderately well. You're still going to lose out on priority. I feel like Volibear wins lane priority in just about every matchup going. So I think it definitely works as sort of to supplement the Hecarim engages. And with that being said, now I don't actually have an issue with Resolve's draft. I think they should be okay on the engage front. Things like securing river priority around these neutral objectives to make sure that they're getting the favorable fights for themselves, so that we've got that Hecarim and that Shen coming into the Victor will be the key here for Resolve.
Alrighty, well, got to see how this game's going to play out. Typically what we've seen is London sit back and kind of play for later game and then look for Den Voxne to kind of hit like 3-4 items to carry. We saw yesterday game 2 versus Enclave. That was exactly the game plan, but it didn't happen because Den Voxne just fell too far behind. Well, Resolve, they just seem to be a team for chill for a little bit, and then you look up and you're like, oh, they're 5k up. that's basically the Resolve style. So really, really good in the mid game, really good at kind of extending their leads. And I think that's the thing that London have to be very cautious of here, is if Resolve start to get ahead, that gold lead quickly snowballs. So keep our eyes onto that. Taurus has been a real standout player as well for me. He's kind of just been absolutely cracking anyone in these verses in the top lane. Now, like you said, Mappilian should be able to deal with this a little bit better. And I do like what London put together. You throw the Hecarim in with the Shen on top of him, and then suddenly the Hecarim and the Shen on the back line of Resolve. And Den Voxne should just be able to free fire away because there's not too much long range to deal with that Jhin on the side of Resolve.
Yeah, I really like the kite back potential from London from between the carries is also quite nice too. Not just obviously the sort of... Do you still get to call it the submarine when Hecarim goes in and then Shen's owing on top of the Hecarim when it's so frontal? I don't know. But
it's more like it's like what's that horse called from Greek mythology?
Minotaur? Senator?
No, the horse thing where they put the army inside the horse.
It's
like that.
What that's called.
But instead of it being sneaky, they set the horse on fire and just throw it at your walls. The Trojan horse.
A Trojan horse. Ah, okay.
And he's on fire.
Yeah.
That is a flaming horse.
Yeah, true. Very, very true. That is a flaming horse. Oh, maybe that's what they're going for.
That's what we're going to call it. It's the Trojan comp. It's coined here at the UKLC, everybody.
All right, well, you heard it here first. Is the Trojan horse draft strategy coming out from London, and looking across the board, I feel like from the London side of things, they shouldn't be too upset with what they've ended up with here in draft. I do definitely potentially worry about this jungle matchup, champion to champion, as Udyr definitely will more than outpace the Hecarim, and in early skirmishes, you can kind of forget if you're Hecarim, you will not win those ones out. You realistically just have to do your best to play around lane priority, not fall too far behind, and PFI realistically trying to just farm up to 6 as soon as possible so that you can make some major impact on these lanes. But Anyface has started junglers both starting on red buffs, but Soft is actually electing for a solo start clear, so start going to be hidden to London for the immediate future.
Yeah, it does mean for now PFI is out matching him on the camp clear, but I think Soft will just zoom ahead fairly soon.
Yes.
PFI will take out the big chicken. That's not a chicken.
That's a
That's a rock.
rock. The observers.
That would hurt to eat. That would.
That's how he knows. What did you say?
I said that would hurt to eat.
Rock. Yeah.
That's a trip to the dentist. That is.
It is. Yeah, here at the top side, not too surprised. Volibear, the passive just gives him so much wave clear. Comes pretty hard. Oh, that's going to be a pretty meaty
Oh
drink.
my lord.
Wow.
So you're saying that Shen's pretty good into the Volibear lane interface, right?
Yeah, so not a level 1. The issue for... the issue here is that because Merpillion was still level 1, he doesn't have the Spirit's Refuge to dodge out on the empowered ore attack from Volibear from the Q. So that's what makes the Shen matchup kind of bearable. No pun intended.
I think that's the Maul. I think that's what it's called.
Oh yeah, it might actually also block the Maul because the W from Artorias does actually apply on-hit effects.
Yeah.
Machine, so could actually also block that out. I've not actually seen this matchup a whole bunch of times, so kind of working
If it blocks the Maul, that's actually a really nice matchup once you've got it.
Yeah. I'm sure somebody in chat, particularly a top laner, is screaming at me for not knowing the intricacies of the Shen Volibear matchup, but that's all right. Soft's actually beeline. Beelined all the way from his blue buff down to this bottom side Scuttle Crab. And he is going to get it. He doesn't actually have Bear Stance available, so the Scuttle's going to be a little bit slower to take, but it will ding him up to level 4, and then he will have the Bear Stance. And whilst the clear is a little more inefficient, it means that he's likely to just outright secure double Scuttle Crab for himself. So in the long term, still going to be up on the Horsey, as PFI is going to be resetting.
Oh, Beely.
And likely, yeah, no, that was a really hefty trade. Going to be clearing out again. The second respawn Krugs, of course, you get full XP. It's not the first spawn up, so he's going to be happy with that. Soft, though, double Scuttle. See if he resets. Looks like he wants to finish up that
take his Gromp.
Yeah. He'll be okay. So Soft securing double Scuttle early on, just basically using the lane priority he had for that one, and pathing actually really nice, because if he wants to reset after that, he can actually go to the top side, but this gank looks like it's about to happen.
Yeah, it's going to be Artorias getting jumped onto, looks for the shield, gets the slow off onto 2 members, and he's out of there. Now Soft's made his way over. Pretty hard for Soft to actually do too much here, so he's just going to help Artorias with the wave and make sure he can find himself a decent reset. But Artorias, that's Volibear. He's pretty good at dealing with the waves himself.
Yeah, just the presence of Soft being up there means that London can't go for a more prolonged potential dive because of Artorias' HP value.
It does block.
Yeah, it looked like
he did just maul him.
Yeah. Yeah, well, didn't stop him from getting killed. Oh no. Oh no. Observer though.
He's going down. That's first blood for Artorias.
That's just disrespectful. That's disrespectful. Speaking of disrespectful, fast-legged. Honestly,
there's 4 shots on Den Box. He flashes forwards. It's not going to be enough for Jefe. Jefe's the one to secure the kill. Down goes Fastleg.
Yeah, Fastleg. I mean, we were talking about Merpillion being disrespectful, and Fastleg just answers in kind, giving over a kill to the London bot lane, unfortunately for then Voxnay. He's not the one to pick up the kill credit, but you're still happy with the 2v2 kill, as we're going to get a replay here. And honestly, Merpillion should just be kind of expecting it. Artorias doesn't not make it telegraphed with his positioning. You can see he kind of stays up to the top left pocket of the lane as he's farming these creeps. He just shouldn't be there anymore. He should know that Volibear can burst him down from that lethal range. And here, I suppose Fastleg potentially just looking to interrupt a recall potentially, but Not really expecting the burst damage to come out as Resolve come back out into the live feed. Going to be picking up this Ocean Dragon. Relatively clean pickup. Nothing going on here. For London, they can't really retaliate with a cross map, so thumbs up in my book. Early Ocean Dragon, very nice for the laning phase. It's not quite as strong as it used to be. It doesn't give the mana anymore. That's part of the Ocean Soul portion of the dragon, but still, the health regen in prolonged laning phases, you do start to notice it.
I don't think they're complaining of getting a free Ocean Soul. Or free Ocean Drake, sorry, not Soul.
No.
Chimera has to be quite careful because PFI is in the area. Soph is somewhat close by, but not really. Looks like the Crab's just going to get secured. That's PFI's first one as Billy actually gets Shockwave off, and Chimera almost catches him out with a Chaos Storm in response. Not quite enough to find the kill there, but Chimera, good job there, turning that one back around, and Wave's just going to stay fairly neutral here in the mid lane, although Chimera has got Soph in the wings, so going to make sure this wave does push in to Billy.
Yeah. Billy did have the flash available to him, so if you feel like he was going to go down, could have used that summoner spell, and Soph going to just help his mid laner shove out that wave, and PFI is actually going to in kind catch the wave as it crashes on the tower. Billy not going to make it to the wave in time. And 30 seconds away from Herald spawning. Be curious to see which of these two teams prioritizes it more, as the bot lane state doesn't really allow any bot lane to move up for now, but with so much priority in the top side, you imagine, at least in the immediate future, going to be favoring Resolve to pick it up, as Billy making a bit of a rotation down towards the bot side.
Yeah, they know he's there.
Here. And Shen does have armor, don't forget. There is the Shen in the game. But for now, it looks like just doing a bit of a zoning job, and I love Fastleg's positioning there. Immediately backing all the way off the tower to play Lantern. Nothing will come of it, just a little bit of pressure, and because Billy roamed down to the bottom side, Chimera had lane priority, so now it's just going to be double solo lane priority for Soph to pick up this Rift Herald.
They do know what's going on thanks to that Scuttle Crab, but there's not really too much they can do about that. They've already rotated Billy back towards the mid lane, so numbers advantage has faded, although PFI is on the bottom side of the map, so he may look to try and make a play happen towards the bot side. Yusa has the Killer Instinct available, so has got a little bit of movement. With that heal coming up in a second and the flash available, Yusa will have summoner spells, and 4 members are collapsing bot side, so Resolve may just have to give this one up. Yusa playing back as far as possible. There is a Lantern available to Fastleg, and here comes PFI. Lantern's going to get used for the moment, and now they look to catch them out. The Shockwave lands onto Fastleg. He does get the flay off, but PFI takes a bunch of damage in response. Meanwhile, the mid lane is going to start to get sieged up by Resolve.
I understand the intent from London, right? They want to cross-map because they're losing out on the Herald, but realistically, this is always going to be the trade. It was either going to be the mid lane tower or it's going to be the top lane tower because of where Soph was when he was taking the Herald. Looks like London are going to try and rotate over and maybe make something happen, but this is just most of the tower almost dropping. That was 4 plates going down, and once the plates drop off, realistically, that tower is just 1 push away from dropping. The gold trade definitely should have been in Resolve's favor, though you have to take in consideration the waves dropped on the bottom side tower, and it actually looked like
look at that gold lead.
Yeah, then
1200 gold for Denvoxney over Yusa right now. So Yusa kind of losing out because Resolve are playing around other sides of the map, when London doing what they do best is play for Denvoxney.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, all things considered, especially when you compare counterparts here, it was really just Billy missing out on a little bit of gold, and even then, he's only down what looked like about 400 gold because he picked up the kill on the bottom side. I think you would always take that 1k gold lead if you're Denvoxney or a London supporter here, so despite the trade, I don't think necessarily being positive in the scope of this game, inside of the context, you could maybe argue that it definitely was fine.
The global gold is dead even between the two teams. Obviously, Artorias getting that first blood, having a lead in his lane. The plates in the lead, but Chimera's been able to accrue. So gold spread out a little bit more in Resolve, where it's kind of hyper-focused into Denvoxney, who's got a level lead on Yusa, building towards that Gale Force, getting fairly close to it as well now. So something they have to keep in mind. But Maybe Resolve can take this first tower blood with the plates in the mid lane. It's fairly hard with an Orianna, especially now there's a bit of AP.
Yeah.
So we'll be able to clear through the waves, although no lost chapter for Beely, so it hasn't got that mana regen. It's kind of relying purely on the tier to provide the mana.
Yeah. Oh, very nice trade there for Merpillion. Just watch out not to get bitten too much to give Artorias the sustain back, but that's the thing with the Shen. A lot of people do underestimate some of his trading power. The Spirit Blades do end up dealing a lot of damage, but he doesn't know Soft here. Gonna taunt away. Like he's fine. We'll see if London can turn that into a potential dragon now that they know Soft is on the top side. See PFI on our mini-maps charging right towards it. And PFI actually currently has a level lead on Soft right here.
I mean, this
Soft is about to ding level 8, but this is very dangerous for Merp. He's gonna have to.
This is dangerous for Resolve as well. They have no numbers on the bottom side of the map, and that tower is continuously getting rattled away at by Demoxney. Now Resolve are going to answer by getting some plates here in the bottom side, in the top side of the map, but now Resolve, they're on the potential of just losing first tower here.
They could, but take a look at the lane on the bottom side. There's actually a deep blue ward, so if Artorias isn't held in the top side, you could look to teleport in response if London
so
go too
low
deep.
though.
Yeah, there is also a teleport available for Beely if they want to make it happen. They actually saw PFI. Oh,
They're looking to go onto Jeppe, uses the Magnet Storm, gets a Deadly Flourish off. PFI's making his way over. They're delivering in with a Shen. Yusa looks to try and block, but it's not going to be quite enough here. Now Chimera's there. Now Beely's there. Artorias is on the flank. Gets himself the bear slap off. A massive Stormbringer comes down, and Artorias secures the kill onto Jeppe. Soft gets a stun off of the PFI. Shockwave lands onto Yusa, but Yusa's going to be able to survive this one now. The ball's been moved forward, but there is no Shockwave. The Sky Splitter slows down Beely, and now PFI loses his life to Soft.
Yeah.
I actually don't know who won that fight.
I want to say it was actually Resolve. Yeah, they didn't actually end up dropping a single member in all of the mayhem. Well, no, I beg your pardon. Fastleg actually died at the very, very start of the fight, but it went on for so long that he's respawned and he's already back on the map. Has a really nice gravity field on the very back end to secure that kill onto PFI. No flash. He is a Ghost Hecarim. Couldn't walk past us. Then Voxnay this.
Oh no, Den. Oh no, Den. You do have your pony coming in, but there's a
Beely's coming too.
And there's a big bear. Beely's on his way over as well. But there is a teleport coming in. Can they get the damage off in time? A lot of CC, a lot of health has been lost by Denvoxy. Artorias gets the taunt off. Yusa got that Kraken Slayer, keep in mind. So damage is there, but Fastleg will lose his life. Chimera's going to try and take first tower blood, but not going to be able to get it in time. And I think Resolve, they're going to lose out on this now.
Yeah, I think then Voxnay should be able to just come out of the bush. Oh, Hex Flash, hello.
Jeppe jumps over the wall, gets the trap, the repel, the stun, but Jeppe's going low. The tower shots are doing a lot of work as the Deadly Flourish comes in, but that's Yusa finding the kill. Soft able to survive. The Triumph heals there, but now they've got the Shockwave on to Yusa. Beely can't make the damage stick, and a tower drops in response mid-side. Two as well, one on the top side for Artorias. I don't think he quite got it with all of the plates still up, but still a 2-for-1 tower trade and a little bit of potential miscommunication. Then Voxnay not on the same page as Beely during that back end of the tower dive. I think then Voxnay was actually just hitting creeps. As I'm sure we'll get a replay of the entire thing. So it's just then Voxnay stepping a little bit too far forward. He feels confident because he's got Hepe and Beely on their way down, but not respecting that Fastleg could already be back out onto the map. As the Rel honestly buys a lot of time, gets Fastleg stunned back up in the alcove, and with the teleport coming down from Merpillion, Soft can't stay committed. They take him down in the alcove, and then it's the Hex Flash over the wall from Hepe, which sort of initiates this whole thing. And then Voxnay, you see, he has to reload once to take down the tower, and then you see he's kind of just auto-attacking creeps the whole time. As we actually come out of the replay here, potential action. The mid lane. Jeppe, Chaos Storm into the flay. They bring in the bear. You're not going to be able to get the repel off onto that one. And that is a nice kill there for Yusa 2-0-2. And I think what we're seeing is the strengths and weaknesses of London's playstyle in this game. They're playing heavily for Denvoxney. And sure, Denvoxney is ahead in CS. He, for the longest time, was ahead in experience. And they were able to find that first turret blood and a lot of plates in this bottom side because of the amount of attention they were putting. But the cost was Resolve just took the towers on the rest of the map. They just answered out globally. Yeah. And that's the problem is London are kind of hyper-focusing on getting Denvoxney fed. And you're now dealing with a pretty strong Ver. You're dealing with a pretty strong Udyr. And Yusa's done a great job of just not losing out here. You can see the gold graph is is pinging back, and Chimera has to be quite careful. No Chaos Storm, no flash. The fear comes down, the shockwave's there, and that is going to be the kill.
Oh,
the even Trojan Horse Murpin, but now Yusa actually slides forward. And oh my lord! Just assassinates the pony.
Yeah, I think Still had a plasma stack because he got stunned up by the gravity field, because I believe he used the W to actually finish up the kill there. As coming into a replay, Soft's actually running down Hepe in the live picture, but I think he's going to be okay. And yeah, so he gets stunned up here, and that actually puts a stack of plasma on him. So it allows Yusa to use the killer instinct in, unless I missed him hitting a W globally, which I don't think was the case there. So in a way, sort of fortunate for Resolve / Yusa to be able to pick up that kill, as map has definitely opened up. We are on a Cloud Rift, by the way. We've not really spoken much about the dragons, and as we do approach that, yeah.
I think he just gut punches the tower down.
It's pretty funny. With Resolve having double lane priority on the side where the dragon is, you imagine that will just be pick up, and you can even see there were pings down onto Resolve's weak side jungle camps. So Chimera, whilst he's here picking up the blue buff, he's just making sure that Hecarim isn't cross-mapping onto those camps. As I did briefly mention, this isn't necessarily the best matchup, as a Death Sentence goes in, actually.
Yeah, they can actually just jump in easily. PFI just turn to glue as Yusa gets himself his 4th kill.
Yeah,
now Chimera might look for an assassination onto Demvoxney. The Chaos Storm's there, but that's going to be the heal thrown out from Demvoxney, so he'll be safe. Has got Beely now barreling up towards him. But will be spotted out, and the Riftail gets summoned in the bottom side, so...
Alright.
Okay, Murp is there.
Yeah, I thought that Resolve were actually going to be committing onto the bottom side. I couldn't see where Yusa's portrait was because it was underneath the Threshers, so I thought that they were actually just going to go for a potential full charge down the bottom side, recognizing London were on the top side of the map there, but not going to be the case, and was of course Resolve picking up the dragon into that play. I think for London, things definitely not ideal, but for now, key members then Voxney, of course. He's approaching that second item. Judging by the build, it's looking like it's going to be the Collector second. As Chimera, waiting in the bush, doesn't have the Chaos Storm available, but the cooldown is really short. You can see 5 seconds, 3, 2, 1. He's going to look to burst in Voxney.
I think he realizes his team aren't close enough. Doesn't probably quite have the cooldown on the Shen ult as well, so looks like Chimera just going to quite happily give that one over.
Yeah.
And this will be a tower going down, and no real answer from the side of Resolve. So this will be the second one for London.
There's a nice respect there, I suppose, recognizing that London's turn on the map was likely to be on the top side, so all the way. Not quite sure what he picked up on the recall. I know he did have the Leandries beforehand, I'm pretty sure.
Not a lot is the answer. Taurus will look to try and take this tower, is able to do so, and now Soft's coming in for Jeppe. That's Bear Slap 1, and Taurus making his way over. The hook connects from fast leg, but there is no follow-up.
And now we essentially approach the portion of the game where Resolve slow the tempo down and they start to suffocate London out of resources. They are going for Yusa.
Yeah, he flashes away from the ulti. They got Shen coming in. The teleports are there. Yusa gets healed. The Magna Storm slows him, but it's not going to be enough. And now they're jumping onto Artorias. Soft coming in on the flank. Chimera flashes forward. The Chaos Storm's there. Soft flash bear stuns. And here comes the bear onto the backline. Demvoxney being chased for the moment. Yusa free firing off. They get themselves one shot down. It's a 1-1
Hold on a minute.
so far. Yusa needs to dodge away on these shots, but he gets clipped by the one. And that's enough for another kill for the side of London. But a hook connects him to Merpillion. No flay, but the gravity field will find a stun. London find themselves the team fight victory here. And with this tower too low, and Chimera maybe a little bit too hesitant to step up, they won't be able to throw in that turret forever.
Yo, that shot from Demvoxney was sick. I don't know if he intended it or not, but he actually caught Yusa mid-lantern, bent the bullet around Chimera to make that one happen. Real good aim from the London AD carry, and London actually come out ahead as, okay. I think Soft is going to run PFI down here. I don't think there's any answer.
He's got the red buffs. There's no escape in that one.
Yeah, and on top of the Cloud Rift too, so Soft, of course, not being slowed up by anything, whereas PFI was, so even more movement speed. As, the pick on the jungler could actually signify a Baron. It's just spawned up a minute ago. London actually recognizing the potential danger of it occurring, and yeah, Resolve are going to start this one up, and this is really dangerous for London. They don't have the frontline engager that is PFI, and they're walking completely into fog.
Oh, that was so close. Fast leg fishing away there. Meanwhile, this Baron is slowly going down. They are going to give it up. It was a bit of a damage check from Resolve. Yusa, he's strong, but he wasn't quite that strong. He's down pretty significantly to Denvoxy. Could we get a quick toggle on the gold observer and just see where we are right now between all of these players? 10,000 gold Denvoxy's got to the almost 8,000. So it's about a 2,200 gold lead for Denvoxy. But as we move back into the replay, we can see this team fight.
Yeah, and it just starts with Yusuf being relatively far up the lane, not even really punishable realistically, but London go for it anyway. And they don't commit for the tower dive. Very good sort of discipline there to not commit. And Artorias on the back line tries to dive forward onto the Denvoxy, and with one final auto attack, the passive actually takes down Hepe. And then this is where the bullet, look at the third bullet, clips onto onto Yusa mid-lantern. I think he was actually going for Chimera, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Cosplaying Angelina Jolie from Wanted. Very good stuff on that shot, but PFI tries to go for the blue buff, doesn't actually see the animal man.
We need to go back to like real time.
Yeah, we do.
Just while we're in that replay, Artorias flashed into Denvoxy, and Denvoxy just gale forced away. AD carries, fun stuff.
Balance.
But it looks like Soft is just going to move over and look to secure the third dragon for his team. We talked quite a lot about the Cloud Drakes on Udyr yesterday, but it is really nice for him. Just reducing those global cooldowns. Huge stuff. And Resolve actually, you know, Yusa's going to want to have his ultimate as regularly available as possible, as he hasn't gone Gale Force, so that is his movement. But now, London are coming in. PFI's on the flank. The curtain is getting cooled. Yusa tries to kite back. Doesn't get caught out by the fear. The Magnus Storm is pretty big. But now Zealand's getting chucked out. And here comes the bear onto the backline. PFI now almost caught out as they found themselves one with Yusa already. Artorias is just chasing them up down. The Sky Splitter shield is on. And now Artorias is on the shockwave. Massive shockwave by Feely. But the shields are just too big. Chimera chasing. The gravity form is there. And just finally, Artorias loses his life. Playing such a big front line as a bouncing grenade secures Denvoxy the double kill. Chimera has to kite back. He's the only one with the health bars to work. And London are team fighting so flawlessly here versus Resolve.
Yeah, Resolve are just all over the place. And honestly, London, the response is absolutely stellar from them in these team fights. That one there, a little more risky. They actually left Denvoxy all on his lonesome. He had both of his summoner spells and the Gale Force available to kite away from the volley bear though, so he was okay. So it all starts off with PFI taking the long route around. He has the Shen on top of him, but look, in the back line, that's where all the action's actually going on, because Artorias is trying to solo kill the carry, the star man of London, but fortunately, he makes it away. On the opposite side, Yusa finds Hepe, but there's not really much going on. The Sky Splitter shield barely misses out on Denvoxy, and then that's when the remainder of the team come in. But look at the shockwave disrupting the remainder of Resolve, coming in and aiding their top laner, who then eventually gets slowed down as, oh, hello, yeah, I agree. What's going on here?
Soft's taking a frog, and he might lose his life for it.
Yeah, Soft is going to die.
He has nowhere to go. They trapped the repel. He is caught out, and the shutdown
could be Baron.
Denvoxy. That could be Baron. One thing, but the actual ooh was Yusa's item choices. He's got the Serpent Fang. There's a lot of shields, and he wants to cut through those. But Baron is going to get started. I just don't think Resolve are in a position to even contest this. Artorias got that teleport. They spot them out now, finally. But I think they're just going to trade Dragon some towers here.
It's the only thing they can do.
Best scenario for Resolve right now.
Yeah, I mean, if Resolve walk into the Baron here, they're just kind of flipping whether Hepe. Okay,
that's a Serpent Fang on Yusa. He might kill him. He's got the Void Seeker. Not going to Killer Instinct. He took a lot of damage from that tower.
Yeah. But yeah, best case scenario really for Resolve was to just try and take something off the map away from the Baron, because it's just risky flipping a 4v5. Even if Chimera is so strong, has all the AoE, and you have London in the pit, which doesn't seem like it's worth it. And all of a sudden, gold lead dissipated on the Resolve side. It's now London with the Baron buff in pocket, up around 800 gold. So realistically, near dead even at this stage of the game. But with that Baron buff, it means that they could lay siege to some of the inner towers here, as Yusa's picking up the red buff. And Resolve, they're going to have to kind of just play on the back foot temporarily. And then Voxney, after those set of events, is actually now sat on 3.5 items.
Also, he's got Chem Tank. He's looking for Den Voxney to attract the repel, but Den can't run too far. Yusa slides into the back. That Serpent's Fang doing lots of the shield, but the charge is there, and Den Voxney finds the kill. Now Artorias, they can't kill him. And Den Voxney remains untouched. The curtain has been called again, and Soft will lose his life. London's health bars are still pretty low. PFI gets chunked out. Artorias cut away from the rest of his team, though. They looked for the play, and London just turned it so fast.
For the first time in the entire split, Resolve genuinely look like they are on the back foot. London are pushing these guys towards the edge. I mean, I think they're working with maybe 7 or 6 fingers left on the cliff. London are pushing into the base with this Baron buff. Chimera can't even really wave clear the Baron buffed up minions. They are going to back away because the respawn timers are still relatively short. Stops coming up in 5 seconds and Yusa is alive, but they just weren't able to find lethal through all of the shielding and CC available to London on the retreat from that engage from Soft. And
it's a 4-item Jhin. This is Resolve. They played around everywhere but bot side, and this is the problem. Den Voxney once again just secretly gets fed. He just quietly is left to his own devices. Resolve were trading cross-map objectives, and sure, that was enough to keep them ahead in gold, but Den Voxney was just picking up solo plates, picking up solo farm. He has a 42 CS lead over Yusa. He's got 704 on the score, 4 items in his inventory, 5 if you include the boots, 14,000 gold to 10,000 gold. There's 4,000 gold and 2 levels between him and Yusa right now. Yusa still working towards his 3rd item. You just can't leave Den Voxney alone. You have to deal with it. Now, Torius might look for Beely. Although
I think will stay in the wings. Should be okay. And not only that, London, they're going to actually pick up this dragon. So no soul pick up. Whilst the soul wouldn't necessarily have that much of an impact necessarily between either of these 2 team compositions, though, you know, lots of arguments because, you know, pretty big ultimates, particularly Stand United on Slaughter of Shadows and Hecarim getting all the bonus movement speed off the soul, delaying the Elder as well, potentially from spawning out onto the map. Relatively big deal, because if Resolve flip a good fight at that Elder Dragon, had they picked up this dragon here and they get it, it could have been positive. But look, Artorias actually going to get killed.
He's going to have to slam out, but he is forced to resurrect already. GA burn. Soft's making his way over. Artorias able to survive, though, thanks to the Guardian Angel. Just not enough vision. They're trying to defend where they can't. And now, only 2 turrets in this game exist outside of the base, and that is both the top lane tier 2s.
What a crazy game.
What a crazy game. Finally, Yusa's picked up his Hurricane. I like the Serpent Fang, but you thought that would get jumped onto earlier. The Guardian procced. Oh no, so Aftershock procced the. It's like I don't actually know how they can kill him. Like even with the Serpent's Fang, they couldn't cut through the shields quick enough.
Yeah, I mean, whilst I like the adaptation because of how many shields there are present, I just don't think it's giving him the correct amount of oomph. He's also lacking some of the critical strike damage as Pepe not able to find the stun on Chimera mid lantern, but blowing Chimera's flash, pretty big deal when you've got the Hecarim and the Shen in the game. Makes him a very vulnerable target, and he doesn't have that stopwatch available. It's a broken stopwatch right now. He's gonna have to wait a very long time until he gets to actually upgrade that into a Zonya's, because I imagine he probably wants a Void Staff next. So he's gonna have to make up his mind. That Blight Angel is a relatively good item to just sit on.
I feel like if there was a collector on Yusa, maybe he would have killed Den Voxney.
Maybe. I mean,
I can't remember how low Den Voxney got in that play.
If you think about the maths too, just having that additional percent to crit, like it could have genuinely been the difference maker. But there's no way of really telling about running the simulations, which here...
you shoulda, coulda, wouldas.
Yeah, exactly. Right now, it's London, honestly, firmly in the driver's seat of this game right now.
But it does feel like London waiting for their next objective before they really want to do anything. We've got the Baron in 23 seconds. There's a little bit of warding in the area from both teams. Nothing too substantial, nothing too definitive yet. Although, with the fact that they got top and mid pushing, does look like London are the ones in control of the area. And on the other side of the map, Resolve are just using their resources to crack open this tower.
Yeah, so they're going to know Yusa's here now. Whether they go for the dive onto the Shen is interesting, but this is a 4v3 and a 2v1 occurring at the same time, I feel like London are just going to win out. You can see Chimera can't even really step up at risk of an engage. I think we're for a base racing.
We're not base racing. I mean, Chimera can try and one-shot the wave, but that's already so much damage onto the tower. The charge is coming in. The towers have been turned off inside the base, and that's going to be the end of wave clear. This is going to be the end of the game, but the tower number one's gone down.
The other side.
Inside the base, they're also doing another one. This is so close. The Nexuses are exposed, and it's going to be Yusa able to find the kill. The Nexus is going down, and it's going to be London with the base race. Resolve finally drop a game.
Resolve drop a game in one of the most curious ways I think I've seen in the UKLC throughout the entire split. A damned base race, and not only that, it was so close. They had the Nexus exposed. I would love to actually see the HP value on the on the London Nexus, but my God, we said it. We said it at the start of the day. Would today finally be the day? At the very least, even if Resolve come out and win the series, would they drop a game? The answer is yes. London have come out swinging.
I mean, Den Voxney came out swinging as well. That guy looked so good in this game. This is what we see from Den Voxney whenever London do get wins. They play through him. He is such a power to be reckoned with, and Resolve just didn't have an answer. And their attempt at the end was, okay, we just base race. I don't think London thought they were going to win there. I think they were quite happy just taking an Nexus, an inhibitor, and then stepping away with the trade of inhibs because they had an open inhib mid and probably just translate that into Baron. But I think Resolve felt pressured to the point where they thought a base race was their only option. Merp was genuinely the hero of that, by the way. Unfortunately, we don't have a picture-in-picture, so we couldn't really see what was going on at the same times, but their Nexus was exposed first for the side of London. Resolve actually was shooting at the Nexus first, but the taunts and just the CC was stopping Yusa from actually dealing damage to the Nexus long enough that it bought enough time. Honestly, absolute madness. We're going to throw to a break, and when we're back, we'll talk a little bit more about that game. We'll see you in a second.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone so long. Can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. You move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the UKLC. Resolve finally lose, and not a great place for them to lose as well in the first game of the finals. Jamada, that was a corker of a game, and honestly, props to Denvoxney. That dude got so fed.
I mean, props to Denvoxney, sure, but props to the whole of London for propping him up and allowing him to carry that game, and honestly playing around these team fights so well. And this is actually a pretty good fight to highlight just that. So London go for a pretty aggressive play here, and you know, Resolve obviously return in kind with multiple members coming down to fight, and Artorias immediately beelines onto Denvoxney on the backside. But just look at all of the members of London that immediately return to his aid. Hepe even dying for the cause. Mapillion doing the same thing, and that was such a beautiful shot from the curtain call to pick up Yusa mid-lantern flight. And honestly, there's quite a few team fights like this where multiple members, particularly Artorias, was constantly trying to pressure Denvoxney. Again, another attempted engage from Soft this time, and I mean, we see Yusa slide in, has the Serpent Spank at this point, but there's just not enough damage to actually bring him down below lethal, and it's just so many shields, so much peeling to actually allow Denvoxney to kite out, get those auto attacks down, and then reposition for the curtain calls.
So what needs to change? What needs to change going into this game? If you're now put yourself, let's do some roleplay. You put yourself in the position of Resolve's coach. What do they need to do?
I mean, I think the issue here for Resolve, at least sort of in the mid game in particular, I feel, was the general lack of direct primary hard engage. Because yes, there are champions here on the Resolve draft that can move forward and of course can find picks, but that's the key differentiator. There's champions here that are made for picks, and there are champions here that aren't made necessarily for engaging. They're more sort of follow-up engage, disruptors in the case of Udyr. And it just meant that it gave London ample time to actually respond to the Resolve sort of cavalry charging forward every single time. And they're actually allowed to lay the shields onto Denvoxney consistently and keep him alive whilst he just kited out the melee champions of Resolve.
Yeah, it was... I would like to see a bit of just go back to ease of execution. Like that comp was not an easy comp to run for Resolve. And sure, they've had a fantastic split, but I feel like you're in the finals. You draft a comp which is, you know, it has its obvious weaknesses, and then you leave your bot lane alone versus a team but play through bot lane. I think that's the big thing to note is London don't really care about topside. They don't really. I mean, obviously Beely's a fantastic mid laner, but that's why they don't really care about him. They just leave him to do his own thing. Yeah. He's fine. They play through Denvoxney. Denvoxney is a very resource-intensive AD carry. He looks to get items ahead. He looks to get levels ahead over his alternative AD carry and crush through there. And I think if you let that happen again, Denvoxney will just 2-0 your series. Oh, well, not 2, it's a 3 best of 5s, but
it's 5 today. Yeah.
You know, he will put this into 2-0. So I think if you're Resolve, you need to look to play through bot lane again. And I think if you're London, just keep it up. That was exactly what they needed. Now, Jamada, you had a moment you liked, so let's talk about that.
Yeah, so this was kind of the first chain of the start of the first chain of fights where London started to actually look like they could be taking down Resolve in this game. And I believe this is the third Cloud Dragon here. And just to sort of highlight some of the positioning coming into this fight, we have Artorias up here coming from the mid lane, and we've got PFI actually on the flank looking to come down all the way around and sort of get, oh, I've gone off the screen. There we go. Come all the way around and sort of find a nice angle for an onslaught of shadows. That's the setup for London. And Resolve, you can see they're obviously already on the dragon. They're looking to execute it. And let's just roll the clip out. And you can see PFI, he starts to charge up. He's got the ghost ready. He has the Shenna armor on top of him, and they actually come in. But let's take a look on the backside, because this is where things are actually more interesting than the big clump, the big meat grinder, because you can see Artorias, not the first time in this game that he's trying to assassinate Denvoxney on the backside, but he's got Summoner spells, he's got Gale Force, so many just sort of mobility spells available to keep him alive. You even see Soft come in to try and help finish him off. And meanwhile, on the backside, on the front side, I suppose, this fight, you can see Hepe overcommitting to keep the rest of Resolve down here and away. But look at Denvoxney up here. He's just fast enough to stay away from all of the Sky Splitter shields, and look at the shockwave. It disrupts everyone. It takes them low enough to the point where Resolve, not only do they have to try and focus down Beely and take him down, but they can't move forward and help out their top laner. And all the while, Denvoxney left pretty much for free, and the bouncing grenade actually takes down the support of Resolve on the back out of the fight. And I mean, London, I was even saying mid-class, they could have chased this down, but again, discipline from them in the mid-game. This is what the key thing for them coming into the series that we didn't see yesterday was a little more discipline in the mid-game. And that there is kind of also a smaller micro example of that. Oh, well, yeah. It was nice knowing you, buddy. Yeah. Yeah.
We fall so hard to tend the gardens for strong and lonely hearts. The roofs are falling under the bulls left in the summer, striving to find places for cover. We can't look back. Breaking your backs and falling on the stone. Out on my own. This land of which we claimed, wash it from our hands. Don't flinch or move a mile. It's safer for the houses are proud. We'll live near the forest. Say all your prayers. Ears to the ground. We can't look back. Breaking your backs and falling on the stone. Out on my own. Breaking your backs and falling on the stone. Out on my own. Turning back.
Ain't I mistaken? I've been here before. All my body is aching, shaking to the core. Wherever you go is a heaven, 724. Now don't come be misbehaving, but I'm craving a little more. Can't keep my thoughts inside, don't want no place to hide. Can't get you off my mind, all night and day. You always played it cool, oh but I ain't no fool. I know you feel it too, so what do you say? Well, I'ma give it a try, baby. Don't let the summer go by, baby. No, don't wanna say goodbye, baby. Maybe we should give it a try. Why don't we give it a try? Ain't no mistaken, I'm taken with you. All my body is aching, awaken anew. Oh.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. We're getting ready to go into game number 2 of this best of 5 of the grand finals here at the UKLC. And a very, very surprising win there from London. I think we all came in with high expectations for Resolve. I mean, I have high expectations for London as well, but Resolve just have been stellar all season long. And that was not what I expected from game 1 of this series. And now it's really on how did Resolve handle a loss? We've not seen them lose so far.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting one because not only is it the first time that we've seen them lose, but we're in a series. They have to play directly after that loss. There's no downtime. Realistically, there's 15 minutes between the Nexus exploding and then this next game starting up. So there is not a lot of time realistically to just mental reset and say, okay, as a player, from the perspective of a player, where did I go wrong? When you have to sit there with the rest of the players and your staff to talk about what you want to do for the next game. So I think London, in that sense, they've got even potentially some kind of mental edge there now going for them. And obviously they're going into this game too with the momentum of that win. So very interesting.
Crucially, we've had a side swap. So London are on the blue side, Resolve on the red side. We'll see what that does to picks and bans. Azir being typically Resolve's first ban. London have decided to take away the Gnar. It is so solid, so it kind of makes sense. We'll see what Resolve probably take away the Azir in this first rotation.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I feel like it is likely going to be one of the bans, if not the first. For now, though, we're going to see the Skarner removed away, the Gnar again. Not going to have Artorias on that one after yesterday, I believe, and Senna also being removed away. So curious on what London are actually going to look to prioritize as the first pick. Obviously, our minds immediately go to the Gragas, but it was banned away by Resolve the last time out. This time, Resolve actually banning Hecarim themselves. So let's see what's going to go on here, because with the Skarner ban and the Hecarim ban, Resolve being on red side are kind of obligated to remove away the Udyr too. So London, they can kind of remove away whatever they don't want to trade out for their first pick. And in this case, it's going to be Rel. And we'll have to see whether Resolve want to actually give over the Udyr to PFI.
Yeah, interesting. So they have actually left that Azir up, and
they have to pick between either of the two bans.
I feel like the Udyr, right? Because with the fact that the oh no, Lilia. Okay, so they go for the Lilia. So they leave the Udyr open and see what London decides to kind of rotate as their first pick up here. With that Udyr open, I kind of feel like that would be the one, but it could also be a bit of a call to PFI saying, do you play it?
Yeah, because I don't think PFI's actually had an Udyr game this split, but it's Udyr, right? Like, I don't actually know. It's like the Annie of the jungle, but Seraphine's also slipped through. So, okay, they actually prioritize the Seraphine over it. Okay, let's see what the Resolve rotation is then, because you have to immediately then think, okay, Udyr plus what, right? You've got all the supports available. You've got Kai'Sa if you want to take that away from Den Voxnay again and have Yusa on it. But honestly, after the last game, you start to think, well, do we even want to take that trade? But that being said, Resolve opted not to ban away AD carries. They opted not to remove away the Jhin from Den Voxnay or even the Xayah either. They went for 2 top lane bans or a top lane and a mid lane ban. So let's see what the rotation is going to be. For one, it's going to be the Thresh. I think that's totally okay. I wonder if we see Yusa return back to the Aphelios of this rotation. That's something that we could actually see come out. Okay, yeah, okay. 1-2, obviously we saw it a couple of patches back. So with the fresh immediate R1, I was like, maybe this is what we see in this time around. Because now it kind of, with that bot lane, says, London, you're not going to be allowed in most worlds to play Seraphine in the bottom side, or you're probably going to get smashed in the 2v2. So now it kind of says to London, hey, we can just take the Udyr now with the Seraphine. It's such a powerful 2v2. And I mean, okay, Seraphine is just gonna buff up the Udyr to ridiculous lengths, and London, whilst they've now taken the Udyr, means that they have to pick between either their AD carry or support here. As I'm kind of predicting the Seraphine is gonna end up in the mid lane now. Though of course still has the flexibility of also playing in the AD slot as, oh wow.
Yeah, I forgot about that one.
Yeah, we're getting Lucian, so okay, I guess it's going to end up being Seraphine in the bottom side. Though, of course, Lucian still can be flexed top, mid, and in some very rare instances, AD carry, but into the Aphelios Thresh, I don't necessarily see it being a great option, as now we're just going to see Artorias locking the Camille. So very powerful picks across the board. Many of these champions, particularly on the Resolve side of things, sort of champions we associate with these players. Fastleg has played Thresh for an eternity. Aphelios, since it has been out, has been one of Yusa's favorite champions, and every top laner loves Camille, so it's kind of hard to not see that one being a pick, as I think the Renekton ban this time around makes a whole bunch more sense for Resolve. as London, you would imagine, just look to pinch out the jungle pool even further down, see how far Soft has to reach into his back pocket.
Yeah, I feel like that's why they went for the Camille there.
Yeah.
They knew the jungle pool had already been pinched pretty hard. They were kind of okay with it maybe getting pinched a bit harder. We could just see him return to something like a Jarvan. I mean, when you've got a Camille, it's a bit weird. You already got lots of lockdown. I think like things like the Galio have to be something London has to be careful of. Obviously, picking Galio into Lucian gives you a pretty rough laning phase. But when we're talking ease of execution, we're talking about that isolation in team fights, it is disgusting to deal with. So top lane is getting banned away. There's going to be the Renekton and the Malphite. And the Graves and the Olaf are going to be the jungle bans from London.
Soft, honestly, might have to default to Lee Sin.
Ooh, that's an old one for him, actually.
I'm actually thinking about the champions that are up and actually playable. The only one that's obviously the counter to Udyr is the Jarvan, but would he be willing to pick Jarvan into so little being shown from London? I don't know. And I mean, the hover's there. I think it has to be the case. So we're going to get...
First of the season, actually.
First of the season, because he's played so little champions. His champion pool has not really been tested to this depth before. And that's just going to be it. And the thing about this matchup is Udyr wins this jungle matchup 1v1. So Soft is going to have to find these early ganks to actually make up for the fact that, one, Udyr can out-skirmish him, and two, he's going to also outpace him in the jungle. So he's going to have to find a lot of utility, particularly in the mid-game, and trying to find some of these insect kicks onto the carries, as Merpillion's going to be the one piloting out the volley bear this time around. He's taking that one away from Altorius. And now it's about where this Seraphine's going, whether it's going to be AD or support. And with Thresh being there, I think AD makes a lot more sense. And the Alistar, just to sort of provide some more frontline and peel to that Seraphine, is going to be it. And I don't mind what London are running. It's a little bit scary into the Resolve side because there's so much scaling inside of the top side and the AD carry role. But Seraphine can buff up these melee short-range champions to the high heavens and probably honestly close the scaling gap that is currently present between these two compositions. So I think, again, both these team comps, lots of strengths, lots of weaknesses between the two. And I think it's going to be more on the execution, especially after Resolve finally dropping their first game.
Wow. Well,
yeah, I rambled a lot.
Hold on. Are we going to see Seraphine bot lane with the Alistar?
Yeah.
Okay, so that is the plan.
Yeah.
Okay. So in my head it was Lucian bot, Seraphine mid, but actually no, I like this because Syndra gets locked in. It's going to look for lane prio, so you want something that's going to be able to bully that Syndra and deal with it. So Beely, we know, has played this Lucian a fair amount. It's post 20 seconds, so that's guaranteed that this is the lane assignments here for London. And this is a big switch up because I was going on, all series long, I've gone on about how London's main win condition is Denvoxney. He is their superstar AD carry. He's not playing an AD carry this game. He's playing the Seraphine. He plays, obviously, it does a lot of damage, but it's still typically more supportive and team fight orientated and playing around your team. So it's a bit of a change here for Denvoxney from what we're used to from him as a player anyway. The closest thing I can think of was like for a caster for Denvoxney is Ezreal, because he did play a lot of Ezreal back when it was strong, and it's kind of like a caster AD carry. Mm-hmm. But yeah, this is going to be a bit of a change for London. We'll have to see how they can handle that. And over on the side of Resolve, can they bounce back from that loss? It was a pretty crushing defeat. They tried something and they got completely caught out.
It's not even the fact that it was necessarily a crushing defeat, because the game was relatively close right up until around London got the Baron. But it was more about the way that they lost, right? It's the fact that it was in the base race manner. So it's not just the first loss of the split for them. They lose it to a base race. That is one of the most demoralizing ways to lose a game in League of Legends. I can promise you that. So it is truly on how are Resolve going to bounce back with this team composition. There's practically comfort across the board. It doesn't get much more comfort than picking Lee Sin in Season 11. I don't really know what else to say to you. So let's see. And as well, Resolve, they're on red side. It's one of the first times we're going to see them on the red side this split, because they've primarily been on blue just because of how the side selection has worked this split, being split between both the teams depending on the round robin. So it's probably about their second or third stage game so far on red. So let's see how it swings up.
Well, on to the Rift for game number 2. Stakes are high. If Resolve can find this win, the last 2 games don't matter. It's just the best of 3. If London find the win, they are 1 away from a clean sweep over Resolve. the team that were undefeated in the regular split, undefeated in the playoffs until 15 minutes ago.
Yeah. And you have to wonder the storyline that would be. The superstar roster making it all the way to finals just to fumble everything come those finals. Now, of course, both these teams, they are Intellia Masters, and if you are active in the scene, you know Resolve, their goal is to promote into the NLC, but you want to go into Intellia Masters being the champions, right? You do anything less than first for this roster realistically is failure. So
yeah,
you don't want to, hell, you don't even want to drop another game after the crushing defeat of losing to a base race. You don't want to lose another game. So I think the draft has kind of reflected that in a way with so much comfort, but I think giving over so many power picks is such a risky play.
Well, got the shove here in the bot side for the side of Resolve. Top lane, pretty scrappy at the moment, but level 2 was hit by Mopillion, so he's going to have much more comfortable time for Notorious right now. So Notorious has obviously got cookies to sustain through this lane, and we'll hit 2 on this wave as it crashes in.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting early game, particularly surrounding Soft on the Lee Sin. It's not a champion you see very frequently this season. It definitely one of the champions that suffered probably the most because of the jungle changes. With the removal of Machete, his clear speed's just a lot worse. His build path has been pretty...
what do you do?
Yeah, so there's like a lot of options. I'll be curious to see what Soft will go for. Of course, when Gore Drinker was very strong, everyone was going Gore Drinker. Naturally, so as... That's not fair. We're naturally going Gore Drinker. But now you do see a lot of Eclipse. You even see some Prowler's Claw Lee Sin feeling a bit spicy, but we'll have to see.
That's the skillless insect, that is.
Yeah, that's the skillless insect, because PFI is actually coming through the lane to try and secure priority, but I think Soft should have the Skull Crab already. Yeah.
Chimera's coming down as well on the flank. He's playing in the Tri-Rush. We'll find them out here. Gets a good scatter on. Soft jumps forward, lines the kick. The flame comes down, and that is first blood for Yusa. A fantastic hook by Fastleg, and a double kill for Yusa.
Double kill for Yusa. Double buffs for Yusa as well. So he's going to be feeling real comfortable. And on the top side, Pillion also ate a really terrible trade, apparently off screen. And just a really nice use of, I think Chimera cheated prior. I think he just left his lane because you can see there's a wave crashing under his tower. Could depend on the timing, as BD is actually using his time to potentially roam up to the top side. And Artorias could actually interrupt that recall.
He's gonna. Oh, it's too slow.
Just a bit too slow.
Mistimed it a little bit.
Yeah.
So Merp was full health. He just took an empowered Q from Notorious. That's all that was.
Ah, yeah, from full HP. So really nice usage of vision here from Chimera. Just sort of sticking to the wall, making sure he's not going to be spotted out until the last second to give PFI the least amount of time to react with a flash. And I think Fastleg was actually aiming for the Udyr, but just in a straight line as Flash is being burnt on the bottom side. I think Yusa and Voxnay both flashing. Hepe flashed, of course, in that replay, but still got clipped by that death sentence. So flash for flash in the AD carry roll. Fastleg's probably going to interrupt, that recall and
being a nuisance.
Yeah, being a nuisance. And Soft now over vision with Chimera, going to look to try and make this topside dive happen. This is exactly what Lee Sin has to do in this kind of game. You have to be active, otherwise it will just take over.
Easy setup with a hook shot. Yeah. There's the kick. There's the scatter of the week. Soft finds the kills. Chimera tanks one shot.
Yeah, Resolve, they're angry.
They are mad.
The bear has been poked, even though it's London with both the bears. Now, London, they're going to be responding with this Cloud Dragon in kind. I think it's about the only play they could make. Fortunately, there are no jungle camps on the top side for Soft to steal away, so it's actually a pretty clean cross map, all things considered, though. Resolve, of course, naturally going to be winning out in the gold department. So much XP and gold being missed out through those minions. And Artorias already a level up. He's probably pretty comfortably on his way to level 6, whilst Mopillion's still level 4. So we could see a pretty big... Yeah, wow, he is not even 20% away from that level 6 mark, whereas Mopillion just ticked over to that level 5. So I have to see how things develop in the top side, because typically Resolve have just left Artorias to his own devices, and he's normally one out versus most of the top laners here. This game, very early dive to sort of get him rolling. We'll see if the focus continues to be up there, particularly with the Dragon being gone. Soft doesn't really have much of an obligation to be on the bottom side unless it's as an answer to PFI potentially threatening a gank. So see, because if Artorias does get pretty fed, there's not a crazy good answer on the side lane to a split push. Yes, Volibear will, you know, be a pretty big nuisance. He will slow her down, but it's not going to be like a dueling type scenario where you've got a Jax or you've got Fiora or you just got another split pusher who can match the damage output. Volibear will eventually have to just watch his towers slowly die.
And I think Chimera's done a fantastic job of keeping himself equal in farm when he's actually been roaming a lot. Went for that bot side double kill, was involved in the top lane kill, 100% kill participation with him and Soft. Just Beely went for a cross map on the other side, but wasn't able to actually find anything to Artorias. So while he's equal in farm, Chimera's achieving stuff as well as keeping himself equal up in farm. So nice stuff from Chimera, to be completely fair. Now, PFI has to be careful. Has got that level 6 mark while Soft doesn't.
Well, who has priority? Who's moving first is Chimera. And it's like Artorias and Merp are equal.
He's got a Mookow with him, though. So I think they're actually just healing the crab.
They're even going to throw it over the wall. Oh, the red buff blocked the Q. It's going to return to the river. Yeah, he's on his way, scuttling back. Are they going to stick around long enough to know?
They know he's there. There it is.
Look at the blue missing thing too. Oh, it's beautiful, but it's all a bait. It's all a
They're so mad. They're chasing him down. PFI has to flash. Looking for that tactical sweep. They're not going to get it. Soft's got kick, and now Jeppe gets the pole off. The scan of the week's not going to be quite enough. The flame comes back. Fast leg is bopped out, and the kill will be gifted over to Chimera.
Intentional or not, that was pretty hilarious. Honestly, PFI being baited back in by the Skull Crab. It's honestly, it's a work of art. What we just saw.
Oh no, PFI.
Nah, he's not gonna. No. That.
Could you imagine? Cheeky hook steals that one.
I don't want to imagine hip brain, and that's as Fast Legs now return back down to the bottom side.
They've got to be careful. That's a great hook. They've got the flay.
No
they
flash.
They have too much more CC, but the ultimate's gonna connect. Fast leg beautifully aggroing the tower there. Able to survive that one. No heal, though, so they just have to be a little bit careful. I think Fast Leg will get away in time. 3-0 onto Yusa. Then Voxney, this is why we see him play AD carries and not mages.
I mean, it is a little bit unfortunate, just because of the way the XP is. Then Voxney wasn't quite able to actually secure level 6. If he had the Encore available, could have maybe made that a 1-for-1, but let's see what happens here with this invade as, a little bit of a misstep with the blast cone, and everyone's just gonna wave at each other and leave. No one's interested in this guy. Alright, well, maybe Hepe was. But...
He doesn't have vision.
Yeah, he doesn't know. He's just being a human ward right now.
It's not gone that bad. You haven't fed that bad yet, Jeppe. You're still valuable to the team.
What we need
there we go. Level 6 for Den Voxney now, so he's got the Encore.
Yeah, so what we do need to start looking at is how these fights are actually going to take place and develop come the mid game. We are still a little whiles out before we probably see any major skirmishes, but I'm bringing it up because we are 40 seconds away from this second dragon, so could see something develop, given the fact that Merp's teleport, I mean, it's a little bit out of sync with this dragon, but I won't be too far away, but I'm going to have to hold that point because we've got a potential engage going on down here.
Holding back, waiting for that lantern. The Encore's going to get fired, but it's not going to connect. Fast Leg eating all of the culling. Resolve get away with their lives. That was beautifully played by them in the top side. In London now, it's them who are struggling in this game too.
Yeah, and I mean, Merpillion's not even going to be able to break that freeze, so it's going to miss out there. And Sloth actually has the Herald in his pocket, so we could just see a repeat of game 1 where Resolve effectively take most of, if not all of the tower in this one shove with the Herald. This time it looks like they're going to get it low enough. Oh, that's going to leave it on 1 HP. Yeah.
Oh, just a little bit too low.
Okay. Well, talking about how the fights are going to go down, we have to keep our eyes on Artorias to see how he actually approaches the fights, whether he's able to find flank angles, whether he has to go in sort of frontal. Because approaching London with this kind of composition from one direction can definitely be a bit scary because of the Popstar Seraphine. You line up for that Encore and it's multi-man charms. And it can turn into a lot of damage. Now, there isn't a lot of full-up AoE from London outside of something like the Stormbringer, but it's still something to worry about. Yeah, this is the headbutt underneath the tower.
Yeah, he has the I kill you guns, but he is not going to be able to do too much. Able to jump away. Yusa somehow survives all of that mess. Meanwhile, Artorias has to deal with multiple members in his lane, but the answer will be first turret blood for Chimera. All the solo plates for him as well. Well, not all of them, but the last solo plates to himself. And Dragon gets answered out with. Towers are getting answered out with. London used a lot here topside, and with all the bonus resistances that Towers now got stacked up, the Tower's fine. Like, it's not going down yet.
Yeah, I really don't think it's worth it. And Mephidian now in a position where he
could die. Artorias gets the hook shot. He's got the ulti if he needs it, but I don't think it's even necessary. Sky Splitter shield's big, used by Artorias to dodge out. Stormbringer is used as well, and I think that's a bit of a waste from Merp to use that there. Artorias holds his tower, gets a solo kill.
Well, I'm just kind of lost for words there. That's a true head scratcher. As I think that plate's even going to drop. No one's going to pick that one up either, which is a sort of little bit of salt, just a pinch of salt in the wound, not anything crazy. But yeah, I mean, Resolve winning out on the global trade, in my opinion. 600 gold into a Syndra who has 2 very clear targets to blow up. And not only that, Seraphine and Lucian realistically do have to, well, at least Lucian has to operate with inside our range if he wants to deal damage. And Seraphine, you know, you can play more backline sort of enchanter, but eventually Chimera will be able to find an angle sooner or later. It will have to be impeccable positioning from Den Voxnay, so you're pretty happy if you resolve so much gold being funneled into the mid laner here. You can just blow up anybody. And
we've also got the Eclipse build for Soft.
Yeah.
He's got a 600 gold lead over PFI right now. Torius has to be careful. There are multiple people about as Beely and Jeppe come through. Torius hook shot gets interrupted. Beely's got the culling and Torius has to flash. The tactical sweep will be used for a slight slow, and Torius able to get away to safety. But now Soft is in the area. Torius has got teleport, but that tower will go down, so I don't think he's going to be able to teleport in time. But now Jeppe's going to get caught out. Bit of damage gets put into Jeppe. Tactical sweep and the teleport's going to get used as Artorias hook shots away to safety. Merp has to teleport for this play. Meanwhile, the bot lane could be under trouble here. The Graviton Moonlight Vigil's enough into the Scatter of the Week onto Den Voxnay to do a bit of damage, but not enough to really make it stick. He's pretty safe underneath that tower. Chimera's just catching the wave as the beat drop will slow him down. They're waiting for this wave to crash. Yusa has got the Kraken Slayer, so he is hitting like a truck right now.
Yeah, Yusa obviously picked up so many kills. He's very accelerating gold. I want to say he was about 1,000 up on Den Voxnay, and he's just, yeah, there you go. More than that, actually. About 1.5k now, as he's going to take that tower down. I don't know if he's going to do it before... Oh, no, what? Never mind, I'm completely blind. As Resolve sticking around, just make... Oh! Yeah, he knows. He knows.
Tragedy.
Yeah, he knows. It's fine. Happens as there's actually 4 members here. I think this is still going to benefit.
Oh, Yusa dodged out on the snare, but he's called out. The shutdown's there. The Unleashed Power is coming in. A massive Scatter of the Week connects by Chimera. Artorias is looking for Beely, and Beely will be next up. The Lantern to bring Soft even closer, and down goes the Mukau. A double kill for Soft. A 3-for-1 trade for Resolve. No dragon for them to take, but they're going to walk away happy from that one.
Yeah, more than happy. Yes. 3 kills. 4-1. Yes, Yusa does die, and he does give over a shutdown, but I just feel like that's a play London can never really be making. They don't have the global advantage. They're down a teleport. They should realistically know it. All starts off with the very unfortunate Flash Pulverize not landing onto the Lantern target. And once the cooldowns come back up and Yusa kind of steps back too far forward, they feel they can re-engage with the Encore on top of it. And yes, they do pick up Yusa, but eventually it's just the teleport from Artorias that kind of seals the deal on Chimera. Already kind of half roaming down to the bottom side in a sort of preemptive move to make sure they'll win out on a skirmish if it breaks out. Artorias, he's on the wrong side of the map by Camille, so he's fine. And Resolve there, a little more than 4,500 gold up, and the kills are honestly in the correct places.
Yeah, they really are. Dragon and Rift Herald are going to be on the map. Well, Rift Herald's on the map now. Dragon's going to be on the map in a moment. So could see some scrapping over these objectives or a trade. Now, London have leaned very heavily towards this top side of the map. So they do have control of the immediate area, but they do have to be careful as Soft is fishing for people, but he also is in response getting fished out himself. Multiple members collapsing in, and Soft caught out. The teleport's coming in. He flashes away from the pulverized headbutt combo, and now Chimera has the flank. Trample's going to wear out, and Scatter the Weak only connects onto one.
Yeah.
The Rift Herald's going to get started up. Resolve may just give this one over.
Yeah.
Looks like they're not really overly interested in stepping forward, as Jeppe going to get spotted out as he hex flashes out of the pixel brush, and Chimera's coming in on the flank. Big Scatter of the Week could come down as Beely and Jeppe are caught out by this one, as Soft has the kick on the Sonic Strike. Looking to jump in and see if he can secure that one. The Encore comes down. I didn't see who got it. It was Resolve. They stole it away. Artorias in the middle of free will lose his life. The health bars on the side of London very, very low. Merp melted through as PFI and Sophos having a scrap, but Soft has found Jeppe as he jumps over the wall. Yusa has the kill your guns, and Soft just secures himself yet another double kill. It is another Resolve victory in the team fight.
Yeah, Soft on the top side of that fight, 2v1ing, assassinating the Seraphine. The very top of our screens, and kind of silent carrying that fight as we was kind of keeping our eyes on the front of what was going on, as it is Resolve that pick up this Herald. I believe Soft won out on the Smite fight, and
yeah,
there you go. And we see Artorias go in trying to take down Beely, but too many members collapse. And just look at the top side. Soft lands a Sonic Wave, lands in and just blows all of his buttons on top of the Seraphine. Nothing she can really do about that. Don't think she had flash available at the time of that replay. It kind of looks like she does, but she doesn't. And of course, Wartop's over the wall, finds himself a beef burger. So Resolve win out pretty handily in that skirmish. And I think after game one, a bit of a wake-up call.
Yeah,
potentially.
That was their coffee.
Yeah, they recognizing they can't just cruise through this this series. London aren't a team that you can just kind of play 50% awake and expect to just win. 5k gold lead.
And it's a much better game from Yusa. 4-1-4 on the Aphelios. It's a comfort game, and it's doing great here for Resolve. They've got a 5-0 free Lee Sin. I think this is the first Lee Sin ever we've had in the UKLC this split. And who better than Soft, the man we think of? And I have questions for London now. They had a great game one. They had a really good game plan. And the Seraphine was open, so they felt like they wanted to give that to Voxney. Voxney will land the ulti as they do get the kickoff on Soft onto Beely now as well. Followed up, Fastleg's making his way over. The Lantern's down as the hook hits onto the minions, but the play's going to be enough. A great Moonlight Vigil from Yusa as Beely throws the culling out. Tanked up quite a lot by both Fastleg as the Taurus is fighting Mappillion on the other side. Hook shots over the wall. Now Jeppe caught out by the Sonic Strike. He gets the pole back onto Soft. Scatter the Weak's not going to hit, and that's the shutdown for PFI. But now Beely and PFI caught out by the three members. The Blast Gone's used, the Flay's used, and that will be Beely falling to Yusa. PFI got the movement speed, and the Scatter of the Weak won't quite connect. Oh my lordy, what a fight.
Yeah, that was very interesting. Also on the bottom side, we had Artorias and Pillion duking out, and that was really unlucky on the Encore from Den Voxney, just because of the way that charms are just coded in the game. It drags the target to the closest pathing possible, and it meant that Soft actually started pathing kind of away from PFI. We'll see it in the replay. So the Encore comes, oh no, it's cut off. That's unfortunate, but doesn't really matter as it's after that engage. Then Voxney just opts to not flash really early, so he just loses his life for it. Even blows both Thunder Spells. He's gone.
He can't get out. Double bear slap. Bye-bye, Chimera.
Yeah, and
they're going to give that kill over to Mappillion. He gets the shutdown. 650 Gs in the pocket.
And they also picked up Soft's shutdown in the previous skirmish too, so there's a lot of gold actually injected back in, but it is actually just onto PFI Mappillion as, this is risky business.
No teleport for Chimera. He used it to try and escape. Fastleg flashes from the headbutt pulverized.
London are going to do this real slow.
It's very, very slow. Beely hasn't even started DPSing it yet, so Baron pretty healthy still. Moonlight Vigil coming up for Yusa somewhat soon as Yusa gets a great snipe off there with the Calibrum, and the root comes in for the Gravitum, and Torius onto that flank. And
mid.
London, they can't do anything. Like I said, Herald is in the mid lane.
Man, they're going to be bodyguarded off, returning to the mid lane.
Oh, it's so rough for London. This is actually painful.
Yeah, they could lose an inhib if they're too slow to make it back to the base, or at the very least the inhib tower is going to be charged on with this Rift Herald. As actually the retreat's pretty early, so they will.
Yusa! Jeppe has
0-2.
fumbled so many pulverized headbutts combos today. It's actually painful.
That was pretty unfortunate. That one, not as bad as, well, yeah, maybe it was bad.
It was bad.
But anyway, Resolver on the Baron, trying to respond to London here. Now, London have to check into all of this no vision. Thank you, Observer,
It is
for
scary,
highlighting.
though.
Well, there's
Big
ultimates
ulti by
available.
Denvoxney, claps on the two members caught out, and that is enough to force London away. Don't feel comfortable unless the whole team are caught by that encore.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of the things with the London composition. They've got that encore, that big ultimate, that there's just no real follow-up. There's no additional sort of knock-up CC, big, true burst damage. These champions don't really have that kind of ability to offer as, ooh, we could see some kind of collapses. Yusa and Soft trying to duo the Baron. Chimera's caught out.
The shields are on. The Lantern's going to peel him out. He's ignited, but not going low enough. Torres gets a stun off onto Beely on the backline. Yusa firing away, though, onto the members of London. And the fight is dissuaded. The Baron is stopped, but the Dragon is spawning up soon. And Resolve, they need to reset. The health bars are too low. They've got some gold to spend. And they need to get in the area for this. They may lose their tier 1 tower in the mid side, though. Yeah,
London look a little bit disgruntled. They don't actually know necessarily what to do. See, then Boxney is resetting now, but this recall is way too late. They're just going to have to yield this Infernal Dragon. I mean, this recall might even be interrupted if they really felt like it, but Resolve more interested in, well, they thought they were recalling on the bottom side, it seems, but with the recall being so late, they were kind of just dancing in the river. Not sure if they wanted to clear the vision, start the Baron up themselves. Means Resolve are just going to take full control of this side of the jungle for the time being. And honestly, knowing Resolve, they could just set up a Death Brush and wait for London. Thank you again, Observer, for highlighting the true darkness going on in London's jungle right now. But it seems like they're just going to delegate Soft to deal with this dragon. And that's just going to be the third one picked up. One away from Soul after this. And London don't really get to answer out. So seeing kind of old London show up here in this game where the mid game looks a little bit shaky. That being said, of course, they were ridiculously far behind after a pretty poor early game. And it's what we saw in game 2 of their series yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
So a bit of a parallel there. This time, though.
The big difference for me, though, is Resolve are a team who know how to play from ahead. They know how to, when they get ahead.
Yeah.
Also, while, yeah, you got a 6-1-4 Yusa. Yeah, Yusa's doing a lot of work, but it's not the Yusa show. And this was the main difference I highlighted between these two teams is London play pretty much exclusively through Denvoxney.
Ooh,
well, Resolve are capable
trouble.
of playing through multiple members. Soft's delivered in. He comes in. He's looking for that insect, but the great stun from the trample means they can't get it. But a hook is going to land, and that is going to force out the ultimate from Jeppe, the Unbreakable Will.
Yeah, it's just going to be a disengage. London were looking for a pick on Chimera on the side lane, but weren't quite able to. It was a very risky play, in my opinion, just because of the way that the map sort of shifts. Once Resolve are done with the bottom side, they're naturally going to shift up to that top side. Well, they could force the numbers up there, but we're there in time, and Jeppe had to blow a bunch of buttons.
Something to keep in mind, 3 minutes 45 until the next Drake comes up, and that would be Soul for Resolve. A triple Infernal Soul.
Yeah.
Resolve are going to hurt. They are going to really, really hurt if they can get their hands onto that one. And I genuinely think at this point with the state of the game, Soul onto Resolve might just be GG.
That's the breaking point. That is, yeah, that's critical mass, I think. If that Infernal Soul is hit for Resolve, because there's 4 champions on this team that honestly, I would go as far as saying absolutely love having that Soul on. As Artorias in a 2v1, but
yeah, biting off a little bit too much there. Has to flash away.
Yeah. Nice from Jeppe to be there to cover, recognizing he doesn't have to necessarily be in the mid lane at that particular wave timing, but Chimera gets the top side tier 2 tower pretty much for free, and Yusa is doing a bunch of damage. You can see the big numbers popping up as Jeppe is being more of a nuisance, as is PFI actually trying to catch the wave, drag it away by his team some time. Seraphine's gonna have to come over and help clear this, otherwise Yusa's gonna be pretty okay. Yeah, there you go. Oh, that's a chem tank. They're looking for a long angle flank potentially. All right.
It's hard because the box can go down and then suddenly there's a big chokehold, which is just a slow zone. So looks like they are just gonna call it there. Bunch of gold to get spent. I believe Yusa's been sitting on the components of that Infinity Edge for a while. So yeah, finally gets it. It was just short of the BF sword and the combined cost gold. So we thought he was hitting hard earlier. Now he's going to be hitting extra hard. He is going to hit like a truck. And he'll be back in time to probably defend this tower, to be honest. He's still got that Infernum. Although, without anybody really at his back, doesn't want to overcommit. So finally the tier 1 in the mid lane does go down. There's been multiple attempts from London to take that out. They finally get it.
They do, and whilst of course we have been talking about Yusa a touch, just because he is so strong in this game, I have to highlight as well, Fastleg's Thresh play so far this game has been pretty stellar. It's honestly been a pretty large reason as to why Yusa didn't able to play with so much freedom as
Artorias. I like that. Yeah. Gets the pole off, gets a lot of damage onto Jeppe. Now let's turn it onto Beely. Tactical sweeps there. The minions are tanking the culling. That teleport as Chimera unleashes power. Beely is just squashed, and Jeppe gonna be turned into a beef burger. It's a double kill in the bot side. One apiece. And Resolve now just gonna take the Baron.
Yeah, Artorias got those big scissor legs, man. Carved up Pepe, and it's like Resolve gonna try and take this Baron down now. They've got the teleport coming down from Artorias. Chimera is in the bottom side still with no teleport, but it just looks like London gonna be way too late to the party. PFI doing his best. He's on the backside. Oh, wait.
Oh, he got it! He stole it! PFI stole the Baron! What the hell was that? Here's the encore onto 3 members. Resolve are fuming. The kick lands onto Merv. He gets stunned. He gets beat dropped. He gets slowed. The kick connects, and nothing else can follow. Tragedy stuck.
Artorias, he tried to use the Blast Cone to stop PFI from getting into the pit, but he just forgot. PFI's and Udyr with Flash this game now. Udyr is dead. This could mean that we just see Soul going over to Resolve though, so they get the Baron, but at what cost? What is the cost realistically going to be? It's going to be, in most worlds, this Soul, unless London pull out another miracle, but I don't know if they have the burst damage to try and make something happen over the wall. Oh my goodness, that is a teleport.
This is critical mass. They know this is important. They're going to teleport people in, and this is the Baron, the Dragon. Artorias is on the flank. He's on a ward though, so they know he's here. Fastleg gets jumped. Merp's jumping in forward, looking for Soft. Chimera gets a lot of damage off. Massive scatter the weak. Beely loses half his health. The Lantern's going to get used. Dragon is half HP. Merp's looking for Soft here. Can he find it? Here comes PFI. Can't get over the wall. The Dragon is secured. The Soul is secured. Foxney has found himself a kill onto Artorias. Oh no, it's Artorias. He turns it around. It's a double kill. Baron has been stripped from everybody on London. Maybe Artorias won't get out from here. PFI turns around. Can't find him in time. It's sad boy hours for PFI. And Fastleg is going to play Interruption onto PFI here. Chilling Smite. And PFI, I think you might be dead, my man. No, wow.
This guy's a weak. Okay. Yo, Trick, hello?
DK, put it down.
We got a Disciple in here. Either way, it looks like Resolve. They're looking to... I mean, they're hitting on the Nexus towers. Whether they're going to end the game, I don't know. It would be a really big ask, but I mean, the death timers are a pretty awkward situation. They're looking for it.
This is it. The tower is going to finally crumble. Massive scatter the weak. Jeppe jumped out already. The culling's onto Beely. The Moonlight Vigil goes in between the goalposts. Jeppe goes to the headbutt pole. It's a great ward hop by Soft. And Merp is launching into the backline. The encore jumps onto 3 members, but Artorias has gone for Beely on the backline. And Yusa completely untouched. Merp is so low. And Artorias slams in, kills Beely. Foxney now next up on the menu as he can't do much. Artorias gets himself a double kill. PFI might get caught. There's the slam. There's the kill. It's another one picked up a Resolve. 4 members of London fall. An exposed Nexus. We're going to game number 3 on equal footing.
It's a best of 3 now, and honestly, it looked like that Soul was the critical mass for London. They tried their best to hold out after what was a very tragic early game, but it just wasn't enough at the end of the day. Resolve, they come back in game 2 angry. They come back livid. They drop their first game and they say no. They draft a full composition of just pure comfort, and they absolutely smash London in the early game. They make sure London don't really have much of a response in the mid game, and come the late game, there was just too much to handle, too much damage. The Soul, just all of the champions had hit their breaking points, and London just couldn't keep up with it.
No, London just couldn't run at the pace there. I need for game 3. I need to see Voxney back on an AD carry. I know Seraphine's a strong pick. Put it mid. Give Voxney an AD carry. He is first and foremost an amazing AD carry player. I don't think mages suit him. Baron steals, souls, massive team fights. That was an absolutely stellar game. I'm so glad that this finals is delivering. We're going to throw to a quick break, and when we're back, we'll break the game down a little bit more. So we'll see you after this.
Let the sparks fly into a summer night. We're going eye to eye, running to the future blind. Running to the future blind. Nothing really matters. My midnight sun, taking out the darkness. And it's only just begun. And it's only just begun. Tell me all your dreams and put them on your sleeve. We're going eye to eye, running to the future blind. Let the sparks fly into a summer night. We're going eye to eye, running to the future blind. Nothing really matters. My midnight sun, taking out the darkness. And it's only just begun. And it's only just begun. Running to the future blind. Don't look up, we're nearly in sync, but not in step just yet. When you time that look, you know this can't be second best. It's all in the timing. There's not a right way or a wrong way. It's just a short way or the long way. Get there together in our own way. Good timing is everything. The wrong move when your seconds end will slow us down. Good timing.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the UKLC. We just had a bloody great game from the side of Resolve, and I'm just, this series is starting to deliver. It's starting to deliver really, really hard here. We actually have a scoreboard, so you can see where everybody ended at the end of this game. It was I don't even want to say it was the user show. Like, it really wasn't.
It was
a big
everyone.
difference for me between these teams.
Yeah, it was everyone. And honestly, Fastleg was kind of silent in this game, but he was doing most of the hero work, allowing Yusa to actually flourish in a lot of these team fights. And honestly, London, they tried with this draft, but I think they just couldn't really keep up with a lot of the damage that was coming forward from Resolve here. I think just from London's side of things, like you kind of say, I want to see them boxing out on these AD carries. Whilst I think Seraphine is, of course, a very powerful champion, she doesn't quite look like the same player, at least in this game. I think it would have just paid a little more dividends to maybe hold out on the flex. But, you know, I think when you see the Thresh there too, they didn't really have to pick up the Lucian in that spot. They could have very easily just picked up something that's safe, can either neutralize the Thresh or go even. In this case, they obviously opted in for the Alistar matchup. But taking a look at the highlights, it was pretty one-sided start to finish. Resolve came back and they were angry.
Yeah, this was Resolve really firing back from that game one, because that game one was rough for them. They ignored bot lane entirely. This time they did not ignore bot lane entirely. They got them rolling, and then they went, you can handle that from there. Then went to top lane, dove top lane, went, you can handle that from there. And then from that point outwards, it just spiraled out of control for London. It felt like it got so hard for them to play that game. And there were good team fights. There were good moments from London. I don't think this was like as one-sided as game 3, London versus Enclave yesterday. I think this was a much tighter game than that. But it also felt like while London were making good plays and trying stuff, it just wasn't enough. Resolve were too far ahead, and London, you know, even with that Baron still, all it did was just kind of put a spanner in the works, just slow it down a little bit more. Yeah,
I think it's just a difference in team compositions here, where you've got London who have, you know, 3 Bruiser, CC, like frontliners. Then you've got the Seraphine to buff them up, but then you don't really have a hyper carry. You've got Lucian, sure, who can deal out a lot of damage, and especially into a Resolve composition, which doesn't necessarily have many frontliners in itself. It can work, but it's not like a fallback mechanism. And that was kind of the issue, I feel, for this London draft.
Absolutely. Well, Jamada, you had your favorite play from that game, so I think it's about time we bring up the drawing board and let you talk about your favorite part.
Yeah, so this was just a play actually initiated by London. I'll let the clip play out because I think it actually starts with this initial engage where Hepe, he attempts to interrupt the, mistimed, very unfortunate there. But then Yusa actually curiously makes the decision to step back up. But when you're just looking at the bot lane like this, you say, what's he doing? But it's because he's got Chimera in the wings and Soft's also behind him coming up. Now, that being said, he actually gets clipped in enough CC here to end up going down. He actually narrowly dodges out on the Encore there, as highlighted by the slow-mo. But the issue is the teleport. It's a teleport advantage for Resolve. And you see, even though Yusa dies, it's back to a 4v4, and all of the CC, all the orbs on the floor to be scattered weaked away London are, and they just have to be sent packing. It's not the kind of play you want to make when you don't have teleport advantage and you know realistically you can just be answered out. And even if this was on a slightly more even like footing, the teleport advantage is still there for Resolve. So London really can't make that play happen, because best case, it's going to be a 5v4 that they have to hold out long enough for Merpillion to actually rotate down, which, given where he was, it just wasn't going to happen.
So going into game number 3, Resolve gets side selection, as they will get side selection on 1, 3, and 5 in the series. They have chosen blue side once again. So even though they got a win on that last side on red side, which is a side they haven't played very much, they are opting back into blue side, is the role they like to play the most. And we'll see what the changes are going to be, because I think last game it was on Resolve to adapt. It's now on London to adapt.
Yeah, I think so. I think from a draft perspective, I think we have to see Voxnay back on a carry. But I think whilst it's okay to have so many CC like frontliners, if you want to play front to back, you have to have front to back team fighters, and that was kind of the issue for me. I think the Seraphine very easily could have been in Beely's hands, and they could have given Voxnay an AD carry, and they could have just foregone the Lucian pick in general at that B3 spot.
Well, we are going to throw to a break, and when we're back, we'll be back with game number 3 of the series. Don't go anywhere. See you in a second.
The music takes me places that I never dreamed that I would go, and how it touches me, touches me, touches me. The music takes me places that I never dreamed that I would go, and how it touches me, touches me, touches me. The music takes me places
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the UKLC Grand Finals. We're on to game number 3, and it's kind of just reset at this point. We're going into basically a best of 3. The previous 2 games don't matter now. They're both one apiece. So the one thing I think you have to keep in mind is Resolve do have the momentum going into this game 3 because they were the team that got that last win, and it was a good win for them. Everyone played well, so everybody's got to be feeling pretty good with themselves. And I think the first game kind of came down to a lot of disrespect from Resolve as well. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, whilst I think it is fair to say, London looked more cohesive in that game 1, I think, in comparison to what we just saw here. And not only that, I think when you have such a chaotic early map state where Lee Sin's kind of allowed to walk around, Chimera's kind of allowed to walk around on the Syndra, it just creates this really hectic scenario where you can't really respond all of the time, even though in that matchup, Udyr can honestly just box Lee Sin around. He wasn't really able to do that. He was never really in the place to do that. So we'll have to see how things sort of develop in this draft, because I was saying off air, I feel like this might start turning into a bit of a kind of a draft series from here, because London in game 1, they had a lot more options in their draft than Resolve, and Resolve, they were kind of funneled into one thing, kind of, whereas London, a few more options to deal with what Resolve actually had, but in the last game, that wasn't present. So we'll have to see as Udyr sort of shines through to me as the primary pick here, but see if Resolve feel like it's even too threatening if they want to take up something else, is more or less the answer, but it obviously shines through as the most obvious first pick. Ooh.
Well, there's going to be the Rel pickup for Resolve. It was obviously denied from them in game 1 and game 2 because it was banned. Now, this time it has been left open, but the Udyr is still up and available.
So the immediate response for me if I was London, it just kind of screams Udyr Thresh, right? You have Thresh to deal with the lane counter of Rel, and then you obviously get the strongest jungler on the patch. I beg your pardon. So it just seems like the most reliable rotation. Whether they want to take Udyr again after an unsuccessful game is kind of the thing to be seen. I don't think anything else is necessarily snuck through. I think this is the same ban setup as what we saw in game 1 when these teams were on blue and red side respectively. And I think it's all on, will London take the Udyr up again? They know it's obviously there as an option. I think it just makes the most sense. Oh, the Gragas. All
That's
right,
a flexible pick as well. So you don't know what you got there. It could be Merp, it could be PFI playing this.
I just don't know, because now you kind of give over Udyr for 1 with the Rel. If Resolve want to pair up the Rel with the Samira, they can. That's obviously a primary option, but they also don't have to show their AD carry choice. Yeah. They can almost blind the top laner. They should feel comfortable to do that.
Now, Kai'Sa locked in, but there is still Senna open.
Senna.
The only thing is I don't like fasting Senna with something like a Thresh as your support. That it would have to be farming Senna if you're gonna do that for Denvoxney. So maybe that loses a bit of priority just due to the fact that Thresh has been picked up, and that's why Resolve were quite happy to take the Kai'Sa here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think what we're going to end up seeing from Denvoxney is likely the Jhin again. We're going to see the Lilia blind. So both these junglers actually foregoing the Udyr for now, and with the Lilia being locked in, it kind of just says, all right, well, if you don't take... I mean, hell, maybe Resolve aren't even necessarily too scared of PFI's Udyr after that game. It's kind of yet to be seen. As I imagine, you just see then Voxney's pick be locked in. If you don't lock it in, you run the risk of obviously having it pinched, but we'll have to see, because with the Gragas there, it just works as a double flex, and it means that Resolve, they can only really target the mid lane.
Speaking of flex.
Ooh, okay, yeah, speaking of flex, Tristana. Okay, so obviously Trist works as an option into the Kai'Sa as a 1-to-1 counter. It's relatively hard for Tristana to actually match the sort of dueling potential layer on in the game, and obviously can gain a lot of priority, and Tristana and Thresh together in a lane should almost always have lane prior, I believe, over a Rel Kai'Sa. But of course, it still can work as a flex. BD could be the one piloting this. And with the Syndra being banned out, that is actually one of the couple of champions Tristana struggles with. So I'll have to see whether it's just sort of a nice sort of 2-for-1 ban scenario going on, or whether they are actually going to send this Tristana to the mid lane.
What I like about this Tristana is I've seen a couple of different kind of item builds. They typically always go in a similar direction, but it's your first 3 items is a bit of variance. I mean, the first one's always Kraken Slayer, but I've seen Infinity Edge and Phantom Dancer, or I've seen Infinity Edge and Storm Razor, or I think it was Storm Razor and Phantom Dancer actually. Yeah. So I'm curious to see what Denvoxney option or Beely opts in for here. I feel like maybe the Storm Razor build would be quite nice. You stop the likes of Soft getting on you, because that's a very fast champion. You can kind of use the slow from that to kite away. Same with fast legged. Rel's a slow champion anyway. Slow that down even more, makes it really, really hard. Now, The bans in the mid lane are going to be the Lucian and the Syndra. The ban from Resolve is going to be the Polar Bear in the Volley Bear. And we'll see what the final ban will be here for Resolve.
Will they ban the other bear, or will they ban out a mid laner? They know that Resolve, they have to pick up another mid laner, so probably going to stray away from a mid lane ban, though they could feel like there's something in Beely's kit they want to actually move away from. Oh, they're going to ban away the
I like that.
Okay, so that was obviously an option London could have gone for. And with the bans that London have gone, potentially showing their hand that they were planning to send the Tristana to the mid lane, Resolve potentially looking at that kind of read. I suppose this pick is likely to sort of unveil most of what London are sort of looking at rounding out their draft with. Because they're going to have to either show whether the Gragas is going jungle, whether Tristana's going mid. And it oh, wow. Okay.
It happened? Okay.
It's happened.
So
okay.
I was about to say they're lacking AP damage at the moment. If you haven't been playing League of Legends recently and you haven't seen a Twitch, it's Nash's Night Harvester is the build right now.
And I mean,
for Twitch.
even,
so it's AP Twitch.
Yeah, and even I was speaking with Archu a few weeks ago, and he was even saying you don't even necessarily need a mythic. You can just go Nashers into Deathcap, because after the Nashers, you've got the Hail of Blades that also aid your attack speed. You kind of just want as much flat damage as possible, even if the Night Harvester will give you that sort of oomph, like pseudo buff damage that you could forego over the added multiplier.
It's not high
itself.
priority.
It's not necessarily high priority, exactly.
You can avoid or go third or whatever you want, and do it. Do it, Chimera. I'm gonna be so happy if that gets
no. If he's hovered it now, he's gonna lock. No. If he's hovered it, he's gonna lock it in. Oh, Chimera, don't be a wuss. Don't be a wuss, Chimera. All right, well, obviously Chimera.
That's my favorite champion, man.
Yeah,
I'm so
Chimera.
sad.
Yeah, one, it's Jake's favorite champion, so thank you, Chimera, for making Jake cry off air. Secondly, it's also a champion that Chimera
cry on air. Don't worry.
cry on air. Chimera also, I think, is the champion he used to beat Eminem in the Gauntlet run. In the final game, or maybe it was during the regular season to get them into the Gauntlet. It was one of the two.
Yeah.
Either way, I should remember I was kind of there. Either way, the final pickup here for London is going to be the Shen once again, this time into the Camille. Of course, Shen, a really strong response globally, and of course in the laning phase can hold out well and can scale relatively okay as long as the Spirit's Refuge usage is good to block out those precision protocols.
Now, to be fair, LeBlanc into Tristana is a really horrible matchup. She hard shoves LeBlanc in because of her E. And if you miss one ability in the trade on LeBlanc, you die. Like, that is it. She rocket jumps on you, she slows you, and then she just blows you up. So, kind of understandable why Chimera didn't go for the LeBlanc as much as I would have loved it. And LeBlanc is bloody good at dealing with AP Twitch because he pops out of invisibility and then you just double the snort on his face and he's dead. Yep. He's either dead or out of the fight. So, it's not bad for that, but the laning phase would have been rough. And I think the Victor, while again, not going to have the most wonderful laning phase, is definitely going to have a better laning phase thanks to the shield from the Siphoning Strike and not Siphoning Strike. Can't remember what it's called. Siphoning something. From the Q.
Power.
Siphoning Power,
like
yeah. Something like that.
Sounds like a Victor ability, to be honest. Either way, yeah, I agree. Victor going to have a much nicer time, especially because he can just play reactive in the lane. Yes, he's probably going to have to yield lane priority, but if Beely ever jumps onto his face, you just drop the gravity field, and it's going to have to cause Beely, if he wants to go for an all-in, to actually flash probably aggressively inside the lane. So we could just see kind of a stalemate in the lane where Beely and Chimera just handshake priority. And that'll be the case as...
Is the press the attack on...
Yeah, it looks like it was actually a bug. Tristana's runes didn't swap around, so apparently...
Yeah, because I was about to say, I was like, press the attack's a weird one for...
So, I mean, it used to be the go-to for mid lane Trist. But
Hail of Blades now.
Hail of Blades is now typically the one that Tristana's go. So looks like we are just probably going to get a remake of the game in the draft. And then hopefully we'll get the game going on as soon as possible.
Well, we're going to have a little bit longer on our faces as we talk through the draft a little bit more. I mean, we've talked a lot about this draft. I think we talked a lot about this series. And while we got a moment, how's the season been? How's the playoffs been for you? It's your first playoffs, Commander?
Yeah, I mean, it's my first full-time split as a caster, so it's been really enjoyable. Big step away from coaching. You know, it's two different worlds. But yeah, it's been pretty fun. I think especially this series delivered a lot. Yesterday's series delivered a lot, and I mean, hell, the split has kind of delivered a lot. Whether you was here for League of Legends or entertainment, it's.
I think if you come to the UKLC, and expect League of Legends, you're a fool. Come for the
you've come to
entertainment,
the wrong
and
place.
genuinely, if it's a very much a switch your brain off tournament.
Well,
It's the fast and furious of esports, right? We always have a very
come on.
close season.
Yeah.
It's always super fun, and it's genuinely my favorite tournament to do. Like I get to do EU Masters, I get to go do NLC, some bigger leagues, but like something about UKLC, it just hits different, man. Like the seasons are so fun in this league. The games are so much fun.
Yeah, I think especially like even since the vacation of XL and Fnatic from the UKLC. It's kind of just helped the competitiveness of the league. Even if you can obviously argue, the overall level of play might have dropped because we've had some of the top end of the UKLC player pool move up into the NLC. The league since has actually been more competitive, so you can kind of argue it's a little more fun to watch than the previous iteration. So
yeah, you're 100% right, because for the longest time the UKLC was the XL Fnatic show, mainly Fnatic, but now things have changed. It's every season a different team has a chance to make it, and we got a great little talent feed here in the UK now. I mean, it's not just the UK, because the Nordics are part of it as well. With the UKEL leading into the UKLC, leading into the Telia Masters, leading into the NLC, there's like so many points for people to hop in, and one of the things I also love about this scene is that while these are like, this is the primary route, there are side things going on. When the world isn't on fire, we have Insomnia. But we have the Belong Cups as well. There's so many different places to get involved on League of Legends, where you don't have to be in some of the things like Belong. You don't even have to be high elo to get involved. You can get a taste for it. It helps, obviously.
It helps being higher elo.
Yeah, it does help, but there's room for people to get a taste and then look to grow outside and then go, okay, I do want to play competitive more.
Hell, technically, my start as a coach was through Belong teams.
It was. Who was it?
London, the Oxford Street store.
I believe it wasn't my first major. Actually, it might have been. I think it might have been my first. It was, because in my first year of being a full-time caster, Belong was like the only gig I had that was consistent. Like I was doing the Premiership, which was our old league, and a bit of UK Masters, which was run by the Belong guys, back when we had 2 leagues. But they were kind of like side things I did every now and then, because I didn't get all that hand in, because we used to have Medic on the scene back then, or Sona as he was back in the day.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've had a lot of growth. I love this iteration. I love this talent feed and this tunnel that works its way up, because someone in the UKEL realistically is probably going to struggle versus an NLC team. There is a massive growth there, unless it's M&M. But yeah, we'll talk about that in a different day. I had to take a punch there.
That's kind of true.
Speaking of it's different. But yeah, I think while a UKEL team player or a team would struggle versus an NLC team now, over the year, maybe over a couple of years, they slowly work their way up and they get more experience versus harder and harder teams. So it's the same as playing solo queue in that sense, where when you first play solo queue, you play versus golds and it's harder. And if you're not me, you get out of gold and you get better through playing better enemies and better opponents. I guess not enemies. That's a bit vicious.
What's also important too is as time goes on and the infrastructure slowly develops, you will have teams in the UKL starting to develop players who can make it into the UKLC, can obviously even maybe make tremendous leaps all the way up into the NLC, depending on what kind of players we're working with. So I mean, Dragdar doesn't technically count. He's kind of a cheat, because he was in the UKLC, went down to the UKEL, stayed with that resolve roster, and then jumped all the way back up to the NLC. But he could have been playing in the NLC the whole time, really. But yeah, I think as time goes on, and we have these kind of things in place, more players will start to crop up, because obviously there was a lot of conversation in the off season. Anybody who was on Twitter about the UK and Ireland player pool, which I had my personal feelings on it, but now that we have the system that we have in place, where we've got NLC, UKLC, UKEL, things will get better over time. But we have to have some of the teams step forward, put some of their hands in the jars, and make sure the players are getting the correct kind of resources to improve. But hey, we are in loading screen, guys. Just as a
Yes. So apologies to everyone. I was just messaging my producer, hence what you probably saw me typing. We are now getting ready to go in. Everything's getting sorted. The room bug has been resolved, and I'm assuming Beely now has Halo Blades. He does. There's the expected double Halo Blades on London with the Twitch as well. And we're getting ready to go into game number 3. Apologies for the delay. Apologies for the slowdown, but game 3 underway. And this is a series reset. That's the key thing here. Both of these teams has got 1 win apiece. So they matter, obviously. They now, for London, they have the confidence in the fact that they now know they can actually beat Resolve because they've done that already. Something nobody else has been able to achieve. And for Resolve, they just got to win. They lost again. They got to win. A massive kind of kick up the bum and a big boost of confidence for them as well. As we move on to the Rift for game number 3, defensive lines, no early shenanigans. Kind of expected, really.
Yeah, and I want to draw everybody's eyes to Denvoxne's second summoner spell because he's actually running Ignite. He's going to be looking to be really aggressive and let's see. All right, for Artorias and Soft might stick around here. I think they walked in on Vision unless they hugged the very left-hand side of the wall, but I imagine that ward would catch that anyway, so definitely know they're there. As you can see, everybody on London actually congregating up here. Oh boy. Artorias, if he doesn't have hookshot, he's in trouble. Hook's on a 4th flash. Yeah, that flash. And Artorias, he's all right. Give him 1 grass back over Merpillion. Is he going to give a second? Is he going to give him 10 extra HP at the start of the lane? He is, and that's a heftier.
I mean, that's Artorias losing a third of his health.
Yeah, that's a big
No flash on Soft. I mean, Soft not really going to be very active early anyway, so I think he'll be okay, provided he doesn't get invaded.
Yeah, Soft is just flying on the blue buff solo, so his pacing is actually going to be a little slower than we might traditionally see out of some Lilias. And on the top side, Artorias is actually taking the time to try and draw the creep line up so that Merpillion maybe loses a creep as engage from fast leg.
Okay, messy on both sides there. Supports just CC the AD carries and Resolve health-wise probably trade up on that.
Although they lost out a bit. Oh, now they might not.
Oh, Jepe's looking for the hook, gets the void stack. I actually think if he got ignited, he could have been in trouble there. Yeah. He was drinking a potion to keep himself alive, so they would have cut the healing.
Yeah, it would have been close. It would have been really close. But this is the thing about this Twitch, and I mean, honestly, both the passives of these AD carries deal so much damage. In Twitch's case, a little more over time, of course, but Kaiser's Plasma.
What do you mean over time? AP Twitch one-shots you. Have you not played into it?
Honestly, AP Twitch, the passive is pretty. It's worse than Darius Bleeds at 5.
It's horrendous.
It's really obnoxious.
Shockwave.
Yeah, are you gonna finish that?
No,
that was the end of the play. You're just saying it like getting hit by a shockwave.
That's 1 tick. It's like a shockwave per tick. It's horrible.
Oh yeah. So AP Twitch, honestly, I'm sure there's arguments to be made about which iteration of Twitch scales harder. AP Twitch though, pretty scary. Either way.
I played a rough game earlier today. And someone had AP Twitch because you get the attack speed storied just flat in AR. So he walked out with Halo Blades and then had like 3 attacks per second. And you die very quick. And Soft, maybe looking for a little something here. Hasn't been seen yet. Jepe wanting to find something. They know he's there. I wonder if Soft was seen, actually. The crab's going to get started. And actually, London are the team to get double crab because Merpillion's securing the crab on the top side, or at least guarding it.
Yeah. So if we could just hover over that ward in front of the Raptor camp, it will give me a little more information because I think that would tell me whether or not. Yeah, so they would have known Soft is on the bottom side just because of how much time is left on that Raptor camp ward. So they just weren't willing to get aggressive and they just used the priority to force out.
Oh no, Chimera's going down. He's got the stun underneath the tower. Merp is going to die as well. They trade out. Meanwhile, Jepe getting jumped onto. The dots are there. A Dark Harvest stack and Jepe burns the flash.
Yeah, but the key thing is that kill in the mid lane actually went to Beely. So yes, the Chimera obviously trades in the 1-for-1 and Chimera can be okay with that because a flash was blown by PFI and Chimera still has his flash. Beely having that kill does mean that he could actually be accelerated to that 1 item spike, and that's when, depending on what item he goes for, he could start to turn into sort of a mini assassin. As we're actually out of the live and live because PFI, he's counter jungling away, and Artorias is actually in the middle of 3 London members. He's not going to know PFI's here.
Yeah, he is absolutely doomed. And Beely, you were saying he was getting accelerated, just got 600 gold worth of kills. Actually, more than that because of the first blood.
Yeah.
700 gold worth of kills, 1,500 in the pocket. instantly turns that into a noon quiver.
Yeah, he's going to be fast-tracking, speed-running towards that first AD Mythic. And I'm going to be curious to see what he wants, because obviously the Kraken Slayer is you know, that DPS, damage over time item. But at the same time, a lot of value here inside of the Gale Force, just because of being able to dodge out from things like the hook shot, just other general skill shots that you don't want to be getting hit by. And not only that, if you're being aggressive, the added damage that the Gale Force does can really aid the lethal ranges of this Tristana. You can honestly just 100-0 just because you have that additional oomph that, I mean, Gale Force deals way too much damage from the active. So having that available just means that his lethal range is that more scarier. As Merpillion going to take a trade here. Ooh, and that's the power of the Shen.
Shen is...
Yeah.
You know what? Because I would like to say, oh man, that's so unbalanced. But actually, versus Camille, you deserve it.
Yeah, one, you deserve it. Two, honestly, Shen, the only thing you can argue isn't...
No, I think Shen's a really well-designed champion. I don't think there's anything broken
did you,
about him.
Did you not see Chimera miss the cannon minion? That was...
I missed that. No.
Yeah, that was really sad. It just died. It was just the incorrect health value. Oh, hello. Speaking of dying.
Gravity Field's been thrown down. Chimera does have the Chaos Storm. Isn't going to fire it, but gets chunked out pretty heavily by Beely.
Yeah, so this is the thing about the matchup is with the Phase Rush, with the Gravity Field, you can just place it down. The Gravity Field will have a lower cooldown than the Rocket Jump, assuming it doesn't get reset. And you can just play on the reactive. But the thing is, you yield things like lane priority, and here you see lane priority being used very well here by London. No cross-map jungle camps to be taken at the moment either, so it's just a really nice, clean pick-up here. Soft isn't going to be accelerated too far into the game because of camps being up, so Mountain Dragon going to be picked up. Nothing that Resolve can really do about it, as even Merpillion reset at the correct time to not be cross-mapped either, so let's take a look. As I like this. London even trying to check the red buff. Going for just a defense of the jungle to see if Resolve would go and look for that, or Soft in particular, because that is just a tendency of this team when they know they're going to give something up. As Chaos Storm used to just clear the wave away.
He did. Oh, you gotta get it. He did get the cannon.
Yeah, he got it. Yeah.
That was a little bit scary.
Wanted to cheat the prio. Well, I say cheat the prio, just cheat a reset. Looks like Lost Chapter completion and some boots, so gonna be ready once he gets that augment upgraded, which he's very close to, by the way. He is one more wave of perfect CS away, and Resolve, they're actually rotating their full top side, well, their full bottom side up to the top side, whereas London, they're actually just electing to send Hepe up to the Rift Herald. So we'll see. I think that Voxnay has a freeze down there. I'm not too sure.
Actually, Mert's getting engaged onto here. The Shroud's timed out, and now he's caught out for the moment. Fast leg. Let's jump over the wall. Here comes Soft.
Oh, London don't know until now.
Mert cut out on all fronts. The Lilting Lullaby is going to connect, and we'll see who gets the kill. They get the CC. It's going to be Yusa to collect, and now Jeppe makes his way over. Man. Predator's on, and Gragas has the Nikes on. Soft flashes out from the cast. The hook lands on to Artorias, but Artorias has the hook shot, so he'll be pretty safe. Exhaust comes down. Beely has the rocket jump, but not going to throw it out, and finally does go forward as Artorias is going to be on the receiving end of a little bit of love. There's a lot of dashes. I think it's a free man underneath the tower. He loses his life. Artorias finds the kill. No, Jeppe tower diving. Beely just going full mop-up mode. Finds a triple kill. Yusa cashes in. Yusa flashes forward. Hasn't got level 6, so he can't get his own triple.
He's got it now. He's got it now. Oh my god.
What a fight.
What an insane fight. Merpillion using the Stand Unite to come back in with the Home Guards. Apparently he died in such isolation that he had the movement speed added on when he came out of that ultimate. Got the Freeman taunt followed up, and now we've got more action. Beely has the Gale Force. Beely has Gale Force.
That's the Gale Force. 5 and 1. Out of there, into there. Chimera's flashed onto. Beely gets his 6th kill. That Tristana is well and truly accelerated now.
Yes, and this is why I was talking about the Gale Force maybe being the option over that Kraken Slayer, because you have the ability to do things like move out of that gravity field. It all of a sudden means that Chimera is way more vulnerable in these kind of scenarios where Beely could just find him out. And speaking of being found out, Beely could actually face check here. Hey, X-Flash is available.
He's still worth gold. He's still worth gold. The stun's going to connect. Yusa's going to slide in. Beely is going to be gifted. And Yusa accelerated himself. Another massive cash in for Yusa.
That is 1,100 gold put into the pocket in total of Yusa because of the shutdowns back to back. He actually picked up the shutdown underneath the tower when Beely got that massive triple reset. And let's just take a look at this. So it's actually a dive, and I think a minor misread from London. They opened out onto the top side of the map, but they just didn't recognize how slow they actually were on tempo behind Resolve, and that this dive was occurring. So they took a long time to actually get back up here, despite being on the correct side of the map. Now, this is where things get a bit messy, as London, they kind of recognize that they can chase down Resolve, and Stan United comes down on top of Beely, and you'll see Merpillion, taunt, flash, 3 members, followed up by the flash body slam, and it's just so much damage, but the lethal isn't actually there in all of the burst. That's when Beely says, to hell with it, I'm diving. He gets all 3 members, is traded in return by Yusa when he picks out that shutdown on Yusa. Unfortunately, not able to tick level 60 as he uses the Akathian Rain. He dings it there. And if he had that available, that would have been PFI going down. That would have been the final member going down. And then that's just the strength of the Gale Force in the final part of that replay. But we've got to come out of the replay into live. We've got more action.
Fastnet goes for the stun, gets caught out by the Flay, but now Eustace looking for Voxney. Kraken Slayer available, getting a lot of damage off, and Jeppe lowing down as the sniper's going to be enough, and Yusa gets himself a rampage. It's a 1-for-1, support for support. Meanwhile, Beely in that bot lane.
Unattended.
No demolish, but doesn't really matter because Tristana is a walking demolish on her own.
Yeah. Unattended. Very strong tower take. One of the strongest tower takes in the game, but he has to be careful of Artorias.
Here comes the next strongest tower taker. Camille.
But that being said, Artorias doesn't have that mythic in pocket, so Beely is actually going to be able to shove this tower in pretty uncontested. He just has to watch out for that hook shot, but I mean, as long as Beely just buffers the rocket jump at the correct time, he should never really be in too much danger, right?
Stand United can jump out if he needs to. Merp is coming in. They've got the tactical sweep. Artorias, nobody is near him. Hextech ultimatum's available, but he's just going to buy space for his team. The Rift Tail's secured, and Artorias actually may make sure that he gifts the kill to Merp.
Yeah.
Stopping even more gold getting injected into Beely. And first hour blood might be answered out here in the top side by Chimera, even though the Tristana looked to be the one to pick it up. First hour blood and a lot of plates injected into Chimera. We can see the individual gold. Beely has a lead, but it's not as substantial as you would have thought.
No, but it's gonna widen as soon as this tower drops, because it's gonna be about 400 plus gold in his pocket. It's gonna widen back up.
1,200 gold between the two mid laners. But 80 carries, there is a big difference though. Yusa, pretty large, and Den gets slowed into here. They've got the follow-up, they've got the lilting lullaby. It's going to be the fresh who receives all of this love. The slow stuff in,
and Voxney's opened up.
And Den gets himself the kill. Here is Merpillion to make sure Resolve don't find another kill.
Ooh, Voxney playing Vision real nice. They actually don't know he's there.
He's got the spray and pray, gets the slowdown. Jeppe looking for the hook, and oh no! Yusa finds the kill.
Oh no!
Here's the Gravity Storm, here's the Attract, here's the Repel. The Chaos Storm doing so much work, and now they answer back out as Beely jumps in. Beely can get caught out. They have the Hextech ultimatum, and Yusa is going to find it. No, it's Chimera. A double kill onto the Victor. London, 2 members standing, 2 members remaining. Merp is going to be able to make sure PFI gets away alive. No dragon to take, as London have taken 2 dragons back to back. I do not know who is ahead right now. Gold, it is resolved, but I don't think that's enough.
Yeah, so nice attempt by Yusa to try and put that control ward down. The sleep lands onto Jeppe, and I mean, it's just a lot of damage being returned in kind by the Voxney. He's got the Nash's tooth already. And then eventually, we have another member of Resolve join this fight from the top side, Chimera. And I mean, Jeppe just a little bit too... He just takes so much damage walking up. And by the time that he's actually able to proc off the shock, it's too little too late. See, then Voxney get dropped onto, and it's just a little bit of hesitation between Beely and PFI. I believe the difference really between potentially coming out ahead in that fight and definitely losing it. And definitely losing it was what actually ended up happening here. I feel that I guess it was a 2-for-2 trade overall. So yeah, as you say, I don't really know who's winning. It's the gold lead, very minute for Resolve, but London have the dragon advantage. And the thing about this composition is when Twitch is in the game, funneling into the river becomes such a scary thought. Being inside of a dragon pit or a baron pit, particularly the baron, is just so daunting, because you know at any moment that Twitch can just open up with that spray and pray, and all of a sudden you guys are just, it's like shooting fish in a barrel. Like there's nothing you can really do about it when you don't always have immediate turn. So something to kind of track actually is going to be flashes out of Resolve and whether they have the immediate response, because that's kind of what's going to have to take to catch Den Voxney and London sort of off guard with a potential turn.
Yeah, I think
If they are inside of the pit first, though, that's
the big thing for me is Denvox is 2-1. He's actually got a 10 CS lead over Yusa. Obviously, Yusa's getting away with him mid, but Denvox again, kind of untouched, kind of secretly getting fed again. This is what we see from him. The Nikes are strapped on, and PFI is looking for Chimera.
Yeah,
Chimera goes, get out of here.
PFI
And now
has
PFI,
flash.
he's going to get stunned up. He's going to get locked down. Yusa slides into the pocket, gets his 6th kill. Denvox is secretly fed. Yusa is very publicly fed.
Yeah, very publicly fed. I think London, they just have to slow the pace of the game down a little bit. They have to actually play to their strong side here. Then Voxney definitely in
you
trouble.
can't get out of that one. The lantern will not be big enough. And that is Yusa, godlike 7-0-2 on the
oh no.
Kaiser.
Falling apart.
Getting jumped onto underneath the tower. They can put him to sleep with a lilting lullaby. Here it is. Chimera tanks a couple of tower shots. So does Soft, but layer everything in. But he gets him. Wait! Mabillion finds the turnaround.
Okay, it's so messy. I mean, I was about to say, it's starting to fall apart for London. They're kind of just letting Resolve walk around the map and make plays as they will. Mabillion, at least, making sure that it's not just an outright dive. He trades it 1-for-1. Probably the best he could have asked for in that scenario. I mean, London, that play onto Chimera, the initial one, just not really respecting strong side, weak side. They've got less members on that side of the map. Resolve, I want to say, had mid lane priority, so they just moved down first. Have to slow the pace of the game down. Play to their strengths. Play to where they have the numbers. Right now, their strengths, definitely Beely. They still have to wait for Denvoxney to finish up that second item, and then he's a true menace. But the way this game is, London are going to be compelled, definitely, to actually fight out and contest this dragon here. But honestly, I feel like Resolve, they take a fight right now. They'll probably win it in the river, unless Denvoxney gets a massive opening to just let loose onto multiple members of Resolve. So we'll have to see, because obviously if London pick up this dragon, it's sole point. Resolve giving over that Ocean Soul would be pretty devastating, and they don't want to do that.
You can see, I mean, look at that gold graph just dropping off a cliff. Up and down, but the moment Resolve are the ones with that gold lead, and Yusa has a lot of that gold as well.
Yeah.
Kraken Slayer, Pickaxe, and the Serrated. Got the attack speed boots as well. As they do find a hook here onto Fast Legs, but
ooh, okay.
realistically a little bit hard. Teleports are coming in, and Beely's joining his team.
Yeah.
Mid lane prio, not really achieved by either team, but Resolve did clear through the wave a little bit quicker. Dragon's going to get started up, and this is a really important dragon for Resolve. They do not want to be in Soul Point yet, and Jeppe actually getting chunked out heavily by the gravity field. PFI
can win it.
Make his way in. He's not able to steal it away. They've got the Chaos Storm. Jeppe's getting cooked, and that is going to be a kill on the PFI. Fastleg flashes forward, gets himself a massive Magnet Storm. The Attractor Repel locks Denvoxney in place, and Yusa secures the kill. Mabillion caught and tight inside the Hextech Ultimatum as Yusa slides into the back pocket, slowed down a little bit as the sword passes through, and Fastleg's over the wall might look for a little bit of a tower dive if London looks to contest this. Flashes forwards with that Hex Flash. And Merc able to jump away to safety. The mid lane tier 1 will crumble to Resolve.
Yeah, Resolve getting the fight, getting the dragon, getting the kills. They could even take 2 towers here. I think that's gonna be the outcome of the backside of it. And even getting the Rift Herald. This is such a big swing of momentum, gold, tone, feel to this game.
It was looking so scary with Beely getting fed, but look at this.
Yeah, so PFI, he's not able to make the steal out, and I want to actually keep my eyes on Denvoxney in this fight, because I don't actually know what he gets to do. Merp is skirmishing Artorias on the bottom side. The gravity field and all the damage from Chimera just absolutely wrecks Pepe, and I mean, Denvoxney just... Yeah, alright, well, Denvoxney was present. What more he actually did outside of that, it's yet to be seen for that fight, but Resolve come out big, they come out ahead. I mean,
Beely does crack the mid lane tier 2 at the tail end of that replay, but Resolve, they were going for their resets. They just picked up the Rift Herald. They now have the Collector and a Zeal onto Yusa, so closing in on the attack speed buff, giving him the invisibility. Actually has the supercharged invisibility off that. So Yusa getting harder to deal with. 6-0 and 3 is worth $1,000.
Yeah.
So if one of these carries gets a kill onto Yusa, they're going to be rolling in it.
Yeah, that's a quarter of the current gold lead that Resolve have. So if someone can pick that up, that's a big deal. That's a really big deal. So eyes on Yusa. We don't want to see week 1, week 2 Killer Instinct usage. We have to see good positioning. No solo diving. Was giving that gold some over will definitely be felt as Chimera actually entirely alone here. If he shows himself whilst PFI is still here, we could see London go for a commit dive as they know he's there now.
Yeah, I think that actually saved Chimera's life. Although he's getting flanked onto, he might just get dove here.
Yeah.
Has got the storm, gets bopped out, uses a great stopwatch to dodge out on all of that CC. Now Beely forced to flash away as Merp comes in with a Stand United as well. And that just means bot lane's exposed.
Yeah, Herald, it will take the tower off again. That's the flash. Away from
PFI is now getting chased down as Notorious, he's got the slows. Dodging out on the cask. PFI, you haven't got anywhere to go, my dude. I think this might be
he should just die. He should just die because the Baron, he should just die. He's staggering his death too much. He's staggering his death too much. Resolve are going to get Baron off this.
Yeah, this is huge.
I mean, even if he just died immediately, I don't think that he would be back in time, but this just should be Resolve. I think picking up the Baron unless Beely, unless Twitch, that's the thing. Twitch doesn't have the death cap, but in front of the Baron pit, you lose a lot of MR. You're going to take a lot more damage while they support him out with that vision plant.
Oh, and Torres is looking for him. Can't find him. Goes into Jeppe. That's going to be the kill. Already picked up for London. Baron is so low. Look for Den Voxney. Use the spray and pray already, however.
Yeah.
Resolve. They don't get the Baron. They lose their top laner.
Yeah, then Voxney actually used the spray and pray to take down Artorias, but I don't know if Resolve caught wind of that, so they weren't willing to actually execute the Baron. He's at 2,000 HP. Not confident enough to take it and just leave. I don't think they recognize that Voxney used that ultimate. Otherwise, I mean, if I'm Resolve and I know Twitch doesn't have R anymore, it's a far less scarier threat. So London definitely walking away with one of the better outcomes to that fight. As Spray and Pray is even going to be available come this Dragon fight, which again, London, I think they're going to probably try and take this fight. And yeah, as you rightfully point out, Death Cap now finished up. I think if Resolve can properly set up a strong line of control wards in this river, the approach for them Voxney is going to be so difficult because he doesn't have flash. And it's all going to be about whether Hepe can reposition him with the Lantern. Sneaking around for now. Resolve actually yielding mid lane priority and river priority here. Which in a way, if then Voxney and London are the ones on top of the dragon, it could be a better outcome. But now Resolve, they're going to push up in the mid lane. Seems like, I mean, I'm not sure what's actually going on.
Artorias didn't have teleport and he wasn't with the team. That's the assumption here. That Swirl Seed could have been game changing. The Baron, so the dragon is going to lose its life. London going to be able to secure that one. That's their third. And
can they chase?
I don't think they can. I don't think Resolve were ready. Resolve, not really. They were a bit too scattered, not ready for it. But the pings are going down towards the Baron now. As they may just try and do this, but there's a ward in the pit, so they'll see them.
Yeah, I think that sweeper should be in time. Oh no, Soft doesn't walk inside the pit. I mean, it's going to time out that ward. It's got about 15 seconds on it. Maybe 20, but honestly, then Voxney now, that 2-item spike, doing Baron, it's just so dangerous. Anybody that's played versus Twitch in solo queue, you just start to have nightmares about being on top of the Baron. And you just hear the rat go, hello! And then all of a sudden, you all lose your health bars.
That's a good impression.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. And it's the same thing with AP Twitch. It's just that it's not AD, crit chance, Rune and Hurricane, but the spray and pray still goes through multiple members. That's the thing. So if you're lined up for those shots, you will actually have the stacks applied to you and you will bleed out.
Yusuf 3 items though, has got an entire item over there, Voxney. Got his Hurricane finished up. So this is kind of like the typical big spike we think of when we think of Kai'Sa. Once you've got that Zeal item finished, as Jeppe will eat a Void Seeker, but Yusuf not going to go for the Yusa special. Slide in underneath the tower and die.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, with that dragon being picked up by London, Resolve, I would personally say fumbling. It puts a bit of a soft timer on the game. Now, it's not necessarily as bad as per se maybe an Infernal Soul would be in this game because of the double AD carry. But when you've got 3 frontliners, that Ocean Soul can help keep them alive. And if that's the difference between them being alive to peel then Voxney and Beely, then it can almost feel like critical mass. Now, no vision for London. They could face check into something dangerous. Then Voxney is going to be invisible, though.
Yeah, they've already started it up. Jeppe needs to be careful as the Swirl Seed hits onto him. He's in the Lilting Lullaby. They're committing here. Voidseeker connects. And they're not actually going to do anything.
Oh, they could go now.
Here they go. The Magnet Storm pulls into everyone.
He's gone.
That is already Denvoxney annihilated. Yusa flushes over the wall. He's out of there. Beely's chunked. Murph's going down. Yusa gets a double kill. Resolve kill free. And now the big purple worm is next up.
Yeah, no flash available for Denvoxney. And as soon as Resolve see the rat pop out, they just say, nope, that's it. Get me my poison. As hello. Fast leg not quite going to be able to take down PFI. And I mean, this is just going to be Resolve's Baron. PFI cannot get in range of this. Not going to be able to take that one. And honestly, with that Baron, it's going to eclipse the Dragon Spawn. The gold lead smashed wide open. And you'll just see, as soon as he comes out of invisibility, you just see Resolve, all of them move forward immediately. Flash from Fast leg, slide in from Yusa. He doesn't even really get to play the game. He's bursted down so fast. And Yusa doesn't even die. He's got the flash over the wall. And on the top of that fight, Chimera 1v1ing Beely and almost just blowing him up. With all of those spells, the Death Ray, Chaos Storm, everything. Almost 100-0. And all of a sudden, the rat's not so scary in these team fights anymore. He has to have that flash available, which, in all fairness, is actually about to come back up. But again, as kind of highlighted earlier, you have to track the flashes of Resolve more. Actually, almost as importantly as Denvoxney's, because if...
Oh, Yusa. Oh, Yusa. Like the tat-tats on him. But Yusa does so much more damage. The poisons are burning. They're going to have to throw everything in. Great Magnet Storm into the hook. The shutdown's there for Merv. Beely's chunked out and he's getting put to sleep already. They finally find
Beely's gone. Beely's gone. That's the fight.
There. It's a double kill. Picked up onto the Victor. They're going to find another one. And Sartorius takes out Merv. 3 members of London go down. And the shutdown was gifted to the Shen, most crucially.
Yeah. Unfortunately for London, the wave had actually passed Denvoxney, so it gave Chimera a flank angle teleport right on top of the rat who had just blown flash to reposition to try and find one of the final ore attacks onto Yusa. Left them as a sitting target, and only Beely left to realistically deal out the damage, and he wasn't able to burst it down. Wasn't actually sure who caught him out there, as London actually going to be able to defend this inhibitor. PFI should clear these creeps. There you go. Baron buff's going to dissipate off those creeps. And
okay, so the Dragon's coming up, so they decided to reset for that. But before Dragon's up, let's have a look at this fight.
Yeah. So Denvoxney invisible. Now he does actually use an auto attack, A-clicking, I would imagine, onto the creep twice. Once when he was in status 1 at style range. But the wave had passed Denvoxney, and that gives the Chimera that flank angle. Beely put to sleep. The Chaos Storm clips him whilst he's asleep. So just a massive amount of frontal burst damage. They're gonna spot out. Then oh no, Denvoxney.
Oh, Denvoxney, he's caught. He's got a blue buff, but that is just instantly gonna get gifted over as Yusa slides into the backline. Beely's under the assassination, able to get it, but the Magnet Storm pulls him in. They find 2 for 1. Now Jeppe caught in the gravity field, caught out by Resolve, and Chimera cashes in on the next kill. 3 for 1 once again for Resolve.
Yeah, 3 for 1. And honestly, Resolve could look to end the game, but I think they're gonna play this one out a little more tempered. They've sent Chimera back to do the dragon. They're going to let him finish that one up, and it should just be a double inhib take for Resolve here. With that mid lane inhibitor being so low, they should have enough time to kind of just make a quick detour. Fastleg's going to finish up this inhibitor. Sartorius is going to finish up the mid lane, and it's another nice fight. And even though Yusa kind of makes a bit of a week 1, week 2 Killer Instinct play, doesn't really matter at the end of the day, because they found their man, Denvoxney. BD wasn't really able to do much either. The Magnet Storm pulled him out of the rocket jump in an attempted escape. Gold lead continues to grow, as Denvoxney has to be more careful. Oh no.
What were you saying?
Oh.
Spotted out by the pink ward, and I don't know if these actually have as much burst as it looks, because that is a Moonstone Staff of Flowing Water, Lilia.
When you're talking about Twitch with no flash, Twitch has not a lot of base HP.
True, true.
Even at level 14, you can see he's only at 1.6k. He's very immobile, no, utility spells, so... Or no defensive utility spells that would help him in that scenario, at least. Ticks level 14, still 1 level behind Yusa. And I think Resolve honestly have Pretty strong opportunity to end on the next fight.
Uh-oh. Oh,
Aquarius. Hello.
You're going down, my friend. Is actually maybe not. He's going to get hooked. He's going to get CC'd and PFI gets
look at the mid lane. Yeah.
But yeah, the mid lane is the problem. Then Voxney slid onto.
Stand United.
They get the Stand United, but it's not even going to come through in time. Yusa secures the kill. The resets are coming in. They haven't got a very big wave, so I don't think Resolve can actually win here.
No. If they stay, London could force a numbers advantage fight.
Remember, there's a Guardian Angel on to Yusa. Jefe getting chunked out. Merp's making his way over. The Gravity Storm pulls in a couple of members, and Beely has to stopwatch. Merp zoning Yusa away. They find that taunt. The Lilting Lullaby is going to land onto Beely, so he can't rejoin the fight for a very, very long time. And that's going to be Mapillion going down. With that, it's only 2 members for London standing. 2 waves of supers crashing in. Beely has a lot of damage, but he will struggle to deal with this as Fastleg leaps forwards, looking for that Ferocity stun, but not going to quite find it. Sorry, Ferromancy stun, as maybe now he's going to find the stun. Now he's going to find what he needs. Beely is squashed as the last tower goes down. Then Voxney has to pop that rat-a-tat-tat, but he can't even get close enough, and Yusa's just padding the KDA. The Nexus will fall at 30 minutes on the clock and Resolve a 2-1 in the series.
It's another competitive game. Hit break. But I called you hit break. As Resolve, they take it in a relatively dominative fashion. That caught me off guard. I don't know. Hit break. Anyway.
Skinny as a rake.
Yeah, skinny as a rake. Resolve, they're 1 game away from taking the UKLC championship. It's not going to be that perfect record that they were looking for. London, they've kept it competitive. Even in that game that they lost, game 2, didn't look the best, but they still gave moments of hope despite the massive gold deficit that they were facing. And here, I think just, giving over too many inches, which were turned into miles, realistically, Resolve are one of the teams, or probably the only team in the UKLC that will do that to you. You can't make some of the kind of positioning mistakes that Voxney was making into a team like Resolve are, and that's why we sit 2-1. But it's not over yet. London,
no, it's not. No, it's not.
They've shown enough of a strong will that they can definitely push this to game 5, but they've got to pull their stuff together, man. They've got to be as cohesive as they were in that game 1. Otherwise, we could really just see Resolve coming out and taking this 4th and what could be final game.
It's time to pull your socks up, London. Otherwise, you are in trouble. We're going to throw to a hit break. See you in a second.
If you want to find love, then you gotta have faith. The world is on your side. The world is on your side. If you wanna find love, then you got to have faith. The world will be your guide. The world will be your guide. No, I don't care. No one can tear you down. We'll lift you up. It's about here and now. You're gonna find love. Yeah, you're gonna be alright. Yeah, you're gonna be alright. Yeah, you're gonna be alright. Must be dreaming. Think I saw a ghost. Or was it an angel of the past that we all know? Ain't got the answers, but I hold the hope. So I'm holding on to the love, embracing the unknown. Now I'm dancing to the music. I'll just keep dancing till I lose it. Yeah, I got that Friday feeling. Yeah, it's all that I've been needing. Feel it, feel it. You're feeling good, feel it. You're feeling good, feel it. You're feeling good.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the UKLC. Game number 3 went in Resolve's favor, and they let that hiccup in game number 1 not phase them at all. Absolutely amazing game from Yusa on the Kaiser. I think Mary did a really good job considering how fed Billy got to also be pretty strong versus him. Genuinely, a really, really solid game from Resolve. And I do think London, they showed some signs here. Like, Billy played his heart out. The AP Twitch, it was exciting. It was probably not that great performance-wise, 2-7-4, but it was exciting.
I mean, yeah, it was exciting. I think the bigger issue really for the Voxnay in London was that they weren't really able to get many kills onto him. It was Beely picking up all the kills on the top side. And Beely was accelerated, but London didn't really do much in terms of propping him up and giving him the opportunity to sort of shine perhaps on the side lane. And it allowed not only the Camille to actually scale, but also the Victor, who ended up being a pretty big pain in the backside come some of these later team fights. And this is kind of where we saw this fight break out on the top side. It was a dive initially onto Merpillion. Merpillion respawns, gets to stand united, and just look at the taunt into the body slam. It's so much burst damage, but they weren't able to find lethal through the rel healing. So they have to overcommit a little bit. And then, unfortunately, for London, it's actually Yusa. This is where Yusa's snowball really kind of starts to get going, because he picks up this shutdown. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't level 6, otherwise it would have been another kill. But as you see, he dings level 6 there. Then there was also a pick right after that where he picks up Beely's shutdown, gets basically 1.1k acceleration in the space of a minute. And PFI wasn't able to steal away this dragon, loses out the smite to Soft, and you can just see then Voxnay not really able to do much to the rel, too much of a CC bot to actually give him the opportunity to successfully move around and kite out that fight. And it's just a little too split in general from London in a lot of these skirmishes and greater team fights around these objectives. They weren't able to protect Voxnay enough, or Beely for that matter, actually, who was more or less actually the carry of this game.
Billy was the carry of this game. Voxnay, unfortunately, kind of didn't have his carry. Didn't have the Voxnay performance that we kind of know and love of this guy. He had a very rough game on the Twitch, and
I think
with his opponent, with Yusa getting
Yeah.
that fed, it did feel pretty rough for him to be able to actually get any opportunities into it. And
Yeah.
it just Resolve is such a good team to deal with a mobile carry like a Twitch. Remember,
Yeah.
this is AP Twitch. It's not like a AD Twitch where you go like Gale Force or something to provide a little bit of extra safety. I mean, this fight here, they got a great pick onto Yusa to start it. Like, look at that damage from the expunge. But at this point, then Voxnay, he's already been chunked by like one Akathic Rain. Chimera comes in and just finishes it up. And it was tragic for London, because it felt like there were like little glimmers, like a pick like that, massive glimmers. But Merp got the 1,000 gold shutdown on Yusa, so maybe someone who didn't need the gold quite as much as like Beely or then Voxnay weren't able to find it. And honestly, just really, really good stuff. Now, Jamala, we do it every time. You know what's coming. Let's start drawing on the people's screens and let them see what you thought was your top play.
So I'm actually starting out from quite far back before we actually get to the original dive. And it's actually kind of both good and bad from London initially, because they send Hepe up, but I think they just open up on a more sort of optimization thing, a little bit on the incorrect side of the right side of the map. Because they actually open out, you'll see Hepe, and I'll try and fast forward it because we are quite far behind on the clip, but you see they actually open out into the river, and that's where they're trying to actually secure vision, but they're just not paying attention to the lane stay up here, and the fact that Fastleg and Yusa are not present in the bot side. There's a freeze going on for then Voxnay right now. They should know this dive is coming just because of the way that Artorias is posturing, and it means that they actually end up pathing from the river entrance all the way up here, and they're not in time to save their top laner. So they open out onto the right side of the map, but just they don't beeline it straight to the top lane, which is where they actually need to be to respond to this dive. Were they here, they could have definitely thwarted the dive in action, but this is where we actually had the highlight clip start, and oh, hello. Well,
got a disco going on the mid lane.
got a disco going on. Well, maybe I was a bit incorrect with how I described the drawing board. Either way, London could have been there on time and actually sort of stopped that dive from happening. And now, granted, of course, because of the way that the action actually ended up occurring, we had obviously London run down resolve off the reset, and that's how we ended up having Beely pick up the triple kill. But then it also started the Yusa snowball, because Yusa picked up the shutdown off Beely, which, albeit it was only 450 gold in total, but then they still had control of that side of the map, and Beely made the mistake of base checking when he didn't have the numbers in the river, or numbers on that side of the map, if I recall correctly, and then gave over his fresh 800 gold shutdown to Yusa again, and that's where the train actually started to go for Yusa. And once the train started going, there weren't really any breaks.
Well, things are starting to heat up in this series. We're getting geared up and ready to go to game number 4. But before that, it's time for us to go to a quick break. We'll be back with game 4 after this.
Must be dreaming, think I saw a ghost. Or was it an angel of the past that we all know? Ain't got the answers, but I hold the hope. So I'm holding on to the love, embracing the unknown. Now I'm dancing to the music. I'll just keep dancing till I lose it. Yeah, I got that Friday feeling. Yeah, it's all that I've been needing. Feel it, feel it. You're feeling good, feel it. You're feeling good, feel it. You're feeling good, so good. Feel it. You're feeling good, feel it. You're feeling good, so if I'm dreaming, I don't wanna know. 'Cause this is all I need, a perfect story told. I ain't got the answers, I still hold the hope. So I'm holding on to the love, embracing the unknown. Now I'm dancing to the music. I'll just keep dancing till I lose it. Yeah, I got that Friday feeling. Yeah, it's all that I've been needing. Feel it, feel it. You're feeling good, feel it. You're feeling good, feel it. You're feeling good, so good, good. Feel it. You're feeling good, feel it. You're feeling good, feel it. You're feeling good, so good, good. Feel it. You're feeling good, feel it. You're feeling good, feel it. You're feeling good,
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the UKLC. We're getting ready to go into game number 4 between London and Resolve. Resolve, 1 win away from securing themselves the crown at the top of the tower, and we're going to see whether or not London can bite back.
Yeah, thank goodness we're not in the tower format anymore, just as a strange tangent. And yeah, we're going to have to see.
They were the dark days. They were the dark days.
Dark days. But we're going to have to see whether London can bounce back. Fortunately for them, they weren't here when the tower format was around, so they didn't have to, as an organization, know the sufferings. But I think, actually, PFI Bailey Mopillion may have been around during the tower format days. But hey, we're here. Pick bans Resolve. They're still on the blue side. They had, actually, I think it's London, because we're in game 4, so London should have had selection for this game. So they wanted red side. And we're going to see the Seraphine, the Gnar, Azir, Skarner all banned away once again. And let's see how things may change and adapt. I don't necessarily know if we're going to get much of a budge in the bans. Whether Resolve maybe want to ban out anything different, but I don't see it being the case, as if it's not broken, you don't really have to fix it after last game. As time ticking, actually going to be the Kai'Sa. So I think different to game 1, different to last game as well when they were on the blue side. So fresh Kai'Sa ban this time around. Let's see what the strategy is going to be for Resolve, as London, they did ban out the Hecarim last time in this slot. Did leave the Udyr open. Udyr actually just completely foregone in the last game. Was actually up and available, which didn't show his face. So
we've also seen very low priority on the Senna as well. There goes the Camille from Artorias.
It caught one ban, I think, in game 1. That was it.
Yeah,
that was it.
Rail pickup. There you go. Easy pickup now over to London. Udyr is open, so is the Hecarim, though. This has been something that's been consistently banned away. Was picked up in the first game by London, I believe, actually. And I kind of think we might just see an Udyr come out from Sloth again then.
Yeah, now at this point, there's no harm in just picking up the Udyr if you are Resolve. We'll have to see what they pair this with London, because we could see the Senna plus the Hecarim pairing in the R1, R2, and then that sets you up for a pretty free Thresh pickup come R3, but they're actually going to look to secure the Thresh now, even though there's no threat of losing the champion because Rel's in the game. Let's see what Sloth.
I feel like there's enough open in the jungle for Sloth not to go down into old habits.
No,
here.
I think he's just hovering it, because obviously it's Sloth. But I'm expecting either the Udyr or the Lilia to come out here from the Resolve jungler. No reason to pick anything else. As last second swap, we're actually going to see the Samira for a change. Obviously pairs up beautifully with the Rel. You have the knock up to obviously use your passive off of. So Rel Samira, been a pretty tried and tested pairing this season. Everyone knows it kind of works. Expecting the jungle pick up here for Soft now, as I already highlighted. Udyr Lilia stand out for me as the picks. And with the Samira being locked in, then Voxnay has got a pick of the litter for his AD carry choices. I wouldn't like to see London pick up their mid laner here, like they actually forwent the AD carry pickup. I want to say it was game
2. It was 2. They did that in game 2, I think.
When they're on red side. Or was it game 1? I don't know. Either way, I think it was game 1, but then they weren't actually punished for it. He's done it. He's locked in the vein. Okay, interesting. So right here, Resolve, they are actually lacking the hard point and click CC. So let's see if, unlike Enclave, Resolve are actually able to draft around this. And let's see whether London actually remove away some of the obvious choices from the solo laners that can deal with this vein. For now, we are going to see the Aatrox band away. And finally, Resolve, they're going to pay a little bit of respect to Mopillion on this top side. They're going to remove away that Shen. I think if you're London, maybe you go for a Renekton ban, or maybe you could ban out Twisted Fate, but Chimera hasn't played it.
Volibear, as he picked. The Volibear's been highly contested this series.
But the thing with the Volibear is he's a big, beefy, walk into you champion who has very linear pans, which then Voxnay can very easily deal with. We're going to finally also see the Victor moved away from Chimera. Victor, a champion that Chimera has lent on quite a lot alongside that Syndra. So we'll have to take a look at whether he actually ends up locking that one in. And for Resolve, I mean, you either ban out a mid laner in kind, or you ban out another top laner from Mopillion. Looks like Orianna is going to be removed away. I think that's a very smart ban. You want to have the utility of that mid laner in the game to buff up not only the Vayne but also the Hecarim at the same time, provide so much spacing. And it's going to be the Syndra takeaway, which honestly is going to push Chimera down a little bit in the mid lane pickups.
Now, we have seen things typically when mid lane gets kind of forced down to this point and a Syndra gets picked up. Things like the Echo have shown their face a little bit as a lane matchup, a lane counter to the Syndra. Pretty nice into Denvoxing as well. You can jump in, and if things get too hairy, just press the R key and ping back out. So see what they first of all want to look to pick up in the top lane. It's going to be the Malphite, and that is nice. I part of me wanted the GP. GP ult on top of the Vayne's nice, but do you know what's nicer on top of the Vayne?
Malphite.
Slam from the Malphite.
Yeah.
Then you got the Rel following up. At that point, you're just not getting out.
Of course. Now, obviously, I make up my face. I love the GP champion. I think into Merpillion's champion pool, it actually does wonders. Now, what I would potentially like to see, whether Merpillion will do it is a different story. His GP here for Merpillion isn't terrible. It gives him a free laning phase into Malphite. And it gives him a global to defend the bottom side. But I expect Merpillion to actually just go down the tank route, because that's typically what Merpillion's been on. So we'll have to see.
And what we do here is if they pick GP, you big brain it, and it's AP Malphite mid, slap the Lucian in the top lane.
Yeah, and then it's all over.
Lacking AP damage.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Just one shot then Voxney. You don't need to ult him and survive. You just need to ult him and kill him.
Exactly. But we are just going to get the Gragas. Obviously can offer more in terms of peel later on in the game, which is what then Voxney is likely going to need. It is probably, when you've got a Vayne in the game, it always turns into the Vayne show, regardless of who the AD carry is. So we're going to have to see. Resolve, they've got better answers than Enclave did for this Vayne pick yesterday. They've got that Malphite. They've got the Rel, which I think the Rel was actually on the Vayne side last time around. But in kind, London also have the fresh Lantern. They've got all of the peeling tools, the box, the flay, to stop Rel from just jumping on the Vayne's face over and over and over again.
I want to see Resolve put attention towards bot side.
Yes.
Denvoxing is now on a carry. This is something we haven't seen since game 1 really from him. We had the Seraphine in game 2 and the Twitch, the AP Twitch in the bot lane. Sure, you can say AP Twitch is a carry, but he got really far behind. This is the first time we get to see Denvoxing back on the champion, which we know he can really take over the game on. And if Resolve just ignore him and play to mid-top, then Denvoxing's just going to do what he does best, getting a level lead, getting a CS lead, and then just taking over the game kind of 15 to 30 minutes into the game. So yeah, I want to see attention from Resolve towards this bot lane. Otherwise, I genuinely think if they ignore bot lane, this is going to game 5. Like, I'm going to say it. I ignore bot lane, we're going to game 5. And Denvoxing's got a champion we know he can carry on.
Yeah, and he's so comfortable on it. And I do actually kind of half worry for the scaling side of things for Resolve with a Vayne in the game.
Yeah.
There is no champion that really matches up to that level of scaling. That being said, all it really takes is a Malphite ultimate to land, or a Bear Slap to land into straight CC coming out from the Rel, and obviously the additional knock-up that the Samira can offer. It's gonna be a very big game of, will London actually have it in them, the ability to actually keep everyone safe, particularly Denvoxing.
We are having a light pause before we get into this game 4, though. Looks like it's already been resolved, so there's no point even bringing it up. Just slightly longer loading. That's what I could have got away with there. Yeah, onto the map, onto the Rift for game number 4 between Resolve and London. Resolve pretty much played this entire series on the blue side, bar one game.
Yeah. Much like
I like this because we've seen in yesterday's game between London and Enclave, the drafts were somewhat samey. These drafts have not been. There's been a lot of adaptation from both teams throughout this entire series.
Yeah, I definitely agree. The drafts from yesterday were a little more boring, but one thing I want to draw attention to is there was a lot of pings before we actually came to the live feed of that bottom side tri-bush. I think Resolve are going to look for some kind of cheese, but all of London have actually turned up to the top side. For what reason? Unknown, but they were looking for this cheese here where you can see Fastlegged obviously demounts over the wall. And then you'll have somebody check whether they're guarding the entrance. In this case, no one is. So you're actually going to find a cheese here. And of course, you just set up for a nice sort of CC chain, especially if Use is in range. Just knock them back up and they will typically die. Not a lot of champions can survive that level 1.
Minions have spawned.
It looks like we could just be in for a relatively standard start.
Well, here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Junglers
onto the Rift.
Flying. Onto the Rift. Junglers
Game
flying
4.
on the top side. Game 4.
I'm really annoying you here. You're trying to make your point.
It's so good. Oh, Hepe, turn around. Yeah.
Yep, start walking the other way. Keep walking the other way.
Yep. Oh,
it's a hook, actually, although Fastleg just leaps in and Jeppe gets the
could kill Hepe. Yeah.
down. Yusa's doing so much work to him. Then Voxney gets exhausted, and Yusa can take a little bit of poke. Both of these supports. By the way, Fastleg hasn't got any items.
Oh.
What was...
That's not ideal. Okay. I mean, with that now in mind, this. They can just zone Yusa entirely. Oh, he hex flashed vision. Push to push. Oh!
Yusa, that was a step
Honestly,
away from tragedy.
Yusa is a far braver man than I could ever wish to be, not flashing away from that sentence. Especially with like the the lolly popping mechanic, where at the end of skill shots, it kind of like extends out in a circle.
Yeah.
It's why blitz hooks sometimes look quite questionable. Still a thing
So
on
what's
fresh
it with
hooks,
Nautilus?
well,
What's going on there?
Nautilus' hook is just a global, so I don't know why he even brought it up. As the reset from Fastleg, because he had no items, just means that London are going to have full bottom side priority for the time being. And PFI is definitely going to like that. However, if London stick around, Sof is actually looking... Yeah, Sof was looking for this gank, but with all this bottom side priority, we could just see PFI actually get his hands on this bottom side scuttle. But there is mid lane priority. And with the Resolve bottom side sticking around, they could actually hit level 3 first, and it could turn into a one-sided skirmish. Let's see how things actually set up, as here we go. Fight HUD's here. They're being collapsed on.
Here comes the flash. PFI dodges away on that. As now Chimera the one getting turned onto, gets knocked back and chunked out a little bit.
Oh, Soft doesn't have best stance. Soft doesn't have best stance.
That's massive, actually. Him not having best stance is huge. The hook goes wide, and Resolve, they're not done here, although PFI getting that smite means he's got the level 4. Remember, Soft still doesn't have that bear stance, so...
Yeah, so typically Udyrs, what they'll do is they'll skill 2 points into... Oh, Mobilia's making the same roam as the other game.
Oh, no, Chimera's belly bob. The Scatter Week flash this time. Chimera survives.
Yeah, if that Scatter the Week lands, that's it. That's just a perfect CC chain into death for Chimera. And honestly, that's not the first time that Merpillions made that gank occur at this timer. But yeah, typically, Udyrs, what they'll do is they'll skill Phoenix stance twice so that their clear is a little bit speedier on those final 3 camps. Now, what was that point? This Hex Flash could signal engage. Oh,
nice flay. Yeah. Oh, Yusa.
Saving either his life or... Oh,
Yusa?
Whoa. Buddy. Buddy, that's it. That's a solo.
One more. He's low. He's burning. He's burning. Jeppe. It's got the lantern. Fastleg has to run into rep. The attract, the repel, not going to find their mark. And it's first blood to Dem Voxney. Meanwhile, in the top lane, absolute chaos is breaking out, and PFI will lose his life. Soft now looking to go on Merpillion. Merpillion getting cooked, but here comes Beely. The Scout of the Week's going to connect. Soft's coming in, trying to turn it around. They get themselves the double kill. Now it's Beely versus Soft. The bear stance, the tiger stance, the phoenix stance, the flash, and the triple kill for Soft.
Oh no, that's 3 kills onto an Udyr. It's a really scary game, but you have to remember, he has to be finding out Den Voxney consistently. So whilst, yes, he's going to be very, very accelerated, we're going to have to actually track how he uses all of this gold, all of this lead that he's just gained for himself. And this is why Udyr can be such a strong pick in Tekken, because he just out-skirmishes him in the early game. There's not really many champions in the game that can out-skirmish an Udyr early on. It can only really be Olaf, who obviously just got the butt ton of nerfs, so you don't see Olaf anymore.
That was disgusting how much damage that belly pop W did.
Yes, that's not balanced. The combo, and on the bottom side, then Voxney, I mean, really Resolve lucky to not lose out on a straight double kill here, as, I mean, I just don't know what Yusa was thinking dashing forward there, as the Lantern brings Mr. Den Voxney into range, and it was a really nice tumble actually to attempt to avoid the potential stun, as you just see we cut to the top side fight, and you can... The Phoenix stance deals so much damage in burst because it's been shadow buffed so many times. They've only really been nerfing the Phoenix aura damage, and of course we're not even on 11.4 where that Phoenix burn damage has been nerfed a bunch more, as Soft trying to secure some vision around here on the bottom side, but London again, more bottom side priority as to be expected. Soft's kind of in no man's land, but I don't think he's going to be found out by anybody.
PFI's on his way over as well. There is a ward there, so Yusa feeling pretty self.
Yeah.
Got the blade well, and now they know this is happening. And on the meanwhile, people are coming in on the collapse. PFI does have level 6, however.
Yeah.
Soft's going to get this crab, and he is now got level 6. Maybe a little less impactful.
I mean, I don't know, man. Phoenix stance hurts, but it's not an onslaught of shadows, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Phoenix stance does hurt. And no team's really got enough priority or enough comfortability to be able to take this dragon yet. So stepping away and just trying to continue to keep themselves in the game. There's Soft farming up. Actually, I'd like to have a quick toggle of the gold and see where we are. Yeah, there's a pretty big lead. 900 gold between Soft and PFI right now. Yeah. Bot lane's only 300 between them. Although Beely's actually making his way down towards the Taurus. The Taurus
I don't know
does
about
have
this.
the unstoppable force, but Merp could just get him with a combo. PFI's also coming in. Taurus, you might be in trouble, friend.
Yeah, so they know that they're going to give up the dragon because the wave is bouncing back, so they're just looking for this.
Charging in.
Regardless.
Oh,
Yeah.
the Taurus, the fear! He's going down. The dragon is going to get answered out on the other side of the map. Taurus just not respecting the fact his team weren't leaning towards that side of the map.
Yeah, it was a nice attempt. Artorias, though, was on weak side. Didn't feel like he was in a far enough up position, potentially, to actually die to the gank, and he does. Doesn't have flash. Wasn't able to flash away from the onslaught of shadows. Just not enough respect on the weak side now. Granted, it's only a kill that they're traded out, and it doesn't look like, given where the wave actually is, that he missed out on too much. As we get the replay, and Marpillion, nice body slam into devastating charge, right into the Sky of the Week, which just barely misses. The onslaught of shadows is there from PFI. Ultimate, very powerful at catching up with gap closes, of course, and let's see where things go from this point with Resolve picking up that dragon. Looks like they're going to be relatively objective focused in this early game. They know that with PFI not having ultimate, it's going to be pretty hard for them to contest this Herald for London. So Resolve taking the time to secure this one, and despite the 3 kills, Soft's actually not accrued a massive CS lead or anything like that. He's been more focused on the objectives for the immediate future. As Beely's in trouble.
My lord, Beely actually getting all in. The culling's going to be enough. Chimera gets a shutdown like it's nothing.
Yeah,
that was sexy.
That was really nice. There was no minion wave there to dodge out from the culling, and not only that, I think Beely was out of mana. He couldn't actually cast the Scout of the Week to interrupt. Why does he do this? He does it so... Maybe it's just the top lane is like gentleman agreement. I mean, Malphite is saying you will lose. So. Why?
Way too showboaty, mate. Way too showboaty.
I think it's because Artorias is 0-2. Like, he's on Malphite and he's got a very fed.
He was doing this when he was fed.
Yeah.
He was dancing on Volibear when he got first blood.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so Resolve no Hepe's here. Let's see if they punish Hepe for it. Let's see. As he doesn't have flash. Fast Leg does have flash. Let's see what kind of route they take into that lane, as he's actually going to finally back away and reveal himself. All right, could have been something, but it was not. And Soft has recalled, first one to attain a mythic in this game.
Couple things to note here. Denvoxney's actually building towards what looks like the shield bow in this game. Recognizes that this team can deal with him. So wants that. Also, they haven't ganked him. They've kind of just let Denvoxney chill. And he's got himself a CS lead over Yusa. And I'm not sure if I'm okay with this.
What with the...
I think they want to do something about Denvoxney,
all right, okay. I mean, yeah. But, I mean, Resolve have a much better... Merp, just pressure button time, go.
That was a bit strange by Artorias to go for that. I think the onslaught's not on a massively long cooldown.
Yeah, Malphite Ultimate actually has a deceptively short cooldown. You can see it's only
91 seconds, a minute and a half.
91 seconds there. It's closer to 2 minutes, but at the end of the day, 2 minutes for a Malphite Ultimate at level 1 is honestly kind of nothing. Especially like if you take into consideration by the time he gets back to lane, it's what, going to be 60 seconds? He doesn't care. But
Yeah, he's fine.
back to the Voxnay point. Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal, but the rest of the map is doing fine. They're at iron points that they're happy with. If Chimera can base and pick up his mythic before this dragon spawns up, which looks like it's going to be the case now, Resolve are going to be pretty comfortable with taking the second dragon. And Voxnay London, they're not really going to be able to respond too heavy-handedly to the item discrepancy.
Yeah, I was actually seeing Beatley gone for the Lost Chapter. I would like to see a Seekers come through fairly soon for him in this lane, as he is struggling. He's down in CS as Soft. Needs to be a little careful.
Not only that,
Wants to
Zonya's...
get that pink more than life itself, but not going to get it.
Yeah, not only that, Zonya's in this game, really high value.
Yes.
Stopwatch also for then Voxnay. Keep our eyes out for one of the sort of later skirmishes. Oh, see, Artorias.
This is why
about to
Zonya's
come back
is a
up.
very high value item. Beatley takes a lot of a culling, and here comes the Force, here comes the Slow,
Yes.
here comes Soft. They don't even burn the ult from Artorias. He didn't even have it. He's only just got it back. Easy pickings. Couple of flashes burnt to make sure they get the kill on him.
Yeah,
Beatley
now-
did hold his summoner spells, which I'll give to him. It was pretty nice.
Yeah. The exit path though from Resolve means that they might not. Oh,
Fast leg, good Magnet Storm. They get the flay off, and now then Voxnay has to try and jump away. Yusa uses a great blade well, but with the teleports coming in, the turnarounds here, they do have that ultimate available to use. He's going to pull the Inferno trigger. Artorias waiting for his opportunity. Jeppe going so low. The backup teleport's there. Then Voxnay's low. Yusa finds the kill. PFI cashes in on the next one. It's a 1-for-1 as far as the AD carries go. And now Chimera looking for Beatley. The Unleashed Power is going to connect. The Scatter of the Week, the bot, everything layered in. And that is PFI finding yet another kill. As now Soft, he's the one on the run. He's got 3 members on top of him. He's got so much space to buy. Slowed by the Chilling Smite. Slowed, knocked up, popped up, stunned, and shut down. Jeppy's looking for the hook. Artorias doesn't have any mana, but now Fastleg's back on the rift. Fastleg's making his way over. Oh, my lord.
yeah. What a messy fight, Jake. I think London won. I mean, they're getting the dragon, right? So
London won.
Oh no, it's a pause. It's actually the first one we've had.
It is the
this
first
series,
pause we've had.
technically. As get a replay of what just occurred here. Fastleg checking the brush, not aware that he was about to eat a death sentence, and it's a really nice immediate turn onto the Voxnay, but they're not really able to find anything else beyond that. And Artorias kind of just holds his ultimate for a really long time. It's a nice flash forward from Yusa to dodge out on the onslaught of shadows. But with that ultimate not being layered onto the Voxnay immediately, it means that Yusa isn't really able to immediately turn in to Den Voxnay and kill him. Fortunately, the ground slam that slows the attack speed, stopped Den Voxnay from taking down Yusa super fast, and they end up trading out 1-for-1. Chimera stunned up by the Scatter of the Week and Absolute Power combination, and Soft, I think the Blast Cone hit by Beatley from range. No, it looks like it was actually PFI, and he dies, and Scatter of the Week almost into the death sentence. Was pretty funny. Hey, here's our faces.
it's us, the boys. Yeah, we have a slight pause. Hopefully it won't be too long. It's just a couple of lag issues. We're getting back into the game nice and soon. But yeah, there was a moment where I was like, oh, this is going pretty good. They finally focused Den Voxnay. Now Den Voxnay's 3-1. He's got the shield bow. Yeah, that's problematic already. But they do have, they do still have answers. They still got that force. They still got the capabilities. But Yusa just, I don't think, was quite ready to take that fight. But it kind of started because Fastleg got hooked and they felt like they had to go for it.
Yeah. And also on the note of Den Voxnay, I'll be sort of watching like a hawk on what he will actually opt into as a second item, because he's got a lot of options. You could, of course, go like the Gwynsu second, which has sometimes been the case, but I think Vayne's typically have dropped off of the Gwynsu's builds.
Yeah.
Could see like PD, but when you've got the shield bow, Bloodthirster kind of sticks out as a really nice sort of, maybe not so much as a second item, but definitely as a third in a game like this, where you want to sustain through a lot of the beefy frontliners coming at you.
To it, Fastleg.
Oh, PFI doesn't have smite. So they had to drag the dragon out. Oh,
To it, Fastleg.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he could have done it. He actually could have done it.
Oh, man. All right. Well,
the lane sword's going to come out. Cloud Soul's going to spawn. 1 dragon apiece between our teams here. And even though it's only 1 mountain, it's not the most impactful, but it is actually quite nice if you are going for like a tankier Vayne build.
True.
A little bit more resistances on top of the fact you're getting the bonus health, the lifesteal, the shielding. You know, those things do stack up.
Yeah. It's been a while since you've seen those tank Vayne iterations. I wonder if you ever will see it prop up again and actually be like the meta build. I hope not. Yeah, as Beely. Gonna be
I think he's just gonna lose his tower here.
Yeah.
That's gonna crumble down.
Now
Riftail's gonna spawn up as well.
Voxnay has to be careful because all of the resolve numbers. Yeah, okay, he's shoved out of the way. He's just gonna back away. So all of the numbers of resolve moving into the top side. Does not want to be showing himself when PFI is nowhere to be found. He is speeding his way up to the top side, but it's going to be a resolve flying up this Herald. And with the numbers, no teleport from Merpillion and Artorias in the area, I think that's going to be a mighty fine, clean pickup.
Should be fairly easy. Hook by Jeppe just fishing for Artorias. Artorias is going for the base and going to have his base cancelled. London still needs to be careful. A Riftail's just gone down, and there's still 5 members leaning topside. Artorias has that ultimate. Sure, then Voxney has the shield bow, but he doesn't quite have the same level of backup he had the last game, and they might be looking for this, you know. Artorias is sneaking into the bush. I don't think he's been seen.
They don't know. They don't know, no. And they're even
PFI's about, they go in, they go for the slam. That's
He's
the shield
gone.
bow going to get procced already. Then Voxney's low. Then Voxney's down. The shutdown for Artorias into the hook. User's got the Inferno trigger. PFI's been stunned.
Oh, he's killed
PFI
it.
finds himself an extra kill. Jeppe gets it. Fast leg versus Jeppe. It's the portal combat time. But here comes the
got
deer.
Ignite.
Can he find it? Can Fast Leg live? He doesn't. He's going to. Finally, Jeppe gets it. Jeppe flashes out. DK'd. Put it down. Soft gets the kill.
It's the wrong champion, but I'll give you the points for the reference. The resolve. They went out.
He says it on anything.
Yeah, Merpillion, he did. Merpillion gonna be down here shoving out, and Beely, where was Beely during all of this? I believe reset.
He was mid.
Yeah, it was just mid the whole time. So it's gonna just be this Herald shoving in. Chimera's gonna get all of that local gold, and a nice just sort of pick play. Honestly, then Voxnay was so close to living here. If he had flash, very well could have turned this around. And honestly, want to keep our eyes on PFI because I think just Conqueror and also the W of Hecarim keeping him alive at the very back end, soaking up all of the infernal trigger damages. No, it's just Conqueror. Magnet Storm slowing him down. And all right, well, Hecarim steals a lot of damage. Looks like, as Fast Leg has to walk through the box, eats a Flay, the Death Sentence steals a whole bunch of damage because being maxed most likely, and the Ignite ticks him down. One more row, a final tick, and Soft able to run down Hepe. Unfortunately, still ate the stun from the Bear Slap. Still an auto attack once it's channeled. Actually, because the Bear Slap has like a little bit of range, I think it's treated like a.
It has that like a slight
attack.
reach on it, yeah.
Yeah, it's treated like a ranged auto attack. So even though Hepe flashed, he still got stunned. Was able to be run down as PFI gonna be safe running out there. And one thing to note, the Dragons were taken so slowly that, and the fact that they've been taken piece apart, it's gonna be a long time until we see a soul.
Now, this is actually a very nice soul for both teams, but in particular Resolve. They want their ultimates as much as possible because Den Voxney is basically the target for all the Malphite ultimates. But you think about Chimera, once a Lucian pops the culling with the movement speed, it's so hard to dodge it because it's the bonus movement speed he gets.
Yeah.
Yusa, the same for him, gets in the Infernal Trigger on multiple people. And it's just a real nuisance with it. So it's a really nice Drake if Resolve can get their hands on it. Same though for PFI. That's champion which loves the extra movement speed.
Yeah, but I kind of want to highlight right now just quickly the lane assignments. Whilst they might not look necessarily optimal, again, like yesterday, Voxnay is on the side lane just getting solo XP. So even though, yes, London are kind of losing out, in the context of this series, this game, these two teams, you can honestly be okay with this if you're the Vayne and you're London. PFI even getting some counter juggling in on Nudir, which is, well, it's not something you see often, I'll tell you that for free.
No. He doesn't have anybody with him, really.
No, Soft does have Smite, so he's going to get that. As members from Resolve kind of slowly shifting over. Looks like Soft and Chimera want to take this 2v2.
Taurus has teleport.
Taurus does have teleport, but so does Merpillion in our.
There's also no way to teleport too, so
yeah,
kind of pointless point.
Yeah.
18 seconds until that Cloud Drake comes up. I think the resets are going to come in for both of these teams and just spend some gold before they're able to pick that up.
I think London's reset is so slow that if Resolve just shoving this mid wave and put numbers on that Dragon, they could just take it now, but I think they actually recognize how slow London actually are to this play. Then Voxnay just finished up the Phantom Dancer, so he's actually 2 items. He's very scary right now.
He's very, very scary right now.
actually, as a response, so is Chimera. Chimera is Essence Reaver Gale Force. He is absolutely online, a monster.
Yeah, he is huge. Now, the wave's getting pushed out in the mid lane by the 2 AD carries of Resolve. Gonna shove that out. Obviously, Beely able to deal with waves fairly simply. Hook's gonna get used by Jeppe just to try and find someone in that bush, but it's not gonna be the case. And I think this dragon is just gonna be conceded from London. I think that's the smart play. They weren't set up for it. Like you said, slow resets ultimately means they are going to be the ones losing out. And I'd like to see how much gold we've got on all the players, because Juice is sitting on 1,500 gold. He is down pretty significantly to Denvoxney right now.
Yeah, he is. Denvoxney picking up a few more kill credits here and there. And of course, down that 25-ish CS, so...
Oh, they find the hook onto Artorias.
So yeah, they're looking for
Artorias
Denvoxney.
Doesn't have flash. Denvoxney has to jump away with the tumble. Can he go for it? He's going for it. He slams in. Already getting a lot off there. A lot of damage thrown onto Denvoxney, and he just has to lantern to safety. Artorias happy to burn that. Den has got life still though, so he will be able to heal back up.
Shield bow wasn't blown either, so if London want to look for a re-engage fight, they know Artorias doesn't have R now, but doesn't look like Resolve are even going to give him the opportunity to allow that to happen.
It's already got a third of its cooldown back.
Yeah, it's really low cooldown. And obviously, I was about to say, of course, the Sunfire A just gives it the ability haste back, but they changed the tenacity passive. Changed it to the tenacity passive, I believe. So I believe it's a Chem Tank that actually gives the ability haste now. As Hook lands, you'll see Silver Bolt.
Why we want that tenacity. Denvoxney. Yeah. Not going to eat that culling. That's a lot of damage into Artorias and the Silver Bolt shot.
Yeah, PTA plus Silver Bolts. Not only that, Denvoxney was rocking about 2.2k HP, so a little more extra bonus damage coming out there. As Denvoxney's looking for an auto attack over the wall. Bless him.
Oh, Fastleg. Yeah. Fastleg is playing with fire right now.
Yeah, I'd have to say he was right there. In all honesty, yes. Now it's London with the numbers around mid lane, and I think Resolve may have to give this one up, Jake.
Yeah, I think this one is going down, unfortunately, for them. Soft's doing his best to try and hold it as the hook comes out from Jeppe. Taurus is now rotated over. But it looks like that is going to be all she wrote on that mid lane siege. Just a tower taken by the side of London. Notorious back to farming.
Yeah. Notorious actually not doing so hot in the farm department. All things considered, into a tank.
He's kind of playing the ult bot for the team at the moment, though.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, but 135 CS, 22 minutes into a game. All soft on his way here.
He's seen him. I mean, they've got the ulti, so Merp,
I mean, if PFI makes it here. PFI makes it here. Look away. Look away. If you have children in the room, cover their eyes. They don't need to see this. That was not gaming from the Resolve top laner.
We are absolutely not on game hours yet.
Yeah, I would know. We're definitely not. So, Artorias is playing like he is. Very tired.
Is now the one who's going to get a lot of love put into him.
Yeah, and
everybody's up there. He has no friends and nowhere to go. PFI got the E, got the charge.
Hello,
sorry, Chimera. It's been nice knowing you. Able to actually dodge away. I reserve. Okay, cool. Yeah, good job.
Yeah,
Gale Force is a perfectly balanced item.
Perfectly okay. And also, I feel mechanically incorrectly played by PFI, but
yeah,
not going to get into it too much as Resolve. The response is immediate into this mid lane tier 2. Likely, I mean, they don't have a wave bot side, unfortunately, so they're not going to be able to transition it into that. Loads of pings onto PFI, though. He's been caught out in the jungle.
Slowed down by the seismic shard, but he is still a very quick boy. Torres about to get the ultimate available.
Denvoxney.
The CC's layered, and that is the ult. That is the kill onto Denvoxney. A massive scatter of the week, though, comes in from Beely. Now Chimera looks to join the fight onto the wall. PFI inside that Baron pit. So low. Can't get out of the pit, though, and Artorias will take him down. Resolve find 2, and they may look for the Baron, although Beely has the health to work with. So does Merp. This could be very, very dangerous. Teleport's coming in from Artorias. He's just going to reset and rejoin if needs be. He's going to come into this pink ward. Baron's going to continue, and Soft actually jumps over the wall. They're looking on for Beely. Artorias flashes, gets himself the kill, and now with the Inferno trigger cooking Mappillion, Soft finds the kill. They stagger the deaths as well as they get the Baron.
I just don't understand, London, what we were thinking here. I think you just... I mean, particularly Denvoxney had flash for the Malphite armor, but he just doesn't react. And It's not like the Malphite was out of vision. He was very much there. As Chimera...
Just a zoning culling.
Nice attempt. Yeah, zoning, culling, and with that Baron, it sets up Resolve to be in a prime position to potentially end this game. So I was already worried about the positioning of this fight, but I mean, look, it's a nearly max range ultimate from Artorias. He had enough time to react, but I guess just potentially distracted by the riverside of the engage by London, by Resolve, I beg your pardon. PFI doesn't have ultimate, used it to try and pick up Chimera in the top side, so he can't escape out the back of the pit. And then Flash, fast leg whiffs everything, but you know, soft, it's a little harder to miss a bear slap when you've got Flash. That time around, locks up Beely, the flash over the wall from Artorias to secure it. And the Inferno trigger puts Mapillion in that neat grinder as actually London sneak away the dragon. So it's going to delay the soul.
Resolve shoved mid and then went, oh yeah, dragon, and just kind of ignored it while we're in the replay. One thing to note is you're right. Look at Denvoxy's items. He's got the Rage Knife, so
interesting.
Return to kind of older builds here for this champion.
Yeah, I mean, it does make sense, I suppose. If you stack up on hit when the champions on the enemy team are stacking armor, then I suppose mathematically you'll be dealing more damage than just building fly AD and crit.
Yeah, Vayne typically doesn't need the crit quite as much, though. It's fine.
There's so much damage is front loaded into press the attack, and of course the silver bolts. No, it's not really necessary to be dishing out the big.
Oh, Chimera.
Chimera's fine.
Yeah, he's fine.
Baron. Yeah, Baron recall.
Oh, that ward wasn't in the bush.
Oh.
Then
I mean, they would have seen him. They would have seen him walk in.
Yeah, they didn't know exactly where he was. He could have been anywhere.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, while three members are trying to deal with Chimera, Yusa is taking the tower. Fastlane is behind him to make sure that he's safe.
PFI was farming Gromp whilst this is going on. I guess he just doesn't really. Does he want blue buff? No, alright. He's trotting around in the top side whilst losing out on towers on the other side. Finally, you're going to take his reset, but in all fairness, he's not really needed here yet. Though the fight hard may indicate differently. As keep an eye on Denvoxne, where you can survive and engage.
Unstoppable force available. Denvoxne has been on the receiving end of quite a few mountains slamming into the side of him. And Yusa got the shield bow, got the bloodthirster. Very tanky now. It's that pseudo tank build.
Of course.
From him.
Once you proc that ultimate as well, if you cast it during that Immortal shield bow being up, oh man, the lifesteal is bonkers. You just do not die unless there is an immense amount of CC and grievous wounds.
And yeah, and grievous wounds.
And grievous wounds, yeah.
And this is definitely the best iteration of her. I remember like around launch when it was literally like trying to kill a 6-item tank.
Do you remember that one particular clip that floated around where she literally 1v5 pentakilled in the top side of the jungle where the blue buff is?
I think so. I think I do remember seeing
it was a high MMR game. It was like the first night of her being.
I turned my eyes away from any Samira clips when she was out when she first came launched because it was sad. I just didn't like seeing it.
Yeah.
The AD carries shouldn't allowed to be this tanky while also doing that much damage.
No, they should not. Also,
it's better than the Sterix Gauge era we had for a while.
Oh yeah,
I mean, it wasn't melees only. We had like Graves tanks.
Oh, don't remind me.
Graves were like Cleaver Sterix, and like all of the AD carries would buy a Sterix like third.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, God, that was awful.
Sterix Squadron is pretty strong right now, but I don't. Well, I mean,
at least it's not your AD carries building those items, right?
Yeah, exactly. London forcing out mid prio. Curious to know what they're going to try and achieve here. Looks like they want to try and rotate up towards the top side now. I thought potentially a siege, but you can see the wave clear pretty quick from Resolve, and because of the pathing out, it means Resolve are going to now have a fast track up towards the mid lane. They could have even.
Soft's just fucking. He's just barreling up there.
Yeah, they're gonna cut London off of entering into the mid lane. Potentially guard the wave all the way to the tower. You can see the inhibitor tower very low, but gonna back away and now look actually for a fight in the jungle as both these teams seem to have made their way over here. All right, nothing.
They're just teasing us. A lot of vision here, though, for Resolve. London don't really have the opportunity to deal with that. Hook goes out. And, yeah, that's the tower.
What's going on? All right, I guess quiet time until this dragon potentially spawns, but given the reset timers, I guess London may be okay. I'll have to see though. It's almost eerie, the silence. Thank you, and giving us something to talk about with the gold. Unsurprisingly,
the calm before the storm, because you know the storm is coming.
Oh, look at Den Voxney in the spec. You see that? He's just hopping about. I'm sure that wasn't the case in game, but let's see. London have positioning. Means Resolve are going to have to come into them, so they should be able to react. But look at Artorias on the bottom side of the screen. He could potentially find a long angle flank. He's got the blast cone. He's inside the pit.
He's got the blast cone. He's just looking for Den Voxney. He's trying to zone him off, but inside the pit for the moment. PFI is on this dragon. Nobody's going to be able to secure it. It's actually PFI's the one to do it. Now, they found themselves the kill. Artorias has to ult out to safety, and PFI is just charging towards the side of Resolve. Is going to force them out, though. And Den Voxney? Remember, has that Night Hunter, so Soft has to be careful, although it is an Udyr, so it's actually, don't worry, I take that back.
Does Den Voxney have the Gwynsus finished up? I can see the particles every couple of autos, so I assume he does, unless the Rage Knife gives him that passive now.
Rage Knife only is the attack speed and the on-hit, like conversion.
Yeah. Okay, so he's got the
Gwynsus finished up. Okay.
And crucially, Stopwatch. Stopwatch finally in inventory for a potential massive fight coming out. So we have to just keep our eyes on the usage of that, as Hepe could be aggressed onto here, or even maybe Merpillion. Let's take a look.
Yeah, he got the best slap off, but actually now the blast cone's used. Merp has to be careful. Has to use the cask just to disengage Chimera from him. Red buff's up and available to be taken as well, so they're going to steal away a couple of camps, deny PFI, who's actually done a pretty good job of counter jungling himself this game.
Yeah, it's a short cooldown for the cask if you. Hepe. Now they're
Jeppe, you're in trouble. The slaps are coming in. The culling is going to cut through the health bar, and Chimera gets the kill. Artorias slams in. Den Voxney's been stunned for quite a while. Pop the ultimate. Artorias is getting melted. Yusa in the middle of everyone, about to get the blade well.
Den Voxney's not dying
to be able to survive. Can he do it? Yes, he can. The ball's there, but the stun's coming in, and this is London winning the fight over Resolve. Everybody but two fall down.
Resolve couldn't get their hands on Den Voxney. The Malphite ultimate flashed away from, an attempted engage from Fastleg, condemned away from, and crucially, Den Voxney bought himself enough time that members of his team were able to come and back him up. He didn't even blow the stopwatch. Did, yes, have to use the summoners, but he kills 3 members practically by himself because of how much time he bought, and it's going to be transitioned into a Baron buff here, and this is a huge swing in momentum for this game. It had been so quiet for the last couple of minutes, and now finally London find their end, and Voxney has all of the items. This could be the buff that that London needs to actually try and knock down these inner towers. Here's the replay of the entire thing. It starts off with Hepe being caught off guard here. Actually just run down bear slaps, and then Voxney finally flashes away from the ultimate, actually kind of preemptively, as the Onslaught of Shadows is huge, disrupts the entire engage on the Voxney, and just look at him. He just constantly keeps himself alive, constantly swapping targets, crucially, and the ultimate from Yusa is interrupted. I didn't quite actually catch who it was that stopped it. Doesn't matter, because then Voxney doesn't die, and now he's got the Guardian Angel in pocket, and he still has that stopwatch. Now look at Artorias, he's got a flank, and there's no flash.
They're going in, they've got the Magnet Storm, they're going to pop his GA already. Artorias holding the R, the Inferno trigger's down, the cask is used. Can they find the charge? No, Den Voxney gets the stun off. Soft's looking for the bear slap. They do look for him, they finally find him. Jeppe low HP, used to sliding him forward. Beely gets a kill on the fast leg, but already London are dropping like fries. The Inferno trigger gets interrupted once again by the cask. And Yusa not going to be able to reset enough to find anything else. Resolve, though, happy with what they just gained.
Yeah, Resolve happy with what they just gained. Honestly, I think incorrect decision by London to try and siege in the mid lane and have 4 there. I think you open up onto the top side because it gives you less opportunities to be flanked, like what just happened here with this fight. But honestly, it actually is just Den Voxney London stepping too far forward and getting engaged before Artorias is even really a part of it. Yes, has the Guardian Angel, yes, has the stopwatch, but both burn through as we're back into the live. Artorias being jumped into, but here's Yusa.
Yeah, Yusa's coming in. He's got that blade well. The Inferno trigger's been pulled. He's just going to use it to clip the minion away for the moment. For Soft running down Beely. Beely's gone for the flash. The cask is going to keep Yusa away. The unleashed power onto Soft. The scan of the week. The belly buff. The shutdown is there. And that is Soft biting off way too much. London now chasing Mert.
Oh, Yusa.
Might be able to find himself Yusa here, though he does have his fast legs. To give him a fast track out from this, but here comes PFI. The ghost is popped.
God.
The E is used and he hits the minions.
Yeah, PFI was... He was teching it. He was on his way. As Baron buff still on members of London here, so they're actually going to have the siege while Soft is down. They've got the numbers advantage. Ultimate's coming back up from Beely. There's all of the engage tools coming back up with that cask just about coming up too. So honestly, Resolve, they might have to yield this one potentially, though the Culling's here for the wave clear.
Yeah, it's going to actually pop the... not the Sterix, that was just a shield from the...
Ooh.
I don't know what from, but he got the shield. PFI is going to get chunked out. Now, this dragon is sole point for Resolve or just sole for London? Demvoxney with the ultimate on is going to be so hard to catch with the extra movement speed. Soft's back on the map. The resets are coming in for London. And I actually think they may just concede this one as they're not feeling comfortable with the fact that Demvoxney flashless, Guardian Angel-less.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just the single Cloud Dragon. I think, honestly, the correct call.
Losing a fight here is losing the game. So,
yeah, and the series. I think this is the correct call. Honestly, I think a lot of teams would be baited here into just going for this fight because it's Soul. But I think this is the correct choice. I think it's fine to do this. And not only that, it just keeps Elder off the map longer too, if you want to think about it like that, which, again, is just another... I mean, it's a higher than Baron level objective.
Yes.
To just have out on the map, which, again, losing a fight in front of that objective often results in losing the game. So London, I think, tempering themselves, recognizing, hey, giving them 10% more I'm not going to say the word, 10% CDR on the ultimate is A-okay in this case. So.
I just noticed the item differential between Demvoxney and Yusa right now. Yusa's got the shield bow, got the Bloodthirst. He's been one of those two items for a long time.
Yusa has been stuck.
4 items right now.
Yeah, Yusa has been stuck for a very long... Can we... Yeah, thank you. Reading my mind.
He's got to be close to what he's got is the Collector.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he doesn't have a lethality. He doesn't have this. He's actually not close to the Collector at all.
Didn't he have a duck?
No, I don't think he does. He's got no.
Oh.
He's like, I think that's about 1,400 gold, 1,500 gold for that complete item from there.
I mean, with those 2 IM components, I think that also slots into IE still, right?
Yeah, it could be IE.
It could be an IE. Yeah, it could be an IE at this point, which, I mean, I think you just give yourself the bonus crit damage, just flat damage, because if you're able to get on top of Demvoxney, get a couple of auto attacks off, that could be the difference between him living and dying.
I wonder if we see his shield, Serpent's Fang come out of him later to deal with the shield bow shield.
I mean, he's done it once. He's done it once, but I don't think
there's not enough shields, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh no, there is the Sterix, there is the shield bow, and then obviously the Lantern shield. If you're really,
I don't think it's enough. I think if there was
Locket. I don't think it's good enough because I don't think it's good enough reason. On 20%.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good enough reason. Plus, Samira doesn't really like. I don't think she enjoys lethality because outside of Collector, all of the items kind of push her away from crit, which I want to say Samira still has crit scaling.
I think she does, yeah.
Our Observer's an AD carry, so I was kind of hoping you might give us a signal whether she does or not. But I'm pretty sure the ultimate scales with crit chance, so she typically wants to stay on crit items as both these teams approaching the mid lane. Of course, Baron spawning in 20 seconds, so mid lane priority becomes higher value as the fight hard.
Taurus is so quick now that he's got that Force of Nature with the Q steal speed. You actually might just be looking for Demvoxney here. They get a lot of CC off onto him.
Yeah, but he's alone. He's alone. He's alone and
condemned into the wall. Meanwhile, the shutdown's there. Culling gets used. Yusa has to use the Blade Whirl, and now Demvoxney's looking for him as he just chases in. The slow comes in for the cast. They have to use the Magnustorm as Jeppe comes in with the Ignite. They've popped the shield bow, and Yusa is just going to lose his life. Artorias just completely yeeted the game out of the window here. Soft
got a wave as well.
To play interrupt, but he's just going to do not much here.
It doesn't matter.
Going to make sure that PFI doesn't go down, and this could just be game here. They're holding the wave. They're going to lose their inhibitor at the least, but 40 seconds until Yusa's up. Artorias getting caught has just cost them so much here.
Jake, this is the game. The Death Sentence lands as well. It's over.
That is game. That is game. There's no minion wave even necessary. London have done it. We're going to game number 5, baby.
Forget asking whether Resolve can bleed. London are pushing Resolve to game 5. They have taken 2 games off Resolve, and it's just Resolve pushed on the back foot time and time again. And we've been asking throughout the entire split, what happens when Resolve loses? How will they actually respond? And it seems like they are so used to winning that when they are actually pushed to near edge, and we saw it in week 1, that was the only time Resolve actually been close to being pushed to a loss. And during that time, yes, you can say, you can sort of forgive them, right? Game one of the split, game 1 jitters. But it really does seem like if they are pushed enough that they can break, and London have done it 2 times now.
I mean, how many times I have to say it? Camp Den Voxney. That guy, you can't let him do that. They let him just get solo experience in the top lane, solo farm. He was freezing lanes constantly until he just took over. Yusa was 2.5 items down to Den Voxney at the end of that game. Honestly, Den Voxney putting the game back on his shoulders, and all of the games we've seen London win come off the back of that, man. Going into game number 5, Resolve have to find an answer, or we could honestly see the undefeated team losing in the grand finals. Now, we're going to throw to a break, and when we're back, we'll break that game down a little bit more, so we'll see you in a second.
Stay sweet summertime, sipping in a high, we caught a fever for 2. Go together like neon in the night. I know I'm better with you. I know that you see me the way that I am, floating on a feeling with no other plan. You make me feel good, lost in the moment. You make me feel good, hearts running wild. You make me feel good, love like I'm falling. Know that I'm all in you every time. You make me feel good. 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 Here by my side, I'm in love with every little thing that you do. You're my paradise. As long as I got you, I know my sky will be blue. I know that you see me. I know you see me the way that I am, the way that I am, floating on a feeling with no other plan. You make me feel good, lost in the moment. You make me feel good, hearts running wild. You make me feel good, love like I'm falling. Know that I'm all in you every time. You make me feel good. You make me feel good. You make me feel good. You make me feel good.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the UKLC. One win, one loss. One win, one loss is currently the way this series is going. Wow. Great turnaround there from the side of London, and that means we are going to game number 5. Jamada, honestly, madness.
Yeah, it is complete madness. And honestly, whilst we do have the scoreboard on the screen, it doesn't really reflect much in this kind of game. It was honestly, well, no, it does. Do you know what it represents? It represents mayhem, because no one even has close to like a good KDA. There was just permanently fights pretty much everywhere, and the key thing was whether or not Resolve could catch Denvoxney. And that was just the story of almost every single fight. If Denvoxney died, Resolve won the fight. And in this case here, we have Denvoxney chasing into the Malphite. He doesn't react, so the Malphite are in time, gets blown up, chain CC, dies, right? At that point, London, they don't have enough damage to tear through the front line of Resolve, and they're just forced into a permanent retreat. And anytime we saw Denvoxney stay alive, the complete opposite would happen. In this case, I think Denvoxney's actually dead in this replay, as this is kind of the start of the chain events which led to London actually coming out and winning this game, because Sof kind of just overcommits here. And honestly, today so far, whilst throughout the split, Sof has had a really strong split. Today's not really been his best day. As
No.
I mean, well, it's not really been Resolve's best day. It's the first time that they've lost 2 games.
Not been Resolve's best day by any means, but for me, it's like this play here, Torres didn't want to R because he wanted to be able to save it for when the team could follow up. So instead, he just stood still and died. Like, just pure tragedy there. And then obviously get him run down. It was a great attempted turnaround from Fast Leg to save the day, but ultimately Vayne can chase you down. That's what she does. And you know, Denvoxney was 2-fed. Yusa was miles behind, like absolutely miles behind, and it just didn't seem to be any real way to deal with Denvoxney. And it felt like they hadn't dealt with the Vayne early enough, and Vayne just hit late game basically uncontested. And from there, it just that's when the game starts to feel doomed. But I think what we'll do is we'll have you for the last time. Actually, not the last time, second to last time.
We'll probably
talk
do
about your favorite play from this series.
Yeah, so let's pull it up, and it's a pretty, it's an interesting state of the map. So Resolve are looking to effectively just secure the top side vision so they can have a positive setup on this Baron, and Hepe is trying to clear out a really shallow ward. Now, should he be here? Absolutely not. Is he here? Yes. So Fast Leg and the rest of Resolve say this guy's just kind of trolling. Soft runs Zion, bear slaps after the flash, still runs him down. But the key thing really to note is the positioning of Denvoxney throughout the entire fight. And you see he flashes away from the Magnet Storm and the ultimate of Malphite. And at this point, if they can't get onto him and actually lock him up, the bear slap isn't actually followed up on. He's just going to continue to kite out. So I'm actually just going to leave it in slow-mo for most of this replay so we can actually understand what's going on. See, PFI's bought a lot of time with that Onslaught Shadows. Yusa's trying to flash and slide forward to get onto Denvoxney, but he uses the Blade Well to dodge out on all the damage. Fast Leg ends up from that side of the wall to try and get on top of him, condemned away. Yusa has to stopwatch. Chimera is basically taken out of the fight by pretty much the press of a button by Beely. Everyone is trying to dogpile onto Denvoxney, and even though that CC lands and Yusa gets the ultimate, what stops him? I think the belly slam from Pillion stops Yusa from casting his ultimate. And this is the thing, Denvoxney wasn't able to be burst down in this team fight during any kind of CC duration, and he was just able to kite out, survive. He had all of the survivability tools available to him, summoner spells. He had the stopwatch,
yeah,
but he was never in any big of a threat to the point where he had to use it. So he just didn't have to, and he had it for the next fight where, that being said, did die. But
yes, true.
It's about how much time he actually bought with it. So in that fight there, again, just highlighting, this was all about Denvoxney. If they couldn't knock down that Vayne, that was it. The fights were over. He would just tear through the front line and eventually the back line.
Well, it's time to catch our breath after that amazing game number 4. Moving on to game 5 after this. We'll see you in a second.
Sunsets, high rise, you know you're on the floor, diamonds, good light, walking the golden door. Everybody knows that you want it more, more. Ice cold to the touch, we're gonna burn it down, bodies so hot until we hit the ground. Everybody knows that you want it more, more. She is not my
It all comes down to this. Game number 5 in our best of 5 series. The undefeated Resolve bled out twice and now potentially about to take the finishing blow from London. We'll have to find out how this is going to go as we head into picks and bans. And this has been an absolute banger of a series. I was saying in the last game, because we had a big pause, that UKLC is probably one of my favorite leagues to cast just because the games are always so manic. They might not be the highest quality, but they are so manic, and this finals is delivering because Resolve mostly are not a manic team at all. They've just been a very controlled and better than everyone else, but now they've been brought down into the mud with everyone else. And yeah, we got a real series on our hands now. Well, not anymore. We're at the end of it.
We've had a real series on our hands, yeah. And
yes.
It all comes down to this. It turns into a best of 1 yet again. So it's going to be really interesting. I think this has really been a battle of draft kind of from start to finish.
Yes, it really has.
I think talking about draft. Oh, go on.
I'm just about to get into it, so let's talk about it.
Yeah, so I think don't be too surprised if we see Resolve immediately ban out Vayne. That's all I'm gonna say. It just would make sense. I think when you've got a player in the game that can play a champion like that in a situation like this and come out with a performance, which we've just had, I think you just remove it away if you Resolve. We'll have to see though, because right now jungler's the main focus for Resolve, whereas on London, Camille and the Gnar.
Yeah, there goes the Seraphine. I was about to say the Seraphine's been left open, so now that for me kind of frees up the fact that the Vayne could get banned away. But then the Rel is open, which Jeppe could first lock as well. So they are just going to deny the Rel and see if they've got some answer to this Vayne that would maybe be a little bit better than this Samira. I forgot the name of the champion. Yeah. Honestly, Yusa that was the worst performance we've seen from Yusa in this series. Unfortunately, I don't think it was so far behind Demboxy.
It wasn't even.
No, I'm not saying it's his fault, but it was his worst performance.
Yeah. He did also have that really weird slide in. But anyway, Gragas is going to be the first pickup here for London. So foregoing the Udyr once again. And I think for London, right, if they want to run the Vayne again, they have to pick it in B2 or B3, because otherwise Resolve will just candidly ban it out. There's no reason to actually leave it up at that point. So I think for Resolve here, no harm in picking up the Udyr, though Sof has had not a great day on it after last game.
Maybe he goes back to classic.
He did have it in game 1. Yeah, we could see Lee Sin, but I don't think the jungle pool is in a position where it should be pinched that deep again.
Yeah.
I think Thresh is the best blind support up. So it just makes a bunch of sense. So Aphelios with it in the R1, R2 going to be the call out there. So what will London pick? They could realistically just go their whole bot lane here now that they've had their card shown on the Resolve side. It wouldn't really harm them to do it. Vayne is a little tricky. Vayne is a little tricky to play into Aphelios when you can't see the rest of the composition. So we could maybe see something like Jin potentially with support. I think that would be the Voxney's up their champions. Of course, the Kaiser is up and available, but I don't think it's as good as you can't really pick it into the Aphelios and Thresh. It's too risky. So I think the Jin makes a whole bunch of sense. And now for the support matchup for Hepe, it's kind of tough because Thresh is just really good. So
that made it through.
Okay.
Yeah, thought about that one.
So it's been banned quite consistently against Resolve in the early phases up until game 3, I think. So obviously Resolve aren't comfortable playing into this champion, otherwise they wouldn't ban it away. Otherwise, or they just had some kind of plan around the Azir being gone. They picked it in game 5, so maybe London onto something here about Chimera. We'll have to see, as I mean, you could just respond in kind with Syndra, maybe Zoe. But you called out. We could see Lee, but it's gonna be Syndra first, as a lot of mid laners do like this matchup. More for sort of being able to blow up the Azir as opposed to, outranging him or, anything, or even really contesting lane prior until about level 4. But even then, it's Azir. So good luck doing that on a consistent basis. Malphite being removed away by Resolve, which I do like, just in case we see that Gragas shifted into the jungle. It could be good. Hell, I mean, Gragas in London's hands is normally a 2-way flex. Of course, Yepe could probably still play it, but into into Thresh, I don't think you want to be.
That'd be a pretty rough one.
Yeah, I think for London, two jungle bans now.
Yeah, Resolve are going to take away the Malphite, so don't want something that can jump onto Yusa on that Aphelios. Now, the Olaf taken away, like you said, probably expect to see this jungle pool getting pinched pretty heavily here now.
Yeah.
Curious to see what Resolve's final ban's going to be. Whether or not they look to try and focus something in the support role, thin that pool a little bit more. But it feels like the Shen is going to be where they go. Merc did have a couple of games on that.
I want to quickly say,
pretty impactful.
London, the last time it was a situation like this, they banned out the Graves. But I actually think here specifically, okay, they've actually left that up. So this is potentially troublesome if Soft defaults onto it. But for now, everyone's hovering Lee Sin on the Resolve side, which makes me think in conversation they're just telling him, lock it in, come on, just smash them like how you did in game 2. But I think you've got Graves. Lilia's really hard to play here, and Graves is really hard to play here. So yeah, I was gonna say in that final ban, you can kind of leave them up and maybe ban Lee Sin because you've got the range from Azir and Jhin that kind of just make them harder, near impossible to play depending on the rest of the draft from London. So Lee Sin is actually a really good pick. It makes sense in the context of bringing a lot of skirmishing and utility to the mid jungle and being able to provide even more protection for the Aphelios layer on down the line. Could see the Volibear lock-in, which would signal to me most likely that we get a Gragas in the jungle.
Might be support though.
Oh, now
might be support.
I don't want to talk about hovers very often, but Jarvan would be interesting. But with Jhin, with Thresh on the table, this champion is near impossible to play. So
yeah, you're right.
It's just probably a hover. So I'd imagine Alistar, Nautilus, Leona potentially the picks in mind here for Hepe, and that is going to be the case. We're going to see the Nautilus. Of course, the last split was sort of considered the counter into the Thresh, and that's what Hepe is going to have to lock in here as for Artorias.
Now, I do feel like they're probably lacking some kind of engage. So, yeah, they're actually just going to lock in the Ornn, so it gives them that long-range engage. Also gives them nice scaling options because you can upgrade those mythics. So, if you do fall behind the curve like they did in that last game, you get that kind of like half-item step just to pull yourself back a little bit, and that's kind of a freebie. So, talk to me about these comps. What are we looking at right now? Because I actually kind of like what Resolve have put together here.
I do. But I'll focus on the London side first because they're on the blue side. I think for this composition, it's very much kind of, you've got the Azir, you've got the Jhin, it's front to back, play around these two carries, keep them alive. You've got all of the key ultimates to disrupt any kind of engage. The only issue is Ornn has that very long range, non-committal ultimate. So it's going to be hard to sort of play around that. I think for London, choke control near the Dragons is going to be really important around the Baron too. Because if they find themselves funneling in to chokes, it's immediate. You just hear the big wah, and then all of a sudden you get the Syndra scatter the weekend. Loads of CC comes down, so they have to play really well around these chokes, whether they get river priority or they don't. And for the Resolve side of things, I think similar to what we saw in game 2 when Soft had this Lee Sin, I think it's going to be about trying to potentially create skirmishes around their stronger areas. Probably, they want to try and pick on this Azir a little bit when available, but I think also crucially try and shut down Den Voxnay, because when London have won their 2 games in this series, it's practically been off the back of this man. So
I mean,
he is put down in the dirt.
Even when Beely was the one who got monster fed, getting a triple kill in like the first 7 minutes, that still wasn't enough. It's always Den Voxnay. London play through Den Voxnay exclusively to win. And on the side of Resolve, they've been a lot more passive towards this bot lane. They kind of trust in User and Fastlegged to at least go even. And versus Den Voxnay, it's just not enough. So I want to see some fight out on that. I want to see them deal with that, as we are getting ready to take to the Rift for game number 5 of the series. Both of these teams have qualified for the Telia Masters. But this is bragging rights, and I do believe you get better seeding in Telia Masters. Not that I've actually looked into it, to be honest.
I would imagine, because I think Telia is set up in a group situation. Also, love the color coordination.
Yeah, that is a good thematic for the team. I don't know why we're looking at
PFI is running a more of a blue color, but does Gragas have a purple? Yeah, I don't know if Gragas has a purple skin. So.
He does. He has the one with the big wine cask.
Oh yeah, he has Gragas. It's called a Gragas-esque, right?
Yeah, it's like Executive Gragas, I think. Or...
Yeah. So could have been forgiven. Artorias has been a dancer throughout this entire series, so
also matching the color scheme of his opponents.
Yeah, actually, can we? Well, what's going on with the Resolve skins for a second? Whilst we have a brief respite before what I imagine will be in.
That's the dragon skin. A bit of purple in there.
All right.
Bit of
there's no real matching theme, but is he cooking it? Oh yeah, I forget. He cooks an egg with that taunt. It's pretty cool.
I
wonder if it's the same in the skin. You what?
I've not played that much Horn, funnily enough.
I think it's Control 1. Or maybe it's control too. He cooks an egg on his hand.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, because he's a forger. Anyway, the game is about to kick off. Nothing really happened at level 1, hence the nonchalance of our conversation.
Wait, that makes no sense.
What?
Well, he's using an anvil. You don't cook an egg on an anvil. The anvil's not hot.
No, he cooks it on his hand because his hand's hot.
Is it? His hand's got a hammer in, right? It's an anvil and a hammer.
He drops the hammer.
Okay.
His hand's hot. I think his hand maybe heats up the hammer.
I suppose he is
God
the
or
forge,
something.
isn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Cooks an egg in his hand. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're on to the rift. I'll banter aside. Both of the jungle are starting up on their top side. Soft didn't get a leash, I believe. I think that was leashless for both of the top laners. Both of the junglers, sorry.
I mean, it was from an Ornn if it was a leash, so it might as well have been a leashless anyway. unless Artorias was kind and started Bellow's Breath for the percent HP. It looks like then Voxnay and Hepe are going to be hitting level 2 first. No crazy aggressiveness. Going to come out here. Just a little bit of zoning potentially on some XP, but it doesn't even look like the creeps are going to die in time for that to occur. And like you say, junglers both pathing towards the bottom side. I think Soft rightfully so. You want to try and shut down the Voxnay very early on, and PFI recognizing this, he's actually skipping camp, so he's clearing a little more inefficiently. But he's going to hit level 3, and it means he's actually just going to be able to cover a really early potential gank from Soft. So whilst, yeah, it's not necessarily the best efficient clearing, he has to cover this lane. He knows, I think, the win condition. Not necessarily, well, I mean, I was going to say not necessarily this game, but this is the final game, so for them, the win condition is then Voxnay. Plain and simple. Doesn't want to give Resolve any easy ins. That's why we're seeing this clear. And he's also actually made a beeline up towards the mid lane here as PFI.
Once again, feeling that Gragas sting so hard as Beely going to get a lot of damage into him, force the flash out as well. Chimera, this is 3 games in this series where early on he gets caught out by the belly bot and has to flash.
Ooh,
or in one case, die.
Soft is maybe going to get double skulled here. I think Merpillion is taking the topside skull. Yeah, so Volibear, of course, we've said it enough times now, you should know. Complete lane priority. The passive just gives him way too much wave clear, so he was actually able to crash in the wave and make that skull crap happen. Of course, PFI was taking the bottom side one. So complete control here. Soft searching for something to eat because only his Krug's up. I'm going to just try and drop that ward in high traffic area to try and catch PFI on the reset, but he's not going to be down there for a while. So
hasn't done his Krugs either. He's still looking for this gank and really slowing down the speed. As we talked about the inefficient pathing of PFI, he's now just getting the free time to catch himself back up.
So, you know, when we speak about inefficiency, it's more like the air quotes efficient pathing is just being able to clear every camp like linearly, but in this game, you can see he's laying down the pressure. You got the flash from Chimera. He's looking for a gank here.
Yeah, they got the hook onto one, into the Deadly Flow. It's a great flash by
whoa!
pulling in with the Gravitum under the tower. Jepe's taking the shots, and Yusa finds first blood.
I don't know what that was from Jepe. I have no idea. That was absolute insanity. Double Gravitum could turn into more. Yeah. All right. Very interesting decision making here. So it looks like Resolve now going to try and respond with a topside dive. Gonna have the CC.
But gets the knockup, the teleports in. It's too little. It's too late. That's the kill for Soft. Billy will at least catch the wave.
Yeah, very slow teleport there. And I think Merpillion, he should just flash the knockup, but maybe he didn't quite have eyes on Lee Sin as he came out of the bushes. We're going to get a replay of the bottom side gank. And just take a look at why. I don't know. It could be a misclick. Like communication feeling like they're going to go harder. I just don't know. I don't know what the decision making is behind it. Just a genuine mistake. And it's given Yusa first blood. CC wasn't quite laid perfectly. And here, I mean, you just have to dodge out on that E. Otherwise, you're going to get CC down 100-0 at that much HP. And Resolve answer out. One dive on the top side. A punishment of Yepe's questionable decision making. It's not the 2 members that you want to give kills to. Soft on the Lee Sin to snowball the game, and Yusa to accelerate his gold, his item spikes. Not great, but certainly far from a catastrophe.
Yeah, it's not doomed, but it's a bad start, which is not what they needed. Now, Yusa actually hasn't reset yet, so there's actually an item differential between him and Den Voxney.
Looking to reset there, though, I think.
He is down on CS, and once Den gets his lane, he's probably going to get ahead again, so...
Yeah, he has that first blood in pocket, so depending on his... I mean, it's just Noon Quiver, yeah. I was going to say BF.
Noon Quiver
we're in
boots
season 11. As PFI... Yep, they're
think Blast Cone
sneaking away, yeah, so... Real nice use of vision. They see the Blast Cones there. They've got nearly perfect vision around the dragon to escape, so PFI gonna steal this one away under the noses of Resolve. I don't even think Resolve had an idea that that was going on. As we clearing away this ward. Fastleg doesn't actually have Hex Flash this game. As you can see by the fact that his Flash Indicator is actually there. First dragon going to be picked up very early on. And an Ocean Dragon this early can definitely help keep you healthier than your lane opponents.
Also that laning phase, definitely. Now we're 7 minutes into the game. Gold lead is 1,400 between Resolve right now. Noon Quiver, Dagger, like we said, being picked up for Yusa. It is going to be the Eclipse build for Soft once again, as he's got this rated, unless this is Duskblade Lee Sin, which I highly doubt. So far, no Mythics are coming in. We're only 7 minutes in, so it's maybe a little bit early to think about Mythics yet, but components are coming down, and London actually going for a full swap towards this top side. They want to put pressure on this Herald. They've got the Dragons. There's no objective bot side. And it's something we saw quite a lot with these Herald swaps was a lot of the time, Aphelios used to stay alone just to get plates and play and minions on their own. So it looks like that will be the game plan for the moment. Now, Artorias is level 70, does have that Call of the Forge God. Chimera has lane priority mid lane as well. And Mert's just getting zoned off the plates while Yusa's just going to collect free gold. If he can get free plates here, then he basically alleviates the Rift Herald.
Yeah, and not only that, he's actually got the Shurikens. It's the best gun to melt these towers, as you can see. It's 3 plates already before they've even slide the Herald. All solo, I'm pretty sure, onto Yusa. And
yep, that was solo gold.
I mean, it's something that you saw a lot originally from BTXL when they were still in the UKLC. They'll leave Deadly on his Lonesome on the bottom side to farm up all of the XP and the plates against a typically tank top laner as,
I don't think they were actually going to take that, but that was a little scary if you're Beely.
Yeah, a little bit.
Now, they've actually rotated Fastleg up to help with this Rift Herald, but it's actually too slow, so
I think honestly, Resolve, I mean, they can contest it now, but they don't actually really care. Just because they already know they've won out on the trade. They know Yusa has got more gold than this Rift Herald is likely going to take in response, so what can you really do? I mean, Merc doesn't have Flash, so he can't really run down Yusa, and Yusa's got the really strong 1v1 guns. So, like, if Yusa swaps out here to, like, I think that looks like he's going to go into Gravitum. No, it's Fernum, okay.
Okay, so now he just has Shove.
Yeah, now he gets the Shove, but if this is Gravitum, so Merc could realistically run Yusa down, but because Fastleg's now back, there's no point. As he could actually just, if he eats that Death Sentence, he could die.
They got the Flay though, they missed the Death Sentence, the Ignite is on. Yusa's just going to put a bunch of damage into Merc.
Yeah.
Merc kind of playing the weak side here while Resolve just continue to fire away. Now the Rift Herald is in the pocket of PFI, who's currently top side, invading into the red of Soft. Wave clear came out from Artorias, who used his Call of the Forge God to clear the wave. Yeah. Chimera's got a fair amount of wave clear himself, so I'm curious to see where this Rift Herald goes down. As Artorias is actually quite hard to push into, but they are looking for it. Then Voxney's got that 4th shot. They're going to teleport members in, so this looks like this will be the end of Artorias, as PFI is going to take a whole bunch of damage, but then Voxney will secure the kill. But first turret blood was secured while all of this was going on.
Yeah, Merp needs to leave and give the gold over to them, Voxney and PFI. The Herald is a little bit early though, so the tower take's going to be a little slower as, Chimera, that's a little bit disrespectful in positioning. Going to lose his flash, I think rightfully so, and tracking the gold. Yusa's definitely going to be ahead of Den Voxney, but
massively.
The gold lead, definitely a leave it. Okay.
Through the goalposts.
Just wanted to maybe flex his recent recall. But, we're not in the beginning of the season of last year where Mr. Years was. I mean, honestly, that would have killed PFI if it was at the start of season 10 and it hit. Anyway, let's not think about that now. As next dragon is spawning, I don't really know if London. Well, actually, considering Resolve's lane assignments currently, I think Resolve may end up yielding this dragon. So they have the Aphelios topside, but again, I don't think Resolve care. They're putting all of the gold into Yusa. And this is something actually I would know a lot about. Not because of anything in particular, but this is how I used to set Harry up to play Aphelios last split. And I'm sure you remember just as well how many plates that man would eat up on Aphelios. And sometimes throw games by himself, but also carry games off the back of how much gold he had. So I think Resolve are really okay giving this much gold or taking this much gold onto Aphelios, though this time they're going to make a more manned attempt to defend this tower. So you can see how much damage Yusa can do. And that could signal a dive. That could really signal a dive. Chimera's on the way. Then Voxnay is in the wings. He's only really going to be able to end up with a curtain call. Let's see what the answer is.
They've got the scatter, they've got the unleash, and that is going to be the kill. The scatter of the week's pretty huge. Notorious very late to the fight. London looking to go for this one, but they are going to step away.
Ooh, okay. Well, it's a good response from London. Obviously, the idea from Resolve, we understand just an extended cross map on that dragon. But then Voxnay rotates over with that curtain call. Don't know if he actually picked up the kill credit or not because it was such mayhem. Looks like he did. So then Voxnay, that kill gonna alleviate the gold lead that Resolve were building up before they already carry even more. As looking to siege onto this mid lane tower. As Resolve coming in, but let's get a look at the replay as the hook lands into the depth charge. Actually, I think the ultimate from Norless interrupts the safeguard from the Lee Sin, so he's not able to actually dash out. Dies, still has flash, still has ultimate. So let's see if this can work, because now that Resolve have actually fumbled the tower dive and the tower take, the gold lead likely isn't going to be as massive as it could have been come this third dragon. And honestly, I don't know if it will be necessarily enough to force London into yielding the third dragon, because that's typically the strategy here. We also saw Trick do it a lot, and Team Soft was actually on, so that's maybe where this idea is coming from. Where Trick would often yield the first two dragons, trade a bunch of jungle camps, gold, herald, plates, whatever, you name it. And they'll just have too much gold. They wouldn't be able to contest the enemy team into them come that third dragon. But this game, not as successful, though Yusa still very much ahead. As Soft is just being flanked, caught out here potentially.
Oh, good.
Away from the landing.
Actually, he might be in trouble. Tries to taxi out from Mert, but Mert just eats him alive.
Yeah.
And Beely secures
Chimera.
Chimera's looking for Jeppe, but now he's actually in for trouble.
He doesn't have flash.
Calls coming in. The death charge. Chimera, you are dead, my friend. Although, no, he's dead.
Jake, are we seeing this?
I'm seeing Resolve throw their lead.
Could, against all expectations, Resolve looking pretty uncomfortable in this final game of the series here. Is Soft just caught out in the river. He does have numbers on this side, but Jeppe is just in a unexpected position. Doesn't actually land the depth charge, but the Gale Force plus all of the remaining damage from the soldiers comes down onto him. And Chimera now in his own jungle, but on the wrong side of the fight. Curtain Call is opened up, brings him in range for a depth charge, and Deadly Flourish misses, but Conquering Sands does not. Resolve are no longer in a position, even though they were trying to trade up in plates to allow Yusa to carry this third dragon fight, they are not in the position where they are going to be comfortably ahead anymore. And that is huge for London, because they've already picked up those first two dragons. So if they win that next dragon fight, typically, third dragon fights, when you have scenarios like this where the games are really tense, there's not really there's not a massive gold difference between either two teams, the third dragon, especially in a situation where one team has two, if they pick up that third dragon, it sets the tone for the remainder of the game. So we're going to really have to check in on who sets up around the dragon where, who has control of vision in the enemy jungle, who has control of those chokes more quickly, because it's going to be a pain in the backside to walk into chokes if you've got to deal with Gragas Cask, Azir soldiers, a Nautilus that just basically gets to fire a free hook onto any member who has to check in through those chokes. And for the other side, if it's then Voxnay, if it's London that have to walk through into the entrances of the jungle, all of a sudden it's about worrying about the Scat of the Week, the Ornn ultimate. River Priority is going to be a big thing for this upcoming Dragon fight.
Oh. Well, 50 seconds until that dragon comes up. Yusa's got his 2 items, got the Hurricane and that Kraken Slayer, along with those boots as well. Voxnay sitting on components. Only 1 component after the Gale Force, so a little bit weaker than Yusa right now. Which could make this fight a little bit harder. Although, on the other side, the flip side, Chimera, not finished a single item yet. Hasn't got that Liandry's versus Beely, who's got the Liandry's. Although, there is a Blighting Jewel in Chimera's pocket, so slightly leading as a Moonlight Vigil goes wide by Yusa.
That's big. That's really, really big.
Gets himself the Gravitum into the hook.
Even bigger.
Strike and Jepe's just annihilated. 2-man knock up from Artorias as PFI's put the Nikes on. He's just going to use it to get some distance between him and Resolve.
Yeah, really nice pick there. Jepe, I think, just getting clipped by an auto attack, getting Gravitumed up, and then Death Sentence follows through. That's why this combination is so powerful. It's not just about delaying Prowser's Resolve. They're actually looking to pincer London potentially, but London just going to back away here, pick up the Herald in response. There is no wave to push underneath that tower, so just trading Dragon for Herald. It's not ideal for London. You would have, if you're supporting them here, like them to picked up this Dragon because it brings them just that one more respawn away from Soul. But with that pick coming through, it's not going to be the case. And Resolve, they're going to slow down the Soul spawn up here.
And himself a little damage boost as well. Nice when you've already got your AD carry starting to pull ahead. Also, it kind of helps keep Soph a little bit more relevant on the Lee Sin.
Yeah.
You are being bloody greedy here, mate. I think you're probably dead. Gets a good kick, but doesn't clip Jepe. Taxied out by the minions. The depth charge is going to come in. Soph eats that knock up. The curtain call is going to get fired, and they do place a little bit of vision. Soph gets scattered. Jump to Chimera, the ward hop. Honestly, beautifully juggled there from Resolve to make sure that their jungler doesn't go down. A fair amount burnt as well.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of ultimates, but at the end of the day, it shouldn't amount to much, though. It gives Resolve a brief window to potentially exploit the fact that there is no Nautilus ultimate and Curtain Call available, but with no objectives, there's no obligation for either team to do much, so more or less just an opportunity for London to pick up a cheap kill onto Soph. Kind of in Narnia. Skill shots missed, though. Speaking of missed skill shots, fast leg, the Death Sentence goes wide. And I think we're just going to see a slowdown hit brain until the next dragon spawns up.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe some juggle early Baron juggling, but I kind of doubt that.
No.
No.
No, I don't think so. I think in a game 5 of a series where Resolve, you know, the expectation was they were just going to come in 3-0 London. That lingering in their minds, one game away from potentially just not winning. They will not really take the risk of a flippy Baron. And for London, coming so far as to shatter those expectations, I think the end result is the same. So I think it's just going to be around these dragons. I think for now, Baron is going to be a relative afterthought unless somewhere London can sneak in and actually take that one away. I just don't think it's worth the risk. Not unless it's free. Let's see. I think important to start to check in on some of the second item completions for other members that aren't the AD carries. Of course, the AD carries have had a lot of gold funneled into them. Ornn is on his way to a magic resist item. I believe that's going to be a force of nature, given the components. Soph looking like Sterak's second item. Chimera has the blighting jewel, though. With the tier in inventory, he may feel obligated to finish the Archangel Staff. And on the other side, Beely could turn that blasting wand into a lot of things, so I have to wait and see. That Fiendish Codex likely to be turned into a Zonya's for PFI and Merpillion. Brambles Vest. Only thing joining that chem tank, so could really build into anything. Yet to be seen.
I do want to kind of hit on the fact that Voxnay's been kind of left alone again. Like, he's the same level as Yusa this time, so it's not a massive lead. But we can see the gold difference between them. There's only 500. Yusa's pretty strong. Obviously, a lot of that gold lead for Yusa's came off the back. He got a lot of plates and a lot of solo plates as well.
Yeah, I think the key difference, though, between this game and all other 4 games, really, is that Resolve actually have long-ranged, non-committal engage. They actually have options. Even if it is just through the Ornn, they have enough follow-up that if something does connect, they can then turn it into a full frontal fight, which wasn't necessarily the case in their other games. As the Herald, I believe, was probably going to be timing out, so PFI has to just drop that one and recall.
It's going to pull members of Resolve onto the furthest point away from this Baron, from this Dragon, sorry. Yeah. So
Chimera does have teleport, though.
Yes, so actually it's almost redundant because of that.
It kind of depends on a couple of...
Oh, that was close.
Okay. Yeah, it does, in a way, kind of depend. I mean, it looks like he's going to clear out well in advance, so he may even be able to just eat the wave and the Herald and just leave. Walk back down to the Dragon. London with a window to potentially find an engage. Looks like Chimera's finally finished up, and we could be seeing a potential fight.
Oh, a lot of damage onto Yusa there.
Yeah. Oh, Beely's been clipped!
The Beely. The scatter the weak forces, the flash out. Towards his low HP, though. He didn't even get to fire. The Forge got out. As Soft is just eating shot after shot from Dem Voxney. Losing their top laner for free. Artorias. There's 2 games in a row now where he's just gotten himself caught out in silly ways. Power's going to time out, and Dragon's going to get started. They get the kick onto Jeppe. They need to find something, but able to find a little bit else, and Dragon's going to continue to be not picked as they try and turn this one around. Jeppe gets the kick. That's going to be the end of Fastlane. A massive depth charge, knocking up free. Teleport's available for Artorias. He'll be able to join any moment now. There's a flank ward for him, but without Fastlane, they don't feel comfortable going for this. And Artorias just getting caught, being super disrespectful.
Yeah, I don't really know what the idea of being that far up underneath the sun disk actually was, and it doesn't really matter because the end result is just going to be London picking up Soul Point Dragon as we get the replay in. And I don't know, he's just standing really far forward. Now, it starts off with that death sentence landing in it. You can argue that's what's baiting Artorias into a potential committal, as Soft eating shot after shot. That 4th one, thankfully for him, actually misses out. And then death sentence lands, but the Deadly Flourish roots up Fastlane. The cask is great to separate the rest of the team. And I saw that depth charge land onto all 3 members, and I thought, do they have it in them to go further forward? But again, final game of the split. They don't want to take too many big risks. They turn around, they go to that Dragon, they put themselves on Soul Point. And Resolve, honestly, backs against the wall, man. Even though, yes, the gold is even, and either team can still realistically win this one out, Yusa's kind of the only one that maybe could carry out these fights with a lot of, oomph to them. Whereas Chimera, he's got to really put himself in positions of danger to actually sort of unload on a carry. And there is so much CC, so much turn potential from London. It just gets really, really scary. And I think it's honestly, at this point, it's more on London to make a mistake than anything. Yeah, I really do. Right. I really do feel like if London make a mistake, cool, Resolve are back in it. But the way this game feels, at least to me, is that Resolve are just, they're on the back foot. Compositionally, they have to find really nice engages that are near what dreams are made of to actually get wins in fights at this point. Yusa has to go untouched. He has to hit some massive Inferno ultimate or something. Because other than that, I just think comp to comp, London are just ahead.
They really are. You do have to keep in mind that the Ornn items are going to start to come through. Artorias level 13 has upgraded his has he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he has the bug. It's visual bug still.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. They've still not fixed it. I think it's only been around for actually no, it's been around since.
It's been around since the beginning of the set.
Yeah, there you go. Hovering for
TFT there.
Yeah.
Been around since the beginning of the season, so little visual bug there. I expect to see the Wormfall and Sacrifice be the upgrade first of all for Yusa.
Yeah.
Give him as much damage because, like you're saying, Realistically, he's the biggest threat right now. Give him as much damage as possible. Give him as much utility to be able to carry the team as possible.
Even then, it's going to depend heavily. Oh, are they on Baron?
They're doing
It's going to depend on his guns, and he's got fight guns right now. He's shredding through the Baron. If London overcommit or just walk in and in a very silly angle,
here it comes. Call of the Forge has been thrown out. They get to the bomb. They stop Artorias from finding anything. Ooh. He gets caught out by the deadly flourish. Sky Splitter is going to slow him down. But here's the hook. It's going to go wide. And Resolve. To be fair, they don't lose too much. They're going to get a bit of zone control on the mid wave.
Don't be greedy. Don't be greedy.
They get the knock-up. A lot of CC's going to get led. And Yusa gets the kill on the PFI. Artorias takes down Mapillion. And Resolve finds 2 kills. A great hook by Jeppe. And then it's back to 1 by Fastleg. Demoxy could just get followed up like it's nothing. Fastleg secures the kill. Yusa gets a sick-ass stopwatch off. The scanner, the wipe. This is the ace for Resolve.
And this is what I was talking about, Jake. It is on London to make a mistake, and they greed the pathing to try and defend their tier 1 tower, and it's going to cost them so much more. It's going to cost them the Baron. They're probably going to end up losing out on this next Dragon fight too. I do not believe they are going to be able to contest on this next Dragon with that Baron buff in pocket. It's almost frustrating if you're looking at London and saying, this is the team that can take down Resolve, because they're just this close for them, but they just greed. Look at this. I don't understand. You can give up the pathing here. It doesn't really matter if you lose this tier 1 tower, but they greed for it. They lose Mapillion, they lose PFI, and then it's a sick hook turn from Fastleg. He actually predicts, I believe, I don't know, the Gale Force is just a weird angle. Doesn't matter, it connects, and that's what is the end result. Then Voxnay drops. Beely isn't able to finish off Yusa because he's got that stopwatch. Hepe tries to commit to finish the job onto Yusa, but it just isn't enough. He falls. It's a clean ace. Baron in the pockets of Resolve. They've got to give up this. They've got to give up this fight. If they try and fight here again, it's just going to be a snowball of ending fights. Oh no, the fight hard. No, don't do this to me, Observer. London, just give it up. Give it up. Wait for the Baron buff to dissipate. You do not have to. You do not have to commit here.
Well, they're looking for the they find it. That is going to be Jeppe. Absolutely obliterated. Demvoxney throws down the deadly flourish, and it's only just going to slow them for the moment. Although London got the inside track on this base, so they might just look for a tier 2. Yusa can do this dragon so fast on his own. I believe at this point he'll have the Worm Fallen. I can't see the items in the inventory, so they're going to sacrifice their tier 2 tower. But the question is are they going to sacrifice anything else?
They really
Resolve are going to continue to chase them through the river or through the jungle, and that is going to be all she wrote on that one.
Yeah, enough zoning tools. The barrel, Sky Splitter just dissuades Resolve from charging forward. That Sundisk is also going to hold the wave quite high up for a little while, meaning that there isn't going to be a cutoff in positioning by Resolve onto London. And Voxnay is actually underneath the tower almost by himself. Resolve honestly could look to potentially pull a trigger, but now with London back under the tower.
Oh, so much damage as the Moonlight Vigil even followed. Gets the root off with the Gravitum.
My God.
But it looks like London are able to buy themselves a bit of space and get away from any danger. Artorias now down in the bot side, dealing with a wave. Stemboxney felt the wind on his rear from that hook.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. As Resolve. They're really looking to play Vision here. Could be faking out London as if to maybe make them think that they've just retreated. But okay, nice blue ward to spot out Chimera and the waiting Death Rushes. Could you see a rotation into the bottom side here with that Baron buff still up? Got 30 seconds or so left on it. It's going to look to try and take this tower as Chimera's going to get his Luden's Echo upgraded.
Can't remember what that one's called, but I don't think it's important right now as Murph is going to get caught out by the Call of the Forge God underneath the tower. Artorias goes. Deadly Flourish clips onto Chimera, and he gets pretty heavily chunked, but the tower will fall anyway. Resolve happy what they got. 2 towers off the back of that, and that dragon. Going to reset. Spend this gold, and I believe that should be the Guardian Angel finished up for Yusa. Yes, it is. Probably the Void Staff for Chimera, as it's a fairly gold-efficient item. Actually, no, going for a Fiendish, so wants the stopwatch.
Yeah, probably going towards a Banshees or a Zhonya's, but I think if you've got that much gold, just buy a stopwatch. unless he's going to farm up enough to recall again and then pick up that stopwatch. It's yeah, we'll have to see, but honestly, London kind of throwing away the game potentially with that pathing earlier on. to give over the Baron, they're in such a good position. And I mean, I said it almost verbatim. I said it's on London to make a mistake in that game state. It was really hard for Resolve. I felt to come back into it without an unforced error or a forced error, I suppose. But now here we are. 6,000 gold is the difference between both of these teams, and Resolve they have the map pressure just about everywhere. Now they are actually in 3 lanes at the moment. Now they do have teleports coming up for Chimera, and Artorias has his. But it just gives London a potential opportunity to pick on somebody on the side, as I think Artorias stole away that skull.
Yes, he did.
And man, I don't know if Resolve can actually lose the next fight, bar a really massive blunder from Yusa or really Chimera.
You said this earlier.
Now, yeah, but now here's the issue. Now,
the other way around.
Because Resolve have so much map pressure, it's almost going to force a situation where London have to come into Resolve. They have to come through chokes. They have to effectively overstep, and then it gives Resolve their choice of engage. And that is a lower variance play for Resolve. And not only that, they obviously have the gold lead IM advantage right now. Stopwatches coming in for Sloth and Chimera, so they're going to be even harder to kill. Guardian Angel, we know, already on Yusa too. And this is why I say it now, because in the previous state, the Resolve's composition really struggles if they don't have the map pressure into London. But now, with it the opposite way around, it's so much harder for London to actually contest objectives without somebody massively misstepping. And oh, this could just be a flank angle onto Den Voxnay potentially. He is kind of isolated at the moment.
It's scary. The Sun Disc goes up to slow down the wave, and they do find a knock up onto Merpilli, and a massive hook as well lands onto Jeppe. Cask is going to separate the fight, but for the moment, Yusa, untouched, fast leg getting sniped out, not going to fall yet. This fight is so topsy-turvy. The teams are on the wrong side of the map, but neither of them really care. They're just catching waves. The Sun Disc will finally crumble. The Dragon spawning up in a moment. Merp is going to teleport back into this fight.
I don't know who this benefits, I'll be honest. Curtain Call was used, the Cask was used, so ult economy is in Resolve's favor, but let's Merp, hello.
Merp is in trouble. He's able to chunk out fast leg pretty heavily there. Teleports are still up for both Artorias and Chimera, so if they get chunked and don't die, they can reset. That's going to be their ulti. Catches onto Beely, catches onto 2. They're going to have to force a slam out. Chimera finds a kill onto Jeppe on the sidelines here as Chimera's getting chunked out by Beely. Beely goes in for the stopwatch. Knocked up, hooked, flashed, flayed, taken down, and that is the double kill for Yusa. Now it's on to Den. He's get kicked back. The hook lands again. These hooks from Fastleg are absolutely breathtaking. The cast comes down, PFI flashes out, but he is just buying time for Yusa to cash in on the kill. Slowed down by the Bellows Breath, knocked up the Chilling Smite, and it is just all but free real estate for Yusa. Finding himself the kill, dominating. Chimera's chasing Den Voxley into his own base. Chimera has to be careful. That deadly flourish could do a lot of damage. 4-shot available. Den flashes. Oh, Chimera stopwatches on the trap though.
Does he have a deadly flourish available again?
Curtain Call's coming up any moment now.
Oh, but
they're trying to chase
in the wings. Soft in the wings.
Chimera with the fancy feet. Soft comes in with a block, finds the shutdown, and Den loses his life. This game is chaos. Absolute chaos,
Baron, I know it's chaos, Cypri, but now Baron's up. And I believe Yusa and Co are going to be able to tear through this, but there's a teleport coming in from Beely, and oh no, they know he's here. Okay.
You sound like you stepped on Lego, mate.
I don't know what else to do, man. It's such a hectic game. Okay, so key thing, PFI still respawning. He's not here. If London commit for this and they try and bring Resolve off this Baron and they lose, that's game over. That is it. I do not see London coming back. They just have to kind of yield, and that's going to be the case.
Nice attempt by Merp with the Sky Splitter, but not going to find it. Game 5 of the UKLC. The most chaotic league you'll find in the European regional leagues is delivering once again.
Oh my word. Okay, well,
Yusa's full build, by the way.
Yeah, Yusa is full build. What does this mean for the game? It means Yusa, it's going to be nearly impossible to kill with that Bloodthirster. Both summoner spells available, and also the summoner spell economy kind of in favor of Resolve right now. Though given when Resolve and London are likely to take another team fight,
it's in favor purely because Yusa's got
Yusa has Summoner Spell.
Oh,
grab
he
them!
flashes. Moonlight Vigils, the Call of the Forge God's being thrown down.
Epic
And,
God.
oh my lord! Where did he go? He just evaporated. Now Mert getting zoned out by Chimera. Chimera unleashes power into him, misses the Scatter of the Weak. Mert might just be able to find this, throws out the Skybringer, and that is going to be Yusa going legendary as Den summons the Curtain Call. Soft going to get the bullet bent onto him and forces the Guardian Angel out, but meanwhile, Resolve are just looking to end this series. Yusa is melting anybody who walks into range. Artorias taking down this last tower. It's going to fall. The Nexus has been exposed, and Resolve just padding the stats. It's a double kill for Yusa. Then Voxney, the only member standing. The minions are on to the Nexus. 36 minutes on the clock. 5 games deep, and Resolve go into the win. They take the league.
They've taken the league. They are the UKLC 2020 Spring Champions. But what a messy road in the grand finals it was to get here. Man, and I mean, okay, yes, we can praise Resolve all we want. I think it's understandable, but we have to give credit to London, I think, coming out here tonight and putting on a show for everybody, pushing Resolve to 5 games. It's no small feat. No other team in the league was able to take a game off of Resolve, and London almost damn near took 3. So hats off to them. It's commiserations really, because you know they're going to be feeling sore about it because of how close they were to really winning that game. It was one misstep, one major misstep around that pathing because they wanted to defend their mid-tier 1, and that was what set the tables a turn, and that was what set the cogs turning, the wheels, and Resolve just kind of ran away with that Baron after that ace team fight.
Honestly, an amazing series, and I think for the side of Resolve, there'll probably be an element of disappointment from them, knowing that they didn't get the perfect split. But I think also we wanted to see them challenged. We went all the way to 5 games. I genuinely thought it was going to be a 3-0 for Resolve. I really thought it. And after that game 1, I knew we were in for a good series, and it delivered. It really, really delivered. I think commiserations to London, but also an element of pride they can wear. They challenged the top team. They challenged the undefeated team in this series. And, you know, we are zooming back into this game just all the way to the beginning. And honestly, this was just a fumble by Jeppe, but a great punish from Resolve.
Yeah, of course, great punish. I mean, it's hard to not catch a beanbag. As Soft again quite a few times in this series doing pretty silly things, but in this case, this game, it fortunately didn't matter for him. And I mean, yeah, London, they did a really good job today. I think they are going to be feeling pretty sad about not taking the whole thing, but pushing a team like Resolve all the way to the end, definitely very, very commendable, as this was kind of the fight where you thought, hey, what are Resolve doing? This could kind of be it, because this is where they picked up the 3rd dragon off the back of it. And I mean, all they had to do was not path like this. They give Resolve effectively an opportunity to just wipe them. They delete PFI off the face of the rift. Merpillion closely follows like a lemming, and it's just a great hook turnaround. Then Voxney predicted.
I just forgot how good that hook from Fastleg was.
Whether it was a prediction or not, it doesn't matter. It lands. Beely can't finish off Yusa. Hepe tries to finish off Yusa, but the stopwatch is there and keeps him alive. They only lose Ornn. They just take the Baron. And from here, the game just felt kind of done. And I was saying, London, don't take this fight. This is the fight. You take this fight, you're going to lose the game. They go for it anyway. They feel like if they can pick up the soul, maybe that can at least bring them to a more even footing. But it just isn't the case. They get aced. I don't think the risk against reward was worth it. You could have just waited out a little bit longer, and then you could have seen whether you was in a position to actually contest it, but they weren't. And unfortunately, after that mid fight, they just fall apart.
Well, we have the mid laner for Resolve standing by for an interview. So Chimera, come in, say hello to us. How are you doing, mate?
Man, what a series. I'm absolutely knackered. Like, my throat's a little bit gone. Like, I was so ecstatic in that last game. I feel like we all had a little bit in the back of our minds that we've gone 16-0 so far. It should be a 3-0. We've beat London 2-0 already, but they put a really good fight.
They did.
I think we were a little bit off in some of the games in terms of drafts and the way we played, but I got to give full credit to like London as a whole. I think all the players are good, and I'm really happy that we've got another team that should be able to compete in Telia.
Yeah, I think that was like my biggest fear. Was I was very confident in you guys, but I didn't know how it was really hard to judge how good the other teams were when you were just kind of wiping them.
Yeah.
And seeing you guys getting challenged so hard by London, honestly, really, really good stuff. I want to talk a bit more about kind of the games you lost though, because what was going on in there? You know, you guys played well in all of your games, bar maybe, you know, I think the fourth game was a little rough, but what's kind of going on in those games where like Foxy just took over?
So I think I can't really remember the first game. It feels like ages ago, but
Foxy took over.
I mean, okay, yeah. The first game, it feels like we were getting leads, and we're not like we were getting kind of exposed a bit in certain like ways how we set up objectives. It felt like we slipped to old habits back in the earlier weeks, and I feel like London were walking through places where we should really be punishing them, and we just weren't executing properly. And it just got them back into the game. And then their comps that they've ran in the first game was a very, very easy to execute. You know, like Alton, Hecarim, then had Rel. So it's really hard for me when I'm on Victor to play the game. And same as I think we had Kai'Sa that game. So we kind of after that game just adapted draft and realized we don't really want to play these really hard to execute comps. I think whoever gets the easier to execute comp will just have an easier time. There's less to think about. There's less to worry about. And we adapted that well in the second game. And obviously the other game we lost, I think it was a similar situation. We had a Lucian mid, which was getting prio, but it's not winning team fights, which I think we're just struggling at because we're not executing properly on side. So we were just like, nah, we ain't doing that anymore, and just went something easy, and yeah, it worked out.
Yeah. I'm still lost for words. That final game in particular. Obviously, I mean, hell, I'll ask you about the final game. You know, dropping 2 games, you guys, we've already said undefeated up until today. Going into that final game, right, turns back into a best of 1. What kind of mentality was everyone going back into that game with? Because, you know, it must feel weird going not only into a game 5 of the series, which you were probably expecting to just whitewash, but also going into it having finally lost not 1 but 2 games on the same day.
Yeah, I mean, before the game, I was just telling everyone, I was like, guys, come on, we just game 5, like let's put it all in there. Like this is such a fun moment we're in. Like we're 2-2 in a series. Like it's my first finals. Like I'm so happy I'm here.
Oh yeah.
I'm like ecstatic about it all, and I was like, guys, like let's just give it our all, give it all your energy. Make sure we're on comforts, things we like. Obviously, we went for Syndra, Lee Sin. Maybe the Lee Sin pick wasn't really the play, but I trust Soft Lee Sin is usually nutty. And we just went for comfort, and we didn't want to have any regrets. Like I would hate to have all this, you know, 16-0, and then to lose the finals 3-2. So we just all like put in extra effort. When Emery got that hook in mid lane and we could go to Nash, like we were just so ecstatic. Like we were all screaming. It just feels so good. So we just went with it and just. No regrets.
That hook probably got me fined, mate. I'm gonna be it was such a good play. Honestly, that hook was breathtaking. So if this was obviously your first finals, which I kind of completely skipped over my mind, but you know, you don't get that much experience in best of 5s in our tournaments. So going into this best of 5, going all the way, talk to me about what it's like being in that situation, because I assume it's not only just like physically exhausting, it's probably quite mentally draining as well.
Yeah. I mean, after the first loss, I think I was kind of preparing myself for a long day, so I could feel the energy dipping towards the end. But you know, like if you really want it, you know, you just got to dig down and find the energy. But I think it's just going to prepare us for Telia. Like hopefully we get through the group stages, and then when it gets to the best of series again, we'll be a bit more prepared. I think this is, I mean, it's not. I think most other people on the team have had like a best of series before, but this is aside from like my first split on Phelan, where we had like a really good miracle run. This was like kind of my only best of series I've had. So it feels good just getting experience. I think having the losses as well actually helps us, because like we're not immortal. There's things we need to work on, and Telia teams are for sure going to abuse it. So we have a lot to work on to review, but yeah, we're all looking forward to
I
it.
have every faith in you, mate. I really do. I think you
Appreciate
guys are really, really good. And if you actually do make it to the finals and actually make it to the NLC relegate promotional tournament, I genuinely think, looking at the two teams, this team is capable of taking it. So good luck with that, mate. I have every faith in you, and I'm so happy that you won your first finals when you finally
Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Chimera, UKLC champion. Right. We still have a little bit more to do before we wrap up here. I think, first of all, our final drawing board of the UKLC. So pull one out for the drawing board, lads.
Final crayon, and what an amazing frame to actually come into. I actually haven't refreshed the clip, so I don't know if it starts here or not. It does. Okay. So,
I'm glad you're ready for this, mate.
I really was. Moonlight visual about to be cast here by Yusa. And I'll leave it in slow motion so we can get a track of who it hits. It hits then Voxnay, it hits Beely, it hits Hepe. Hepe is so low that he now is just an attack away from death. Beely has to flash over the wall, but Pillion gets rooted in the front side of the fight. Already, this is just devastating for London. They can't really compete in this fight anymore. They're down there. They're one of their primary engagers. Beely has to stopwatch to avoid the absolute power. And at this point, I mean, look at the scat of the week. Look at the health bars. The way that everyone is just up against the wall whilst Yusa fires from the other side, it means he is going to be untouchable. And all the while, Soft has gone on a bit of a journey to try and disrupt. Then Voxnay, he almost assassinates him, but the belly bot keeps him alive just that little bit longer. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. And in cast, I was saying, this was a fight that London probably should just drop. They are too far behind. It is not the Soul Dragon, but they felt compelled because if they won that fight, that could have been it. That could have been Soul. And even if they lose out on maybe an inhibitor, assuming the best really for a lost fight plus a 1 dragon, it probably wouldn't be great. And I think they were just a little bit too eager there. And on the backside of this, obviously, we have Chimera going a little bit ham for then Voxnay.
Did he survive this? I can't remember. I think he died in the end.
He didn't. Hepe, oh no.
Yeah, he did die.
Cool. But hey, Soft trades it back. Soft also walks out. So, I honestly, my heart kind of breaks for London. I think especially...
I genuinely think London could be very happy with themselves. They had
think
a very competitive series. Sure, they didn't win, and like that's always going to be quite upsetting. But I think, like, if you are London or if you're a London fan, I think you have to take in mind that Resolve were undefeated. Resolve honestly crushed every team they went toe to toe with, bar that first week, and they still won those games. For a team that looked almost a complete step ahead of any other team in this league, in this kind of level of play, to then take them all the way to 5 games and keep it competitive in pretty much all of those games, I think London should be incredibly happy with themselves, even if they didn't win. I honestly think Den Voxnay just smurfed his heart out this series. He smurfed his entire split, to be honest. Den Voxnay's been a real standout player for me. I mean, we talked about it yesterday, but we had an interview with Esports News UK. We put our MVPs down, and mine was Den Voxnay. Now, speaking of MVPs, I don't think we have a graphic for it, but I have been asked for you to decide. I just let you decide who is your MVP of the split.
It feels kind of... See, my original choice would have been Soft, but after today's performance, I don't know if I could give it to him anymore, man. And then also, speaking of that article, but it was kind of edited out. I guess my answer was a little bit too long. I also had Den Voxnay down myself. There was also Thomas Go for Barrage, but obviously didn't make it to playoffs, so it kind of felt bad for them.
I think I gave him an honorable mention as well, actually.
You might have. But yeah, I might still give it to Den Voxnay, even though they didn't actually, come out here the champions. I think this guy has been just time and time again the key for success for London. And I think obviously across the Resolve roster, you can just contenders across the board. You could kind of make an argument point for any of them. So I think at least for me, Den Voxnay.
Den Voxnay.
Yeah, relatively Den Voxnay. Objectively, it's probably Soft for the regular split. Yusa, I think, was a little bit too inconsistent in the regular split. You could maybe argue Chimera as sort of a solid rock that kind of went as an unsung hero. But yeah, I think if we're going by the numbers, it probably still has to be Soft. Even though if today he had not his best showing, he carried pretty much Resolve from nearly start to finish.
So who is it? You said a whole bunch of names.
It's Soft.
You gave him Soft.
It's probably Soft. Yeah, I think it's Soft, and then Voxnay is basically tied.
Soft, congratulations. You are the MVP of the split, and honestly, much deserved. Might not be his best series as a player, but a great season for him. Unfortunately, we don't have a graphic to celebrate you, and I don't have party poppers ready.
Somebody get some confetti.
Yeah, I don't actually have anything at all. Guys, thank you very much for joining us here at the UKLC Grand Finals. Now, before we let you go, there is a whole bunch of League of Legends coming on. So tomorrow, there are some more ex-UKLC teams actually playing. Fnatic Rising will be taking on Tricked in the first half of the NLC playoffs. And then we'll have BTXL, our other team from the UKLC, taking on Barrage, who are also an ex-UKLC team as well. So three UK teams playing tomorrow versus I think it's a Danish team, so get clapped. We're just building the rivalries, baby. So you got NLC coming up for the next 3 days as well. So our playoffs are starting over there. There is also the UKEL still going on. So you can get your hands on that and watch the teams that will be playing versus M&M and who's the other team who are in relegations? M&M and Envision? Is it Envision? Yeah, it is. It's M&M and Envision. Wow, imagine if I did my job right. So tune into UKEL. Remember,
no. By the way,
both London and Resolve came from the UKEL. So our two finalists, our two teams representing us at Telia Masters, have climbed their way out of that. There's so much League of Legends to get your hand on. You've got NLC, you've got UKEL, and coming up on, I didn't catch the dates. I think it's like the 14th. I'm going to scroll up to my prediction messages. 15th, Monday the 8th of March. And the 15th, we have the Telia Masters. That's where London and Resolve will be playing. And if they make it through to the finals and the playoffs, they'll be on the 18th and 19th of March. So there's still more of these UKLC teams to watch. They could potentially make it into the relegation, into the promotional tournament, and actually make it into the NLC itself. Well, that was a lot to speak about. Jamada, you have absolutely killed it this season. Thank you for carrying my ass. Thank you very much for joining us here on the UKLC. I am tired as hell and turning into pixels. We will see you later. Thank you very much.